let's go. Let's go. Come on.
What do you think of Tottenham?
Welcome to the Gooners Podcast. Okay. All right. One bottle, two bottles, three bottles.
So for anybody that saw my tweet earlier tonight, this was my date. And I told you I was going to exhaust it. And I exhausted it.
The thing I don't understand is once it fits in there, does it expand?
No.
Like, are you known for girth, but like you can still get into a small cavity?
It's like a tuna can. Like a tuna can.
Tuna penis. All right. This is an unofficial Gooners podcast. Pretty sure we're getting canceled tonight.
Oh, we're absolutely going to get canceled tonight. And if we don't, I'm going to make it my
I love how you say we're going to get canceled tonight, and it's on my channel, so that when we get canceled tonight, you just go back to your channel,
exactly.
and I'll be your new co-host.
Exactly.
Until people figure out the shell game that we're playing.
There's a method to the madness.
That's right. So
yes.
So tonight is a pregame night where there's a lot going on. I've been moving around. I've been doing some stuff. You're in your home. We've done like 290, 300 podcasts, something like that. And probably 30 of them I've been in various locations, like hotel rooms or on a balcony somewhere. One podcast I did from the Trevi Fountain in Rome. The internet was shit, so it didn't work out that well. But let's start with you. Where are you podcasting from tonight, Tanner?
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
In the studio with the mic.
In the studio with the upside down mic that kind of looks like a screened in dildo.
An upside down mic like this would actually look like a normal person with hair where it's supposed to be. But like, do you feel, how much better of a podcaster do you feel like you are with the upside down fixed mic hanging upside down with the spit guard? Because I know spitting is probably an issue. I mean, that's part of what all the hair is for.
I look at podcasting the same way I look at golf. If I look good while I'm doing it, then it's got to be great. And as far as I'm concerned, I look fucking brilliant while I'm doing this. So upside down mic, Arsenal logo in the background. There it is. Yep. Gooner till I die over there. I've got the shock absorber here, the pop screen. So as far as I'm concerned, you're muted, by the way.
Well, fuck, I pressed my fancy mic. Is the shock absorber to like calm things down when Rohan says purple patch?
Yes. When he says purple patch, the microphone rattles on my end, which is that it's the craziest thing in the world. He says purple patch, my mic rattles. So I had to get the shock mount because otherwise it's like it shakes.
Right.
So,
and I mean, so you have put millions of quid into your podcasting material, and like us, have nothing to show for it.
Exactly.
No, but
I want to highlight. I have to show for it. I have these brilliant new glasses to show for it. Look at that.
Specsavers.
Yes.
I used to wear glasses, and in fact, if you want proof of that, you can check our Twitter feed tonight, because for whatever reason, feeling like a glutton for punishment, it's like Stop Online Abuse Weekend, and in recognition of that, I didn't stop tweeting. I tweeted embarrassing pictures of myself so that people could abuse me.
So they could. You're taking the brunt of the abuse for the team.
Yes, from age like 9 months to age 12, I wore glasses that, like, all of the Coke bottles in the world totaled up did not have as much glass as my one pair of glasses had.
It was like this. This is what it was.
I mean, like, literally, I couldn't see. I spent $9,100,000 on LASIK surgery once I finally had money. Once I got the money I won for being on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, which is something that I haven't talked about a lot on the pod. But once I won that money, I put it in. Oh, we got to play. I got to come up with the link tonight. We're going to play that on the podcast.
Yes, dude, I didn't even know that.
I had hair. I had less of a face. I had some embarrassing moments, but yeah, once I did that, spent money on some landscaping, spent money on my first trip to London since I had left 12 years earlier, spent money on LASIK, and I'm a new man. 16 years later, I was ready to start a podcast.
You look like a new man. You look like a new man.
I reinvent myself every 2 weeks because I get sick of myself, and so does everyone around me. So Jahil Malugu, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. It's only because I haven't seen you in our chat before, which is to say that we haven't potted at this hour before, other than the one time I potted with you about 4 months ago, maybe six months ago now.
Six, but yeah, it's been 6 months.
And wow. You're in New Zealand. You are the model listener / fan of Tanner, because I don't have fans, that user that this podcast is perfect for. Because tell us what time it is where you are. I think it's probably something like 9 a.m.
I don't have fans either. I have supporters.
The only person that has fans is Tom Canton, because he talked one time about how he has the greatest fans in the world. For 5 years I have not stopped. I haven't known him for 5 years, but for 5 years I've been teasing him over calling his listeners fans.
I think we should go long enough tonight to the point where he wakes up and has no choice but to come on with us and join the debauchery.
He's normally up pretty early, but he also it's 5:08 p.m. in New Zealand. He's up pretty early, but I can almost guarantee you that he won't come on the podcast until he's put on his face, until he's, asked his advisors whether he can get canceled or not. We love him. We love him. Look,
I do. I don't get a chance to speak with Tom very often, but every time I do, he's
a lovely guy.
Very pleasant experience.
For a guy half my age, the guy has made a life for himself, and has some sensibilities that I am still waiting to learn. So, all right. So here's the deal. I've been traveling this week. I am on borrowed time. I was supposed to be coming home from Florida tonight, but we extended the trip because I am the best husband in the world.
I can attest to that, by the way.
Because we've been married for 10 years. But yes, we're looking for a residence down here in Florida, to kind of winter to winter.
Gonna be snowbirds.
We're gonna be snowbirds. I'm gonna be looking at birds. No, we're gonna be snowbirds, and so not only did that get me in my wife's good graces, but I decided to extend the trip for 2 days so that we could drive in our convertible Mustang, which is an experience, I have to tell you. I splashed.
What year is it? By the way,
it's a 2020 black convertible Mustang rental car. I mean, I didn't buy it. But yeah, I put those clicks and super chats to good use, and then I added another $400 to all that and got myself a rental car. And we drove across the state. It's a 3.5 hour interesting drive, but through the Everglades. No alligators, but now she is at her parents' house, getting ready to pass out there, and I'm in the hotel that the two of us were supposed to sleep in tonight. But I said, you know what? Just stay here, sleep on the couch.
Go ahead.
I'll go there. I'll fend for myself. I'll go on air.
So no alligators, huh? No. Was it Alligator Alley that you traveled on?
That Alligator Alley. I remember driving on that when I was like 7 or 8 years old. That pretty much connects like Miami and Fort Lauderdale with
to like
Naples and
Fort
Pound
Myers.
South. Yeah. We are a little further north than that. So we were we did the interstate, then like a bunch of side roads. Kind of kept us in the game here. AFC Jude's in the house. Look, you get some new names when you go sometime. Where are you two from? We're both from Zimbabwe. I know it sounds like it. I know.
You'd never guess.
East Coast United States, but AFC Jude, yes. The bigger question is, where are you from, baby? Where are you from? Also, because it's just careening out of control gradually and will continue to, this is a pod where anyone that wants to, whether you're here for the first time or whether you're a regular listener, you can come on screen with us. We can talk about Arsenal. We can talk about whatever the hell you want to. I've finally come to the conclusion after 300 shows that we don't know anything about football, Arsenal, or life. So we're starting to crowdsource our content.
You know what I do know about?
It's fun. It's fun AF to do that. So if anyone wants to jump on, just all you got to do literally is go type GoonerOpenMic.com and just be ready because you will show up in our backstage area. Yes. And at any time we'll bring you on screen and probably banter you to hell. So have a sense of humor, a microphone, a webcam. And if you want to chat away.
And perhaps some thick skin.
Yeah.
Because things could go south. So
yeah, and again, if this is your first time here, I'm a regular here. Tanner is one of our best friends and an occasional co-host to special pods that we do. Owen is sleeping with his fingers in his mouth at 6:13 a.m. in Northern Ireland. Mikey Hers is probably still watching the most.
Where's he at? Why isn't he here? He should be here, I feel like.
He has a family. He's watching he's watching his children and he's 46. He's watching his local club, San Jose Earthquake, beat up on my local club, DC United, formerly where dumbass Wayne Rooney played, and now we suck. So let's kind of start steering this towards Arsenal, and then we can move away, I guess, a little bit.
Sure.
Newcastle tomorrow. I completely forgot about this game. Thursday was a bit of a nightmare, although the best thing to come out of Thursday was meeting Aston. Aston Mac.
That's right. Yeah. You got
on Twitter, Gooner Aston.
Like literally meeting.
Yeah.
Like in
person. We literally met each other. No, he
live in the flesh, baby.
He came down from Orlando, Florida, to meet me in Sarasota. That's about a 2.5-3 hour drive. Just because I was there, came, hung out at the bar, watching the game with my wife and I. After the game, he came back. We podcasted from the hotel. Not going to tell you what we did for 5 hours after that. It was a late. No, it didn't have anything to do with my wife. Don't worry about that. But late night talking. And I think the last thing I remember was about 1:25 in the morning. We were arguing about who had more of an impact on the club, Olivier Giroud or Aaron Ramsey. And I may have had the wrong side of that argument, but boy, that I was very strong in my feelings. So, So the game was crap. I don't really want to talk about that. Newcastle. We're not going to win this game, are we?
No. Or we're absolutely going to dominate them, and it's going to be like
8-1.
Yep. No, it's going to be like American football. It'll be like 17-3.
What lineup? I mean, this is a unique situation because every time we've been like, well, okay, in between the two rounds we have Tottenham. In between the two rounds, we have this game against, who do we play in between the two? The Olympiacos games was Tottenham in between. The last round, Slavia, I forget who it was in between, but
Liverpool?
No,
Fulham.
All right, and we shanked it. So, tomorrow should be. I mean, I know that Lacazette's got a late fitness test for tomorrow. I think he's not going to play tomorrow, but some of the other guys like Tierney and stuff, they're we could see him tomorrow. No,
Yeah.
Seriously, Balogun, Aziz, Lopez. I mean, tomorrow is the game for that.
It won't happen.
We're in 11th, and the most we could do is finish 6th, and the worst we could do is finish 13th. Blood fam these people in. Right.
Blood fam.
If there was, I said this about Balogun 3 weeks ago when I didn't know yet we were going to lose the first leg, and I didn't know that we were not going to do it against Fulham, but who the hell did we play last week?
Everton.
Yeah, Everton. But I'm like, blood these motherfuckers in now. Get them 3 or 4 games on the trot, and where the consequence to losing is not that great.
It won't happen.
I know.
It won't happen.
We're gonna see Willian. We're gonna see.
No, I don't think we'll see Willian either.
We're gonna see somebody risked that absolutely should not be risked.
Oh, absolutely. It wouldn't shock me if we see Kieran Tierney. It wouldn't shock me if we see David Luiz. It wouldn't shock me if we see Lacazette. If it's 20 minutes of Tierney to kind of get some, as we would say here, get some reps in, that's fine. But if we're relying on him, right? If we're relying on him from the start, I don't want to see that. No, I've come to my wit's end with this. I'll go controversial right off the bat. He's got to go. I'm Arteta out at this point.
Really?
Yep.
Now
he's got it, and I'll tell you why. Go ahead. What were you going to say?
Rewind the clock 2 or 3 weeks ago when we were in the round of 8 or the 16. Where were you on this? Just for those who don't remember, including myself.
2 weeks ago.
Wavering?
So that was against Slavia Prague. I was like 1 foot in, 1 foot out. I was 50-50. I was like, all right, I'm going to make a decision in a couple of weeks. We'll see, where we are. And at this point, what I've seen,
you weren't saying give him the summer and we'll see you in October.
Nope.
The tape is there or not?
I probably have to trust the process. Yeah, the tape actually probably is there of me saying,
but we don't care about that.
No, we don't care about that. I'm allowed to change my mind. Now, I think the tape probably is there that I was saying, look, give him the summer. It's a matter of getting the players in that are going to fit his system. At this point, I don't even like this. I don't like the system. So getting the players in that fit his system, I don't like the system. The system is set up to win games by a goal, whether it be 1-0, 2-1, 3-2. That's the way the system is set up, in my opinion. And I don't like the system. I
don't know what the system is, and I don't say that in like I've been watching football for 35 years and I don't know what the system is. I'm just saying I don't understand.
You don't, yeah.
Tactics. So what I do understand, and I get repetitive AF about this. What I do understand is what it is like the smell test of whether this team is playing for the manager or not. People talk about, why are you giving Arteta why are you giving Arteta why am I saying Arteta?
Yeah. Yeah.
Why are you giving Arteta a chance when his results are worse than Unai Emery and you hounded Unai Emery out? And the you, of course, means you Arsenal fans, which I am not one of. I didn't hound Emery out. I liked Emery. I appreciated the fact that he didn't embarrass me when my cell phone went off right in front of him during press conference in Los Angeles. I liked the guy, but I saw something that cannot be worked through, which was that the dressing room did not respect him. Yeah. And the dressing room respected him summer of 19 when I was around the team a lot. But by November of 2019, for right or for wrong, they didn't. And you know why they didn't? Because of those rats that we've since got rid of. So I don't hold anything against Unai Emery. I wasn't calling him a failure, and frankly, I never questioned his tactics. In fact, I posted videos from when I was sitting in block 32 in Jack Stevenson's seats in the Emirates against Liverpool, watching Unai and his assistant tag team the yelling at the team and the form. I mean, I posted this thing and it went viral about how much of an interest they like how verbal and expressive they were compared to his predecessor, Arsene, who would just kind of stand there. And I was all about him until he lost the dressing room.
Yeah.
And then it was time to go. So if Arteta loses the dressing room, I'll be the same way about Arteta. But it doesn't seem to me that he's lost the most important people to me, who are Tierney. It's getting smaller. Tierney, Saka, ESR.
Yeah.
I was going to say Martinelli, but I don't know how he couldn't be losing Martinelli at this point. The guys that I see as the future of the club, I don't think he's lost. And so I still kind of feel...
And therein lies a bit of the argument to keep him is the players that he hasn't lost are the players that are going to be here for the long term, or that we expect to be here for the long term.
If those players were posed with the culture shock of new guy coming in, I don't think they would revolt over the new guy either. I think they'd probably play for the new manager, assuming that he was the kind, a Rafa Benitez or one of these young, brilliant people that Tottenham's trying to hire but aren't interested in their job. I don't know that that they wouldn't play for anyone but Arteta, but they're not the type to just bag it in on their club like Ozil was, like Socrates and a number of the other ones were. So Jude is asking you, if we win the Europa, will you still be Arteta out? Like you're making a statement that you're Arteta out now.
Yeah.
So even if somehow we should come back and win the remaining 2 games in the competition and take the thing, are you still? I mean, the answer to this should be yes if you're really, really firm in your beliefs.
I mean, the thing for me is it goes even beyond results for me. It's more the style of play and what he's trying to do, and the fact that he's and here's the thing, in the world of football, it is very much a what have you done for me lately business. You don't get a chance really to bed in your system. You have to come in, you have to hit the ground running, and it's a matter of, okay, these are the players that I have. What the thing that that Arteta did well last season is what it's the exact opposite with him now.
Doing the best with what he's got.
Exactly what he did last year so well at the end of in the FA Cup anyway, and in the Community Shield was what are the players' best attributes and how do I enhance those? And now what it is it's okay. it's my system, and you, the player, have to adapt your playing style to my system. And what he's done,
you really need a combination of both. And I feel the people that are like pointing to all these other situations where coaching changes made a difference. While I dispute that the Chelsea one is a good example, because both times Chelsea have gone from being dire to being suddenly very good, it was because of a change in manager with a team that was massively underachieving.
Right. And so
right now, the Chelsea team that Jose left and Conte took over, was it Conte that took him over?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then the Chelsea team that Lampard left and Tuchel's taken over.
Yeah.
Both of those teams, the individual talent, 11 players together was probably an 88. And our 11 players is like a 65. And so you wouldn't get the new owner, the new manager bounce, I don't think, with this club, because we're just not capable of it.
And we didn't get the new manager bounce.
No.
It was evident last year when we sacked Emery, brought in Freddie for 3 or 4 matches.
Freddie, I don't think he won a single game.
He won one. He won one. He won one because I was at it. It was the West Ham match in December.
And then I came into town and the Chelsea game with the with the error from Leno.
Yep.
Where I fucking ran around trying to find my tickets for the entire first half, missed the Aubameyang goal, and then Jake and I got to our seats just in time to see them score 2 with Leno flappy hand-skiing it. And then the Manchester United game on January 1st, which was one of the best games that we've played under him.
Yeah.
From start to finish. But yeah, we didn't see that bounce at all. except for in the FA Cup competition, which he had from start to finish.
Yeah.
Over the course of 7 months because of the weirdness of it. But all right, so Ramon Mikel is asking, if we keep getting rid of managers like Chelsea, our owner's going to spend the money like Chelsea? No. And Chelsea doesn't even need to spend. I mean, they do, but they don't even need to spend that money when they change managers. It's almost just like a chemistry experiment. Like we have all these great pieces of chemistry. We have all of these valuable metals, but we don't know what solution to put them in to make them optimize themselves. So we'll just keep switching the solution,
right,
instead of the metals,
right.
And
yep,
we got like a bunch of fucking pennies and tuppences with water at this point, and we got to figure it out. We need. Because it's easier to change the solution than the pennies. Now I'm really going way off on a tangent, but we still have a lot of pennies to change. So,
I think it's just I put out a tweet.
I'm committed. I'm committed to somehow thinking that once this season washes over, that we're going to come out of the gates in a manner that and be prepared to laugh at me, in a manner that Liverpool did after the season they were out of Europe. That season where they finished 8th, renewed Klopp, kept Suarez, and then nearly won the title the next season. I'm still clinging to that. And no one knows how delusional I am more than me. So that's all I have, guys. I mean, look, I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going to stop following the club, but like that's all I have is the hope that continues. All I have, because I know that the owner isn't going to sell the club, is the hope that they smartly throw money at the problem to at least, try to get us back. And if we're sitting here next season in 10th again with worse players and worse contracts, and I mean, then I'll probably say the same exact thing. Because I'm that sucker. Sorry.
One question that we ask every year, that we've asked of the last 4, maybe 3 years, is do we want European football? Do we want to go the route that Liverpool went, which was completely miss out, focus on everything domestically, and then come back, that year where we don't have European football, rip roaring, and off we go. And my answer has always been, no, I don't want that, because personally, I'm just selfish and greedy. I want as much Arsenal as I can get, and give me the hammer so that I can just keep hitting myself in the head with it. But it's a bit of a catch-22, because if you don't have European football, you don't get the money. If you have European football, you get the money, but you're kind of that mediocre team that it is the worst thing in the world to be. And with the NFL American football draft concluding earlier today, I'll just say that the worst
Didn't watch a minute.
No.
I hate, so stupid.
But the worst thing in the world you can be is a mediocre team, because you don't get a high draft pick, which means you can hopefully better the team. And if you're drafting at the end of the round, it means that you were successful the year before. So if you're 8-8 and you're right in the middle, what are you really doing? You're just kicking the can, right? And that's where we are right now. We're just kicking the can. We're a Europa League team. And if we're
a conference team right now.
Well, at this point, yeah. I mean, what'd you say? The worst we can finish is 13th?
No, legitimately, the best we can finish now is 5th. Like, I haven't done the whole other people play each other, and so I haven't done the spreadsheet. But from a pure point standpoint, where we can win 15 points or win none, and the people below us could win 15 points or win none,
right?
We can now, at best, we can now finish 5th, and at worst, I think we can finish 16th. Okay. More than likely, we're locked into somewhere between 8 and 12.
8 and right. I mean, That really is. It's the worst. It's the
That's
worst.
why
thing
we're
you
up
can
at
be.
1:30 in the morning drinking
Ugh,
liquor and red wine. Tanner, you want to do something interesting? Both of us, I believe, have been graced by the messages of someone who would like to join us on the podcast over time, and we're going to do it now. Welcome to the podcast, Jordan. Jordan, nice to meet you, buddy. How you doing? Have you?
What's up, guys?
Have you feverishly started drinking since I texted you a little while ago, or liquid
I just
courage?
got a whole lot. I just got a whole lot
No,
fatter, by the way. Jesus.
There's nothing on the East Coast. No, you drank it all. It's gone.
That's true. Yeah, the whole thing's gone at this point. Although I do still have this bottle of Cab, so I got to keep one in the chamber. All right, so
Depends how long.
let's hear it. I mean, like I said, we're not breaking down tactics here. We're not talking about false nines, although that kind of seems to be the topic of the week. We're not talking about overlapping. We're not talking about inverted wingers. We're just talking about, can we fucking beat Newcastle? We've, like you said, I think we've beaten them 115 consecutive times, which means like we've got no chance tomorrow, right?
Yeah, I think that I saw a statistic the other day, something that's been repeated, that we haven't lost to them in almost a century, probably. And I know that we're breaking a lot of records this season. So I think that we can probably do it again tomorrow. Looking forward to it.
So by that, I think we can do it again tomorrow. It means we can pull a loss out.
Correct.
Yeah. Here's how bad it's gotten. And I realize I'm being a bit hypocritical here, because when people come up to me at the pub, back when I used to go to the pub, and I'm getting ready to go again, when they come up to me at the pub, and they don't come up to me, I overhear this, and then I insert myself in their lives. They're like, well, all right, we lost to Liverpool 5-1, but I had Salah in my fantasy team. So at least there's that. And then I become prime 1991 Mortal Kombat. It's like, finish him, because I want the person's teeth to fall out after he says that, and I want to make it happen. And because I'm like, I don't want to play a game where there's any consolation to anyone that I hate doing well. Yet, I will say that there have been times where I will intentionally bet on Arsenal's opponent, like bet real money on Arsenal's opponent as a hedge, an emotional hedge. Believe me, I never root for the opponent. And I realize that people are like, well, I don't root for Mo Salah either. But then afterwards, I'm never even happy afterwards. But like, I do it specifically because I'm cursed with everything I do. If I ever predict Arsenal to win, we lose. If I ever try to bet on Arsenal to win, we lose twice in one game. Like, if I bet on us to lose, we lose by like 9. All those times, that Arsenal's lost by 9. So I tried to bet on Newcastle to win tomorrow as this, like, sacrificing myself for the team. And I'm in Florida, so I can't even bet now because the thing's telling me I'm not in Virginia and it won't let me do it. So plus 260 Newcastle to win. Someone hook me up, and then I'll donate my $50 to that, lose, and then we can have a post-game podcast tomorrow where I'm happy we lost 50 pounds because we actually won a game for once. But am I the only one that does that? Jordan, do you play? First of all, do you play fantasy Premier League? Do you have internet connection?
Yeah, every single year for the first 6 weeks. I start usually pretty similar to the season. I'm right up there at the beginning, cruising along, and then just capitulate entirely, and then just give up midway through the season and can't care less what happens. So
yeah, I hope so, because I want people to give up on their fantasy Premier League teams after 1 week, because I could not hate anything more I love fantasy NFL because it is the only thing that keeps the game interesting for me. But like, are we losing you, Tanner?
Not at all. Not at all. Allergy.
I would have said, "Am I boring you?" But I know that I'm boring you. So
it's just one eye. It's just one eye that's unbelievably itchy.
That's true. So you have an itchy eye. Is that what you're saying?
I have an itchy eye. Yes.
Well, turn over and let me see it. So, are you a fantasy Premier League player?
Me?
Yes.
No. Not at all. I don't play. I play zero fantasy sports. Don't care. Do not care. It doesn't make the game at all any more interesting to me.
The good thing is that I think
What's that, Jordan?
you can actually even bet.
I don't even bet on sports. I don't even bet on sports. I'm probably the oddball here.
I didn't bet on sports for years and years. I used to probably bet on sports too much, and then I didn't for a long time. Then the state that I live in, Virginia, it is amazing to me that Virginia actually approves sports betting. It used to be Vegas only.
Yeah.
Atlantic City, you could bet like at a casino, but no sports because Vegas basically owned the rights to it. Now there's like 15 states that you can bet on sports in, and Virginia, which used to be a state that would never allow you to do something like that, now does.
And Pennsylvania too.
Except I'm in Florida now, which is a state that allows you to do everything else, and you can gamble at a casino. You just can't sports gamble online. So yeah. I'm finding myself without that. Now Ramon's doing it wrong. Every time I bet on Arsenal, I feel like I'm wasting money. I bet on Arsenal every week with my emotions, and I lose most of the time.
Yeah.
I would never bet actual money on Arsenal to succeed because it's like, to me, if I won the money, that would be outshined by the emotional happiness. And if I lose the money, I'm doubly angry. Like there's no fucking benefit to betting on Arsenal to win. There isn't. I mean, some people might say, okay, well, it shows faith in you, but I got enough riding on every game that I don't need to actually put money on that. And it's also a good way to lose money. So anyone else wants to join us, you can come to gooneropenmic.com. It's this great thing that I invented. No one else has ever done this before.
It actually is great. It's unbelievable.
And the joke is that I neither invented it nor am I the only person that does it. But but we do have a special twist to ours, which is that we don't allow 12 to 15-year-olds. We don't ask them if their parents know that they subscribe to our channel, and we don't ask them if they're taking a shit because it looks like they're in the bathroom. Other podcasters with open mic nights do that. We do not. In fact, let's get to some of that.
Lee Gunner likes to claim that his viewership has almost nobody under 18. 2.7% of his views by under 18s. 2.7% my ass. In one video, about 25% of the callers were kids. Enjoy Lee chatting up underage kids about football, talking way too much about children's teeth, telling a young kid it looks like he's taking a shit, telling kids he hopes their parents don't know they subscribe, and calling them real ones and big boys. Of course, unlikely, we won't be showing the faces of children on our video.
Me, so let's get some. Look, this guy's itching to go, bruv. Look, man was gritting his teeth like. What are you saying, man?
At times it's just jealousy. So I wish my team was like them lot.
Unfortunately, mate. How old are you?
16.
So you've never seen Arsenal win a title? Wow.
You know, it's like 6 minutes. I can't even do that. But yeah, I don't even want to show. There's been one person on 300 episodes of our podcast who was younger than 18, and I'm his father, and I said it was okay. So if you want to, if you want to tell me I'm a bad parent, that's fine. But like, we're not going to have random kids on our YouTube channel and ask them inappropriate stuff and pollute their minds. So I just thought I would bring that up because I've had 8 bottles of red wine tonight. Jordan, anything you want to say before we say goodbye? And you're free to join us tomorrow after the game. I'm probably really going to be hungover, so I'm going to need you to carry the show like you are tonight. But who do you start tomorrow? Let's do this. Who do you start tomorrow? Starting 11, or just name like 3 people that you want to see in the game that maybe wouldn't normally get the start, or do you go for the strongest 11?
No, definitely not the strong 11. That makes no sense to me. I think up top, you see what Alba's fitness is like, and if he can give us 60 minutes, assuming that that's fit and ready to start on Thursday. You want to give Alba a few minutes tomorrow. I think that'll be smart. Tierney, definitely a no for me, not at all. I don't know if you should consider, if Tierney is not going to be available on Thursday even, if you should consider the idea of putting Saka at left back tomorrow, just to try the plan out and get him, involved with the.
I'd play Joel Lopez there tomorrow if I could. I'd play Joel Lopez. Now, who goes up against him tomorrow? Is it not Joelinton?
St. Maximin?
Doesn't he play on the left? Or am I? I mean, see, this is how little I know. St. Maximin.
No worries.
Yeah, he can hurt you.
Maybe.
Okay, well, maybe you don't want a U23 player playing against St. Maximin because he's legit. But
yeah,
I just don't see what we have to.
If Shaka's on the left, he's just going to get torched again every single time someone fast comes at him.
No. Willett cannot play tomorrow, which is probably our saving grace. Although it should be like a friendly where he plays the first half for them and then switches his shirt at halftime and plays the second half for us. I think I would like that.
Yeah.
Jalil's going to get some wine. Yeah, I mean, tomorrow should be taken as seriously as a testimonial, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, it really at this point, and I haven't been saying this the whole time. I was still holding on hope for top 6, but some of the results in the last few weeks have made that actually absolutely impossible. So, well, Jordan, if you want to join us tomorrow after the game, you're welcome. It's good to see you tonight. Thanks for joining us. And sayonara. All right.
I actually 110% disagree with both of you
about
who starts tomorrow and how important the game is. I'm one of those that the most important game is the next game. Tomorrow is the most important game of the season, and I know everybody thinks I'm stupid for saying that, but
no. But I will say that's a very college football kind of mentality.
Well, it's a very
that's
American football mentality.
Well, but that's what I mean. Like, in American football, there literally is no more important game than the first one in front of you because it's a closed season. But like, there's not multiple competitions. But I'm saying that not to poke fun at you, but to say that, I know. Like that sounds like an American coach kind of thing. No, however.
But here's my theory.
Do you fuck up your players' mentality when you treat a game like it's not important before a game that is massively important?
Exactly. So when you, I understand that in multiple competitions, and we're going to be in, at the very least, we're going to be in 3 competitions every year, the most 4. But every year we're in at least 3 competitions, and you say, well, you have to manage time. You have to manage the playing time. And so I get the Carabao Cup away versus Blackpool in December is not the most important game of the year. I get the mentality of it. But right now, with the way that we're playing, this game against Newcastle is a springboard into Thursday, because the fact is the last taste in our mouth is this past Thursday, a 2-1 loss, and it leaves a bad taste in the mouth, right? So we need a win. We need a good performance on tomorrow, later today, against Newcastle to springboard us into Thursday.
That's fair enough, but I mean, no one said that we weren't going to try to win the game tomorrow.
Yeah,
I'm only saying
that
it might be okay to experiment with some players.
I'm with you.
I'm not saying play your experienced players who suck. I'm saying give guys. I mean, do what you did in December. Give some guys who have shown sparks of brilliance but never gotten an opportunity to play a top 20 English football team, and give them the opportunity to start getting, as we say, those reps. I mean, again, if I knew that putting Joel Lopez, Miguel Aziz, Martinelli, Balogun, Reece Nelson, even if you want to say, if I knew that starting a team that had those kinds of names in it would result in us losing 3-0, I wouldn't be recommending that.
Right.
I don't know that to be the case, and I don't know how Mikel Gooden either.
Yep.
I don't know that you could say that's going to be any worse than starting the guys he's probably going to start tomorrow.
And therein lies kind of the argument that I've had all year. You start these guys, you give them a chance to go out and play, but he won't do that because he's going to win with the veterans. He's going to lose with the veterans, but losing with them somehow is better than losing with the youth. And I don't understand that at all.
To me, it's not at all. To me,
I agree 100%.
To me, losing with the veterans instead of losing with the youth is worse. The one reason why I would want him fucking out of here.
Yeah.
And that's what makes me that you've just crystallized the only reason why I waver on my let's give him half the season next season, like Luke Howard is saying. God forbid we lose on Thursday, and he treats the last 5 games of this season in the Premier League as I think he should, and then we enter into a summer of the what I'm going to start calling as of this moment the summer of I'm sorry, where we'll see how sorry the Cronkies are. Not that spending money in the transfer market solves the issues, because it doesn't. It will for many people, but it doesn't.
Well,
it doesn't for me.
It won't, because they could spend 500 million pounds, and if we don't get the right players, but they didn't spend.
Well, and he could spend 500 million pounds. We get some of the right players in, and he still puts us into some ridiculous league and throws our values and our all that shit into the butt. So, I mean, yeah. Again, the whole thing about the we care to you, the whole thing about why people are upset about the ESL, it isn't about just spending money, and it was never about just spending money. Even that failed we care to you thing that led to me getting an audience of Josh Kroenke in person, which I still can't believe that happened. But I'd kill somebody to have that opportunity. Trust me, though, the opportunity ended up making me more angry when they apologized for this, because I knew that he knew that this was something that no one wanted him to do, and he basically claimed that they didn't know. Yeah. But I mean, it's one thing to see the comments. It's another to see him talking. I defended him by trying to put things that were being taken out of context into context, and then he went and fucked the whole thing up. Yeah. But anyway. But if he does go through the season of I'm sorry, which is this summer season, and builds a team, do I give Arteta the rest of the season? I might know that better after I see how he handles what are normally called dead rubbers in the Premier League. If we lose on Thursday, catastrophic. But then I say, okay, well, look, can't change it, can't roll the clock back. It sucks. Do I want him to be sacked that morning? No. What I want to see is whether the last 4 games of the season, one of them is against Chelsea. What I want to see if he tries to blood some of these guys in, to see, not in a friendly against Rangers, but in Premier League games against teams that in themselves may be playing either for top 4 or to avoid relegation, although that's almost kind of settled. And get these guys in. If he plays out the string of 4 or 5 games and we see the same retread, if we see Bellerin playing to put him in, I mean, I don't care if it's to put him in the shop window. If we see that stuff, that's going to make me more angry than losing in the Europa League semifinals. And I know that's because I'm not about results. That's going to be clipped and make me look very bad. I'm less about results than I am about having a forward path, because I can sacrifice the now for the future, but I can only do that for so long when the future never comes.
I'm telling you how this is going to play out right now, and you can clip this and you can put it on. You can put me on blast for the rest of the season. But this is exactly what's going to happen.
I don't have the button on my computer that allows me to put anyone on blast.
Where's that button? I don't.
Is it like? Is it
where's the blast button?
Is it like B?
Is it like smashing the likes? Can I smash the
I smashed the likes once, and then I fucking had to spend $2,000 on a brand new computer. I was so pissed off about that. I think putting on blast is like function Control Alt B. But I'm not 100% sure.
F3 with the thumb.
Or F3, yeah, it's a shortcut.
With the thumb. I'm telling you what's going to happen right now. We're going to get dumped out of the Europa League, or whatever the case may be. If we get dumped out of Europa League, and I've had about a bottle of Crown tonight.
Thursday or in the final? Or
Thursday. If we get dumped out on Thursday, we'll win the last 5. We'll win the last 4 matches of the season.
Oh, we've always done that.
We'll win the last 4 matches of the season, and the reason why? No pressure. There's nothing to gain. There's there will be nothing to play for. It'll just be nothing more than window dressing the last 4 games. And yeah, sure, go. Hey, boys, go have fun. Doesn't matter what happens now.
We've done that before. And the last time we did that was immediately succeeding the game where me, 3 years after everyone else, finally said that Arsene Wenger has to go, and I don't care who it is that comes in. And that game was Arsenal versus Swansea in February of 2017. The game before we had played, I believe it might have been, was it an FA Cup game or was it a league game? No, it was an I don't remember, but that was the game where Marcus Rashford came in after like surprisingly coming in Europe over the week. That weekend, he came in and scored a brace against us. And then 5 days later, we had a game against Chelsea at home, or Swansea at home, and lost. And I was like, these players are not playing for this manager anymore. And from that point on, that was February. From that point on, I think the only game that we lost was against Watford in the FA Cup. No, that's not even possible because we won the FA Cup that year. We went on and beat Chelsea in the FA Cup that year. Like something wacky happened that season, and we just went on this ridiculous winning streak at the end of the year. And it's for the exact reasons that you're talking about. It's like, it means nothing.
There'll be no pressure. Yeah. There's nothing left to play for.
Whereas the opposing corollary to that is the year that Unai Emery's first year, where we're in the top 4 entering April and starting with and we're in the Europa League. We're getting past Napoli, and inexplicably we lose to Everton. And then all the individual things start happening. We miss the penalty against Alba misses the penalty against Tottenham, and we draw instead of win.
Crystal Palace at home.
The Xhaka penalty against Brighton.
Brighton, yep.
The Mustafi Ole against Zaha against Crystal Palace.
Yep.
And somehow we won on the last day of the season when it was already too late. So we got like 4 points out of our last 15 or 18 points.
Yeah.
So we are the ultimate, just the we do the opposite of what's expected. We're the contrarian team, which is another betting strategy. If you're going to bet on or for Arsenal, bet on Arsenal. If you're going to bet on Arsenal win, do it after we've lost like 4 games in a row, because then we'll pull some shit out of our ass. But
I am 110. The problem with this club.
So if we don't beat Chelsea, I'm putting you on blast.
Yes. Yeah. By all means, please do. The problem with this club for the last 15 years has been and I'm not even talking on the pitch. I'm talking off it, the behind the scenes stuff. The squad building has been, well, we don't necessarily want to throw a ton of money at the problem, but we also don't want to just bet in the youth and let's see what we have. And if they're not gonna cut it, then we sell them on. It's 1 foot in money land and it's 1 foot in youth revolution. And we never fully commit to one or the other.
That's why I want to see him fully commit to.
Yeah,
I want to see him commit to that.
And Mikel Arteta is the perfect microcosm of this. He could not represent the last 15 years of this club any better. There's nobody that could represent it any better than he does, because he doesn't fully trust the veterans, but he doesn't fully trust the youth. So therefore, it's like, I'm going to rely on the veterans, but wait, it's like last minute. It's like an hour before kickoff, he has, the team sheet in front of him. And I guarantee you when he hands it to the match day officials, everything's scribbled. And it's like, nope, I'm putting this guy. Nope, I'm putting this guy. Nope, I'm putting this guy. Wait, nope, I want to do that. I'm going to go back to this. And you don't know what to do. And then all of a sudden time runs out. And it's like your SAT proctor saying, time's up. Pencils down, give me the test, and whatever answer's there is what he goes with. He doesn't know what to do, and I've been saying this all season. He doesn't trust himself as a coach, not a manager, but as a coach to get the team sheet right. And for him, it's youth. If you're going to go with Arteta, you have to go with youth, because those are the players that are going to buy in to what he's trying to do. If it's veterans, go get a Rafa Benitez. Yeah. If you're going to throw money at veterans, go get a Rafa Benitez, because they're the players that are going to listen to him. If you're going to go with Mikel Arteta, it's got to be youth. Got to be youth. Go find a player, Yves Bissouma. Not to go into the transfer market a whole lot, but come the summer with Arteta, it's got to be a youth movement. You go get Yves Bissouma. Go get. I don't think Brighton will sell Tariq Lamptey right now, but you go try to get a Tariq Lamptey. But you've got to bring in young players. Anybody under the age of 24. That's the age. That's the target age that you're looking for in the transfer window. If Arteta is going to be the guy going forward.
Yeah. And just like Arteta, I'm trying to broker a deal with a 24-year-old right now to come on the podcast, but he's getting ready to go for a run, and he thinks I'm nuts for inviting him on at 7 a.m. That would be Tom Canton, but it doesn't look like it's happening. I've done so much for the guy.
Tom, you got to come on and say hi, man. I've never actually gotten the chance to
I've done so much.
And
I've done so much for the guy. No, I'm just kidding. He would kill me right now. Did I say this on air or off air that I'm probably going to be uninvited from his wedding at some point? I think that was a private conversation that we had earlier tonight. But
yes.
But anyway, how deep into our U23s can we go, though? So you're saying that he won't do it, but if he would, who would you start?
I mean, based on the players that we have, see there again. There's that. Now we're into a separate issue.
Well, we can't start players we don't have.
Right, and the players that should probably, I don't want to say should be here, because they're gaining valuable experience by playing, not being here. But Miguel Aziz, Balogun, are the two names that come to mind right off the bat. So I would have given Balogun a start long ago. I there's too much hype surrounding this kid. We need to see what he's about, because at this point we need to know. Okay, do we need?
It's like he's waiting for round 3 of the Carabao Cup next year to play him.
Right,
and it shouldn't wait that long.
Right. He
wasn't even in the 18. He wasn't even in the 20 on Thursday.
Right. So
we had a third keeper who I've never heard of before, who was in the 20, but he wasn't even in the 20. In a game where we didn't start any strikers.
Yeah. I mean, look, you want you want reason number 1 why I'm now Arteta out. If you as the lead guy cannot see that you are not Pep Guardiola and this is not Manchester City, yet you're trying to play the same system that they play. It's not even playing the same system.
Was it even the same system? Because I didn't know what system that was. It was 4 up front, none of whom were further did we get a single offside in that game? Or were our guys constantly 20 feet behind the ball? To a fault.
Don't think we had an offside. Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think we had, and I could be way off on that. But
I'm actually going to see if I can find that out.
I mean,
but my point is, I mean, offsides are not normally good, but if you're not even within the vicinity of getting offside, then you know you have an issue with your formation.
I mean, this is me tactically. I'll be honest with you. I want 5 guys in defense, but I want 6 guys in attack. You say, well, how is that possible?
Well, you're going to tell us.
I am going to tell you. 5 guys in defense. I have a back 4. I have a back line of 4 plus a defensive midfielder. But that defensive midfielder turns into basically the tip of the iceberg in attack. He joins the attack from the top of the umbrella, to put it into a hockey term. But at the end of the day, it's scoring goals. It's fine. You can be the best defensive team in the league. You could not give up a goal ever. You could keep clean sheets. You could not give up a goal all season long. But if you can't score any goals, guess what? You're going to accumulate 38 points. And that 38 points ain't going to be good enough, right? So the name of the game is to score goals. You got to score. I'd rather win a game 5-4 than win a game 1-0.
Oh, I would as well. By the way, we had 3 offside to their 1.
Was it 3? Okay, wow. Okay.
Callum Chambers was offside once, and Nicola Pepe was offside twice. So I stand corrected. Yeah, we had a fullback offside. Don't know what that quite says, but
it tells you what he wants his fullbacks to do. He wants his fullbacks to bomb forward and join the attack, and I'm all right with that. I mean, look, Kieran Tierney is going to be integral to our attack for years to come. He just is, because that's just the kind of a player he is. But if they're the ones, if your forward-most players are on the outside, are in the wide areas, what real chance of scoring do you have?
I don't know.
I mean, Mike, I'm on tactics. I'm on a tactics rant at this point. Reel me back in.
So let's bring somebody on that knows tactics. Tanner,
let's go.
You're gonna love this.
Oh, let's go.
You can't see the waiting room, can you?
I cannot. No.
All right, so you're gonna love this. Lawrence Emmanuel. 11 p.m. You're looking sharp as always.
The big dog.
Getting ready to get myself prepared for 5:30 in the morning.
That's right. Yeah, 6 a.m. kickoff. 5:30 in the morning. Leaves you just enough time to brush your teeth and your ass.
Just plug up my hair.
Well, I wouldn't worry too much about that. I mean, you follow our lead on that. So
might as well.
What is the routine now versus the routine before? You live in LA, but where in LA? Like I know where I've seen you. I've seen you in Hermosa Beach, but like where do you actually?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not asking necessarily for your
Well,
street
you're going to
address.
stalk me.
I'm gonna stalk you. That's what's gonna happen here. I'm gonna have Hoggy. I'm gonna have Hoggy give me your home address.
Yeah. Okay.
Now,
yeah.
from
I'm
a watching the game standpoint, like what's the routine?
Well, I'm a stone's throw away from the Staples Center. I would say I'm in Koreatown. Some people say Pico Union, but it's more like Koreatown.
You're not in the shadows of Kroenke's brand new Rams stadium, then.
No,
that's far away, right?
Yeah. So my routine tomorrow is after I finish with you, gonna get a few hours kip.
After I finish with you,
get up around about 5:30, and then watch a meaningless game. That means absolutely nothing.
But it's your job, isn't it?
Once a Gooner, always a Gooner, as my Twitter handle is.
That's right.
But as I said, I've got, the game is nothing. We've got to focus on Thursday. That's going to define the season for us.
This is where
and I'm going to ask the question. And Lawrence, I know you've just joined us on the pod, but I don't know if you've been listening over the last 15 or 20 minutes. We've kind of had a conversation about this where there's one point of view that from a lineup perspective, I don't think anyone's claiming that you just bag this game, but do you make your determinations of personnel and starting lineup based on who you think can win you this game, or do you make it based on who you can keep healthy for Thursday? And if you are thinking about Thursday, does that mean you start players to give them a chance for the first time in the squad, or do you play the guys who should be in the senior squad but haven't been playing that much lately to get them minutes? In other words, do you play Willian? Do you play Cedric? Do you play those people, or do you start bringing in some of these guys who have been dazzling for the U23s and not getting playing time at the senior squad?
I think it's a mixture of both. You bring in the fringe players who have been on the subs bench recently, and you also bring in some of the under-23s to give them experience. You save your strongest team for the game that really matters.
I think we can field a fairly strong team of like again, bringing it back about 20 minutes if you weren't watching then. I don't think that starting an 11 that contains, maybe you don't do it all at once. Maybe that's a little bit drastic, but Lopez, Aziz, Balogun, Nelson, like in this game, there's a purpose behind it, which is, bring the Aubameyang, Partey, Tierney, Gabriel, bring those guys on maybe in the 70th minute if you need to get them some time before Thursday, but don't ask them to play 60, 70, 75 minutes. And see what these kids have. That doesn't mean you're conceding the game to Newcastle. You'd be conceding the game to City, but that doesn't mean you're conceding the game to Newcastle. Ryan will be with you in a second, by the way.
There's nothing to play for tomorrow. I
think there could be though if you approach the game from a standpoint of like, we're going to try to do Boxing Day Redux where we reward some people who have been doing well at a slightly lower level and see what they can do at this level before we resign them to starting from scratch in the offseason again. And if we're to lose to Newcastle, say 2-1 or 3-1 tomorrow, with a lineup full of Aubameyang and Willian or those guys versus losing 2-1 with guys who are getting their first opportunity to play on the big stage. There's a very different perception of how that feels in the long term, right, Lawrence? I mean, to me, there is.
Yeah, I suppose so. But I'm just of the opinion that these remaining games in the league are just dead rubbers.
But what do you do with those, though? Isn't there an opportunity there? It's an opportunity that none of us want, but isn't there an opportunity there? That's
I suppose you're right, but I mean, then you risk the chance of these players that are coming back injured. I mean, I'd love to see Tierney play tomorrow, but
I'd love to see him play. I'd love to see him play 90 minutes of every game, but can you imagine the uproar if he comes back tomorrow and hurts himself?
Gets injured.
We've seen it with Lacazette, and we got away with that one. But I mean, you just can't risk that. So we've got this guy Joe Lopez. He might not be ready to play against Newcastle's wingers, but neither might Xhaka playing left back be ready to play against these wingers. So I mean, how much do we have to lose? Not that much in my mind.
As I said, it's a game. There's nothing involved in the game in regards to qualifying for Europe through the league. We're way behind everyone else. There's no way we're going to finish in the top 4. There's no way we're going to finish in the top 6 even, or top 7. So, as I said, if I was Arteta, I would field a mixture of players who've been on the subs bench recently and some of the youngsters, and save our best for Thursday night, because that's the game that matters. No other game really matters.
Yes, I agree.
We need the Champions League in order to get the best players to come to us, because we're not going to sign anyone. If we lose on Thursday, we're not going to be able to get anyone. Who's going to want to come and join us?
That's another debate altogether. But in general, I see your point. Mass Gunner and Lawrence, we're going to swap you out for Ryan in just a second. But Mass Gunner's brought up an excellent point, which is there is something to go by here. The U23 lineup for today's game, and as good as I think all these U23s are, they keep losing in the games that they play. I believe we've lost 2-1 to West Ham today after beating them in a cup game.
Because the best of them are out on loan.
Well, starting for Arsenal today, no Miguel Aziz, no anyone else. But basically, Nick Moeller, who, I mean, no one's considering him a candidate to play for the senior squad in the next couple of months. But in the 18, no Aziz, no Lopez, no Balogun. It was a team of, Bola played, Akinola played. There are some guys that I actually watched a game last week in the U23s, and Amani Richards played, but I mean, none of those guys played. So if you take anything from that, Jacob Knightsbridge, who is a combination of my son's name and the neighborhood I used to live in, if you take that together, maybe we see some of it tomorrow. We might see an 18, and I'm not even sure about the starting lineup. We might see oh my God, it's 6 hours and 45 minutes away. I'm going to do what I did in October. This is going to be just like October. The night before the first Sheffield United game, I was staying in a hotel because our house was being, we had mold. And so we had to stay in a hotel, and it was like 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. And I'm like, I'm just going to drink my way through this early game. Next thing I know, I woke up sitting in a chair, my phone notifying me of the final score of the game. Like, I completely forgot to wake up in time. So, and I'm on the East Coast. Lawrence, you're on the West Coast. I mean, you're not in Cockfosters right now. I know that. So,
I wish I was. Maybe we should field the women's team tomorrow.
Look, at this point, I would try just about anything, but it is interesting. And Mass Gunner, thank you for even bringing my attention to that. That you can always look at the Friday U23 game and know who's not going to be in the 18. This time, it's wide open.
Now two can be in the 18. Later today.
Right, because no one that is in our discussion of people that could potentially be on the squad tomorrow is going to have just played a game the day before. But that doesn't mean they're going to get this game. Lawrence,
right. Lawrence, good to see you.
Yeah. That's true.
I mean, you're with us every Tuesday night. I've never actually seen you, so good to see you, my friend.
I'm sorry, I missed the podcast this past Tuesday.
No worries, man. No worries.
You're being fun.
Wanted to ask.
He's already garnished.
Hey, if you can't be there your wages, don't bother coming at all. All right. No.
He's garnishing.
Okay, whatever.
He's garnished your wages for that one already. And
yes.
What do you think about? Can I just ask you, what do you think about this Daniel Ek offer? Do you think it's actually going to happen, or
before you answer that, this is what we want to do tonight. I don't want to just talk about Newcastle. Ask us about any freaking content, and it doesn't even have to be about Arsenal. This is just us drinking and riffing. So I'm glad that you actually asked that, because like it takes us off of the path of talking about like starting 11s and shit like that. So and because you've just asked another good question that opens up the conversation, I'm going to bring Ryan on and we're going to do a quad, because Ryan Cost from Indianapolis, a man who I've met both stateside and in London. Good to see you, buddy.
Good to see you. Good to see you, Peter.
Are you back in Indianapolis, or are you still in St. Louis?
No, I'm in Indianapolis.
Hey man, turn the lights on. What's the problem? You're
my girlfriend's sleeping.
I was just gonna say, is your boyfriend sleeping over there?
My girlfriend's sleeping, so
look, I've met her. Tell her to just deal with it. All right.
Yeah, really, man. Come on.
All right. Give me 1 second.
Peer pressure, baby.
Also, damn, he literally like went off camera to do that. He was like,
yeah, fuck it, I'll do it.
We're the Gooners Pod, breaking up marriages and relationships since 2016.
Since 2000.
All right, so the question remains unanswered, and I believe it was directed at you, Tanner.
1.8 billion was never going to get it done. If that's the opening salvo, that's one of those. If you're playing FIFA, the opposing manager laughs at you and walks out on the first offer. Says, we're not even going to end it. This is dumb.
It's derisory, which is my favorite word of all time.
Not even going to honor the conversation. You got to come if you're going to do something like this, man. You got to come correct. And 1.8 ain't coming correct. You got to come. The minimum he should have come with is 2.5, in my opinion, because that says, okay, you're now giving us more than what the club is valued, because I believe the club is valued at 2.5 is valued at about $2 billion. Mike, you're the finance guy. I could be wrong.
In some circles, it was considered valued at 2.8, but
okay.
That valuation was before the annual net losses. I mean, there's so much that goes into it, but the point is, Daniel Ek probably knows how to go about acquiring things. And the Bearded Gooner and Magic Cabernet Mike, the only thing I can acquire is a hangover. So, like, and Ryan, you've seen this before. So, like, I don't think that we should, like, chastise him for how he's approaching this. I think it's fair to say he's got a very low possibility of actually having it work. I do think we can now say that it's legitimate interest, but who knows whether it's going to actually work or not.
But on that point, didn't he do it the wrong way? Because he came out after the riots, and then he came before the not riots but protests.
No, I love that you called it that. I wish they were. I mean, no, I actually
before the protests he came out and did his tweet about it, and then shouldn't he have done it back channels? That's the way usually these things get done.
We don't know that he's not. We don't know that he's not doing a back channel. He did. Well, all he's done is a CNBC interview, which was about Spotify, but we knew where it was going to go because Jim Cramer, which I didn't realize, is apparently an Arsenal fan, which makes me embarrassed to be an Arsenal fan. But
yeah.
Jim Cramer asked him the question, which we all knew was coming. In fact, they teased it because before they even got to it, they showed a picture. And I was like, did I miss the discussion about it? And then they got to it. Daniel Ek said all the right things. He gave a perfect interview for a CEO on a financial channel to give. That doesn't mean squat, but it could have meant the death of it.
I mean,
he didn't kill the deal on that interview. So no, I'm actually
on the other. See, I kind of take the opposite stance on this. He's going very public with this, and he's saying, "Look, I'm going to put pressure on them, and at the end of the day, if nothing else, I'll embarrass them."
Well, and that is smart, but he can't.
The protest would have embarrassed him more than anything.
No,
protest isn't going to do a damn thing, Ryan, man. It really isn't.
The protests, and I hate to say this, if you
I'm not saying it shouldn't be done.
Do it over there. That's great, but
let's not get that wrong.
If you want the protests to embarrass Kroenke, you got to do it here. You have to do it in front of SoFi Stadium because not Arsenal.
Yeah, Lawrence.
Let's not get this fucking twisted. Arsenal are not the crown jewel in KSE's crown. We are
it's
not.
It's the Rams.
It's not even the Rams. It's that fucking stadium.
Yeah. Lawrence needs to get out there with some signs that have all caps on them. They have all capital letters. You knew, but you knew I was going to go there. You knew I was going to go there. It's 2:30 in the morning. I love you, man.
Yeah.
No, but I don't know. I don't know how much. I mean, it's one thing to have 3,000 people outside the Emirates. That is a massive statement, and I hope that.
Yeah.
I hope
they're doing another demonstration on Thursday before the game.
Thursday,
long may that continue. However, it's that alone that has to be part of the effort.
Yes.
That alone is not going to change any minds. But I also don't think it's. I mean, look. I'm very connected with Arsenal America. I know, and like Mass Gunner said, I know that there are some influencers such as Sophie, and I would love to join her, and I'd love to act like my influence was greater than it actually is.
Where's she at right now? She should be on here with us right now too.
She's knackered by this time.
I'm sure. Yeah.
But I mean, you're not going to get 3,000 people. You can get 7 people. You can even get 50 people, but it won't have the media coverage. Or am I completely wrong that 50 Americans protesting outside of KSE headquarters in Denver would actually be more impactful than 3,000 because it's so unexpected? I don't know.
I think the thing that
none of it's going to make them leave. The thing that's going to make them leave is
an offer,
the public pressure, and more and more Arsenal legends coming out in solidarity against.
I mean, look, if you get a statement, if the rumors of getting Henry, Bergkamp, and Vieira on board with the project. Now, understand,
are they ready for that? Are the Kroenkes ready for that? Because they know people are angry, and they know people are going to line up on Hornsey Road outside the Armory and on Drayton Park. They know people are going to do that.
I mean,
And they don't give a shit.
what this is, Mike,
But-
and Ryan, I think you'll get this as
When
well.
they got the guys with the statues in front of their goddamn stadium,
right,
saying we want a change, that might be the thing they can't survive.
What this will be is, and Lawrence, forgive me, got to get my hockey references in here. But what it'll be, it's actually
Ryan appreciates those.
Yeah,
as a fan of a Kroenke-owned hockey.
Yeah. It's actually so.
Turn your head around,
Mike. What you'll is it an Avs hat? Noise. The old Nordiques, baby. Let's go. When the Penguins were in bankruptcy in the late 90s into the early 2000s, Mario Lemieux, everybody thought Mario Lemieux bought the club. Mario Lemieux didn't buy the club. He put money into the club, but Mario was the face of it. And Mario was the guy. He's the club legend that comes in and puts his face to the ownership and says, I'm here. I'm doing this. He wasn't the money that saved the club. And but he was leading the charge. This is a little different where Daniel Ek is the money. He's leading the charge, but the face of the ownership is going to be Henri Bergkamp Vieira. Now you got to go get Ian Wright involved. Now you go get Tony Adams involved, and you bring these guys in. Now all of a sudden you have pretty much the five most influential players that have ever put that shirt on their back saying, we're involved, we're here to be a part of ownership or at least be a part of the board. And now we move forward, and now we really put pressure on the owners to say,
and Ryan, that places the Kroenkes in a position where not only do they have to start quelling a fan revolution, but they have to start quelling a legend revolution. And in that position, they're meant to try to explain to people while their stewardship of the club is more important than Ian Wright and Thierry Henry and all that. It really isn't something I considered that strongly until tonight, but now I'm actually starting to get. It's because I've had 94 bottles of wine. But
I think a strategy like the players could take is what the Atlantic Mystics did, or the Atlantic, the women's NBA. The KSC needs a scandal like that for them to really get pressured from the American side. Because NFL players, the Rams won't play for them if they had a scandal like that. Would they?
Yeah, but you can't. Okay, so what Ryan's talking about is the Atlanta Dream are a WNBA franchise, and I think they're the Atlanta Dream. I apologize if they're not. Their owner, who now is a congresswoman, was involved, and I don't want to get political here. Honestly, I might be the odd man out in this foursome. To be honest with you,
you're never the odd man out, cowboy.
You are odd, I'll tell you that.
I'm very odd, yeah. You know that, but Kelly Loeffler, who used to own the Atlanta Dream, was very, very unattractive to the fan base of the team. Let's just put it this way, based on her political views, policies, things she voted for, ran on, so on and so forth. And they basically all stood up.
Is she the one that lost the Senate race?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. I'm like, wait, why do I know that name? But
she lost the Georgia runoff race.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yep,
she was the specially appointed person.
Yes.
Who then had to run for re-election.
I was like, wait, I know that name. Why do I know that name?
But when she was appointed and hadn't yet run, she was her platform was completely discriminatory and undermining the entire team. The team stood up against her. This, that, and the other thing. Ryan, if I understand what you're saying correctly, it's almost like the best thing that could happen to the Kroenkes leaving is if they were to have been found doing something wrong
just like the LA Clippers owner previously.
Right, and that's been brought up before as well. But you can't manufacture those situations.
No, you can't. But
we need a way out of Kroenke that doesn't rely on that. If that's our only hope, then I'm a little worried.
But that's the way the Americans could get along board with it, I think, because it would involve the Rams getting involved.
Well, who do you mean by the Americans?
Like NFL teams, the NFL owners, and the NFL team of the Rams and the Denver Nuggets. They would get behind that if a scandal was that big of a situation for them.
So
They wouldn't
so
play.
You're talking about us. All right. So you're talking about all right. So I just want to understand correctly because I've had 91,461 bottles of wine tonight. The number keeps getting bigger, Tanner. But so you're saying that if we're just looking at Kroenke's American sports properties, of which you are a fan of one.
Yeah.
I mean, and I'm not using that as a weapon. I'm
No.
just saying. If he were to be found in violation of some sort of social thing that made his fans uprise against him, he could have his ownership in jeopardy, like Donald Sterling did.
Yes.
For the Clippers, where he was hounded out of ownership over being among the worst racist people I've ever heard of in my life in sports ownership or anywhere
Not that
else.
I want that to happen, but I think that's the biggest motivation.
But
given the times,
in saying that, you're almost saying that like, the only way of getting him out with Arsenal is if something like that happens, right? I mean,
I think so, because
so you
I don't think an offer would get him out.
You don't think that the legend power, if it really coalesced the way that we are kind of speculating, it could. You don't think that would play a significant part?
It might play a significant part, but it's not gonna. It's not a dollar sign.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with Ryan on this. Go ahead, Lawrence.
As someone who's been through all of their careers, like, do you think that has any influence over that?
Yeah. I just wanted to ask you. There's talk that Boris Johnson is going to bring in legislation to punish the owners of these big six clubs. So, do you think they could drive Kroenke out of the club? If they brought in legislation, I don't know, to freeze their British assets, or
this brings in the question of whether you think government should get involved in private industry.
Right. See, I as
know
much as I would love to see it happen. No, I as much as I would love just under about any means necessary to get Kroenke out, I don't want it to come that way because boy, that sets a really bad precedent. Boy, all of a sudden now you're talking, you own a small business in England, and now the government doesn't like what you're doing, or somebody goes to the government, complains about the way you run your business, and now the government comes in and says, well, guess what? We're going to make you run your business this way because some Yahoo over here complained about it. I don't want that.
As differently situated on the political spectrum as I am with you, Ryan, and you, Tanner, and I respect you both, but I happen to know from private conversations that we have different views on things. I don't think government should be getting involved in private industry either. And so but
maybe we don't disagree on as much as you think.
Well, I don't think government should be getting involved in free speech either. And there's a difference. And there's a difference in how that works over in England versus how it works here. With it's very, very nuanced, but like.
But
that's
going back to
that isn't the right way to get Kroenke out. The right way to get Kroenke to sell is someone with the right amount of money, someone who gets a coalition together of people who will absolutely unite the fan base. I mean, the fan base is not united right now. They're pretty united against Kroenke out. They're pretty united against Kroenke out, but not even 100%.
Well, and let's even dissect that for a minute, Mike, because there's a portion of the fan base that just that are Kroenke out, but that are also Americans out. They don't want us to be a part of this, and that's a totally different. That's a separate. But to highlight the division within the fan base.
At the risk of opening wounds that have already been closed.
No. I'm simply pointing out that you know what would have happened if I'd have been there.
What
would have happened if I'd have been there.
Let's not go there.
But the fans haven't been united for like 8 or 9 years now. This isn't a new thing. This goes back to Wenger.
Yeah, no, And unfortunately, the fans have another reason to be at odds with each other because our team is in shambles right now.
Yeah.
The one thing that most people agree about is that we would rather have a different owner. On whether how we get there and who that new owner should be, and whether the grass is greener on the other side. Nobody necessarily knows what the right answer to that, but the unity is missing one thing, and it's missing. I mean, we've heard Daniel Ek has these people that are on his side, the Vieira, Bergkamp, Henry, but there's been no comments from those three.
Right. That's a big thing.
We need honestly, if and I understand it's not that easy because some of these guys. I mean, we've met Ray Parler on Arsenal summer tours. Does he work for them? No, but does he have a relationship with them? Yes. But he's a representative of the club. He indirectly, yes.
And yeah.
And there are a lot of guys like that. So I mean, I think Lee Dixon is a candidate. I think Alan Smith is a candidate. I think Ian Wright is a candidate. Ian Wright has a lot of interaction with the club. So I don't know what the politics of all that are, but Arsenal, sorry, Lawrence, I just got to get this out.
Yeah, sorry, no worries.
No, I want to hear from you, but Arsenal are made of a legendary stock that does not exist in other teams. I mean, Chelsea would have to go back to Dennis Wise and then they could skip forward to Ray Wilkins and Didier Drogba. I mean, there's so much fucking time missing.
Yeah,
we can go right now from the 60s straight through to it would make a difference. Cesc Fabregas, and get a panel of people who are like, you know what, we care about this team, and we think a change is necessary, and I think that if it could be coordinated, if it could be done right, and maybe Daniel Ek knows how to do the PR game, that would put more pressure on the Cronkies to sell than another 600 million pounds would be. And when you consider my little thing about capital gains taxes, which are about to change, the whole confluence of that, maybe something can happen. Lawrence, over to you. I'm sorry.
That's all right. You were mentioning legends. Ray Parler. What do you make of his ambush of Robbie of Arsenal Fan TV? Because I thought that was sort of disgraceful myself.
It was out of line in the setting that it was in.
Yeah.
My comments on AFTV are very nuanced, and most people can't understand nuance. I know 3 or 4 of them, of the guys who are regularly on there, and I don't know the rest. I don't love the platform. I don't really know what the platform is at this point. It's evolved and changed over the years. It's not just the same 4 people on. It's watch-alongs now. It's a lot of communication with other clubs. Honestly, I don't follow it that much, but I know a few people. I know Robbie personally. I know Lee Judges personally. I know Troops semi-personally. I mean, we've hung out, we've met a few times. I know I've met DT a couple times, and I know Lee Gunner, who's not affiliated with them anymore, but I know him fairly well. Some of those guys are people I would invite to a family gathering. Lee Judges is one of my best friends in Arsenal world. Robbie, I don't know that well, but we get on pretty well. He's made some mistakes. The thing he said about Cass Pennant was not smart. And he knows that. But he's not the sole owner and profiteer off of the channel either. There are people behind the scenes that have always been people behind the scenes who dictate the channel more than Robbie does. Yet Robbie's the public face of the channel, and he gets the criticism over it. Troops, he doesn't give a shit about what anyone thinks of him, and that's probably a good thing because
that's why he's landed at Barstool.
Yeah,
because he doesn't.
He's at Barstool.
Yeah, his latest endeavor at Barstool isn't doing him any favors. However, if he showed up at my house, and he may in the next 2 years once he starts touring. I mean, the Barstool thing was about him going to different cities and watching Arsenal. It wasn't about him standing in a studio
in a studio in New York,
with his friend and screaming out loud. I would still have him. I would have him in my house because I've met him. He's expressed concern about me when I actually had some troubles. I like these guys. What Ray Parler said in that setting about AFTV was incredibly hypocritical.
It's an ambush.
Well,
journalistically, and here's the thing that Parler has to understand.
He was on TalkSport, which has itself created a marketability out of taking the piss out of Arsenal fans.
Right. Well, to be fair,
I mean, Adrian Durham could have been on that podcast, and it would have been the only way that could have been more hypocritical.
Journalism in Europe, at least when it comes to sports journalism, anyway, is non-existent. The integrity of it is non-existent.
It's gotcha journalism, and I've seen that firsthand.
It is.
I've seen that firsthand in 2019 with the Sun.
All you need to do is wait for the summer transfer.
Thank you, Philippines. Thank you, Tubbs from the Philippines.
Wait for the summer transfer window to roll around, and just, you know what? Fun experiment. Count the number of players that you see linked with a transfer to Arsenal this summer. That will tell you all you need to know about journalistic integrity in Europe. I know journalists who work for The Athletic. They cover the Penguins here in Pittsburgh, and I'm good friends with these guys. I mean, good friends. They've been drunk, and I've driven them home. Good friends with these guys. They are journalists. There are two guys.
I have good journalist friends. I have good Arsenal athletic journalist friends who have driven me home because I'm drunk. No, I'm just kidding.
But you want journalistic integrity. McNicholas, Amy Lawrence, David Ornstein. They're it. That's the standard. Anybody else, piss on them. They don't.
No. I would add Watson Wheatley to that.
Chuck Watts. Yeah. I've
basically anyone that's been on our podcast, I'm going to add.
Goal is reputable, but back to the point of the TalkSport Ray Parler AFTV thing. It's a bad look from a journalistic integrity standpoint. What Ray did to AFTV, whether you agree with what Ray said or not, it's ambush journalism, and it sucks.
Do you remember what the topic of that interview was?
It was the takeover.
It was the ESL
or the ESL. Yeah.
Like, what does that have?
What does that have to do with AFTV and the fact that everybody thinks that they want Arsenal to lose? And I'm telling you, much like you, Mike, I have talked to some of these guys after matches outside the stadium. I've had a meal with Robbie and Troops, and to just sit and talk with them.
I've had gumbo with those motherfuckers.
They're good dudes. They're good dudes.
And I'm not bragging. I'm not fanboying. I'm just saying that, like, if you get to know them when they're not shooting video,
Lee Judges saw me in the club after the Danny Ceballos Burnley match, his first Arsenal home game. After the match is over, Lee Judges sees me. I'm in the club level. I'm having a beer after the game, and here comes Lee Judges walking at me, just grinning ear to ear. And he's looking right at me. I'm like, does he?
That's all he has is ear to ear.
Does he even know who I am? Yeah. Does he even know? Why is he looking at me? Does he even know? I mean, he's like, and hey, mate, there you are. How you doing? And I'm just like, wait, what? And I kind of fanboyed out for a minute because I love Lee. Except for that picture on the left. Wow. Jesus. Look, hey, Lee, save some for the rest of us, will you? Good Lord, man.
So, all right. So, with
what? Yeah.
Lawrence asked a very good question that was not meant. I mean, we're not trying to fanboy out, but the point was, as with everything, it's nuanced, because I get why people hate AFTV, and I get what I don't like is when people just throw the baby out with the bathwater, like
where's it at? Come on, where's it at? There we go.
AFT, that's not a British phrase. You still don't understand what the bell is all about.
Yeah, the bell's it's a British phrase. That's not a British. I've never heard that in America.
All right. So anyway,
Bath. That's a British thing.
The point is, individuals can like have traits that are not that of a larger thing. Like, not everyone that works for the BBC has all the characteristics of someone that works for the BBC, whatever the case is. So we've just completely gone off the track of what you were asking, Lawrence, which is about Ray Parler. I didn't think that was really the fact that happened on Talk Sport was hypocritical. The fact that happened in an interview that was nothing about that was hypocritical. It was gotcha journalism. They've apparently patched it up, and I couldn't care less whether they do or not. I don't live or die by that. But Lawrence, what do you think about it?
I just feel, like I said, disgusted and embarrassed because I looked up to Ray Parler. In my eyes, Ray Parler was a legend, part of the Invincible team. But what he did to Robbie, I've just lost total respect for the guy.
For good, though? I mean, like, can you get past this, you think?
Well, I saw his apology. I thought, well, he's bound to make an apology. And sure enough, someone said that he went back online to make an apology. But the apology was so...
They exchanged their videos and they've quashed it. But, like...
I saw the apology that but the damage was done. The apology was so insincere. It was like the apology the Liverpool owner did the other day after the
like Josh Crocky's apology.
Yeah, it was just so fucking insincere. And as I said, I've just lost total respect for Ray Parler, which is a shame because he is an Arsenal legend. Whether I might have a different, view of it later on, who knows? But I'm just totally upset. I mean, I've met Robbie when he's come out to Los Angeles. He interviewed me after
Did you stay with Manias?
I wish I did.
By the way, I saw him on Wednesday. He picked us up from the airport on Tuesday because he's here in Florida now.
Oh, okay.
We went out on Tuesday night. Steve Manios, very, very good friend of Gooners overseas and domestically, has moved from LA to South Florida, where I may become his neighbor pretty soon. But I know you know who Steve is, so thought
nice guy, Steve. Yeah, I used to watch the Arsenal games with him down at the Fox and Hounds pub in Studio City.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but whether my opinion of Ray Parler will change in the future, who knows? I just think it was a cowardly act. And as I said, the apology he did online was so insincere.
It seemed like someone planted that seed. And I'm not saying he's not capable of making his own decisions or anything like that. I don't know him very well, but
But to begrudge a man of making a living, I mean, Robbie's not in it for the money. He's in it to give Arsenal fans an opportunity to voice their opinions.
And that many, many people may not agree with. But that aside, I mean, I'm saying that's a statement that I would imagine a large number of people would disagree with. But that wasn't the setting. I mean, it was an interview between two people who are involved in Arsenal one way or the other, whether they should have been there or not. One is an Arsenal legend. The other was a person who was associated in the media with Arsenal for one reason or another. And, it wasn't an interview about a person's channel. It was an interview about something that the owners had done. So it just seemed a little bit odd. In the style of that, though, if there's any other questions in the chat from the 18 of you that are in here at 3:00 in the morning Eastern time,
God bless you.
Just waking up. If you got anything Arsenal or non-Arsenal related that I mean, we could talk for probably 30 minutes about any random thing.
I had something.
Yeah, Ryan, I'm sorry, we haven't heard from you much in the last 20 minutes.
Hey, Ryan. Ryan, shut up. Stop talking.
Was it fair for fans to leave Arsenal if they were to join the ESL? I thought so because I was gonna do it.
That's an interesting question. All right. So let me reset this. And by doing that, I want to give some background about you, or I want to ask some background about you, because this is different for any person. Lawrence, we know, is Arsenal grown cockfosters, Piccadilly line, and now is an expat. And I'm asking this for data purposes, not for judgmental purposes. You're in Indianapolis. How long have you been watching Arsenal?
Since probably 2010.
Okay. And all right. So you became an Arsenal fan in 2010. You've been watching religiously. You've come over to watch the team in person. I know that for a fact.
Yeah.
Massively invested in the club. And a lot of people said, if this goes through, if we do this, I'm done. I'm either going to find another team or another sport. Personally, I ain't got another team or another sport that I can get. I mean, look, I like Sutton United. I think it's cute. I love the fact that they might actually get promoted to League Two this year and be in the FA after being down there 4 or 5 times to watch a game. I love it. But look, Arsenal is the alpha and the zeta for me. And
the omega.
Yes, even the omega, because zeta is not the last letter of the Greek alphabet. Thank you very much. Sophie would have corrected me over that, but they're everything to me. So if they're being run the wrong way, if they make a mistake that changes the course of the club, I'm sorry. I'm in. I can't help it. But a lot of people with a lot of history and a lot of credibility from an Arsenal supporter standpoint, and this is where I'm Lawrence, I'm going to put you in that category, have said the opposite. And so what is it? What is that? What does it take for you to say, I'm not going to support this club anymore, I'm going to support another club? Lawrence, like what would it take?
Well,
would the ESL have been the final thing? Is relegation what would do it? It would take away the integrity of the game. Basically what they're saying is, we're going to have this league. It's going to be a closed shop. These 12 teams or whatever, no matter where they end up in the league, they won't get relegated. They'll still have a spot. And you would have no longer been a supporter of Arsenal, or
yeah. I mean, as I said, it's the integrity. Because there would be repercussions.
Let's take. I mean, this is a competitive standpoint. Let's take what happened to Rangers in the SPL.
Yeah.
Rangers, I mean, different things, different reasons, different backgrounds. But Rangers went from being a perennial, derby, old firm for the championship for years and years and years. They went to being what, 3rd division or 4th division in Spain? In Spain,
I think it was League 3. It was
the 3rd division, which is called League 1 in here, but they were basically in the same division as Cowdenbeath, which used to be my favorite Scottish football league club. But I saw them on CFAX every week, and I was like, Cowdenbeath, attendance 315, like literally just 315 people. I thought it was great, but if that were to happen, would you still be the fan of the same team? I bet that Rangers. I mean, I know that Rangers fans didn't give up on Rangers when they got dropped down 2 divisions. They waited 6 or 7 years for them to get back to where they are now, which is winning the Scottish Premier League. But like, I'm just fascinated by the concept of, I'm gonna stop following my football team. I don't know how to do that.
For me,
it's the way it was done. It was the way it was handled. Out of the blue, these teams said they were going to break away from their respective
divisions. It was so
divisions.
not out of the blue, though. That's what bugs me. It wasn't out of the blue. But I hear what you're saying, and I'm sorry for keeping interrupting.
For me, it was.
And Ryan, we'll go to you after Lauren.
Okay.
Yeah, as I said, it would have killed the game in England. I know that, because what incentive does that give teams like Burnley and Watford? Teams that want to get up to Burnley are in the Premier League, but to progress to higher up the Premier League, or they want to get promoted to the Premier League. It's basically sticking two fingers up to every other club, saying that we're going to cast you aside. We're going to do this. We don't care what you want. It's all about money at the end of the day. It's about greed. That's all it is.
But isn't football already about that? And do you care that much about Watford? Like I'm just being devil's advocate right now because I agree with the sentiment, but you're very upset now, as I am. But you're pointing towards competitive disadvantages and money, whereas don't a lot of us wish that we spent more money and created more competitive disadvantages?
Yeah, but this takes away the competitiveness. Football.
So does the money that's been in the game for the last 15 years, right? I mean, I'm just being devil's advocate.
Football has been around for over 150 years. And the beauty of football, as opposed to any other sport, especially American sports, is that you have promotion and you have relegation. There's an incentive for a team from a lower league to make it to the Premier League one day. As well as that, on the other hand, if you don't do well in your respective division, then you get demoted to the league lower. No other league in any other sport does this. It's a closed shop. You don't have promotion or relegation in the NFL or the NHL or the NBA or even Major League Soccer, and that's the beauty of the game. That any team on its day can gain promotion and one day live their dream to play the likes of Arsenal, Man United, Liverpool in the Premier League one day. What they are doing here, they're saying, all the big teams are saying, fuck you, we're going away. We're going to set up this league where no one can get promoted in. It's just going to be us.
Teams could get promoted in, but those five teams could perform. Those 5 teams could perform better than the 15 members, and not get.
I mean,
usurp that position.
Just take this season for example: Leicester, West Ham, and West Ham.
West Ham. Yeah.
If the top 6
and all of a sudden they have to qualify.
Right. If the top 6 in the Premier League were the founding members of the Premier League and could never get knocked out, then we'd be 11th and Leicester's 3rd, but they would have to requalify and we wouldn't. And that's crazy. Yeah. I mean, there's no question that the way that it was set up was not sporting. But
I mean, I remember
the irony though is that with all the we need to do what Chelsea and Manchester City are doing. That sentiment smacks opposite of we need to make the game fairer so that the Watfords and the Cardiffs and the Bournemouths of the world have a chance to continue to play in the tops. And I hate to say that because I think the ESL idea was awful. I want to go to Ryan though because Ryan's been waiting patiently. To get this down.
Sure.
See, that's where I disagree with you, Mike. Like.
Well,
that's on ownership.
Ryan, thank you for joining us.
No, but like the Watford ownership is different from the Arsenal and Man City ownership. That's because of owners not spending money. That's completely different. If you had a more financial, oil-rich Watford money, then you'd be promoted and be up there.
I love that I don't know. I love that I don't know this person personally, but that he knows enough about me and the multiple thousands of bottles of wine. Sorry, Ryan. You're destined to just continue to be interrupted by me.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
But like, going back to the ruining of the game, it's a base of meritocracy. Like if it's ruining meritocracy, then it's not worth it, and that's what the ESL was, ruining meritocracy.
Do you think that, Ryan? You think the bigger issue? I mean, I don't want to I don't want to take this away from the people who have grown up in the English football life. And this is why I'm asking you, because you've spent 11 years in the English football life. Meritocracy, when a club is not in danger of losing the meritocracy, is like an easy thing to be concerned about. I'm just playing completely devil's. At this point, it looks like I'm in favor of the ESL, and let me just explain to you, I am not. I am not at all. I'm just saying, like it's weird for us as Yanks and fans of American sports franchises in an era
But
where
American sports are
we just had an entry
built
draft
differently. They're built way differently.
What we like about English football and Arsenal and world football in general is that it isn't like American sports. I know. I mean, that's what you and I are here to say.
Yeah.
But yes, Vivek, we are on live. But yet we've never. I mean, Arsenal as a football club's never had to worry about being relegated. Like the closest we've ever been to being relegated was 4 months ago.
Yeah.
I remember the mid-70s.
Lawrence, I was about to say, I know that's not legitimately, literally the truth. I know that we have escaped relegation in many cases. I just mean in recent memory, in the last 30 years since George Graham came along, and maybe since Bertie Mee was here, we've not been 17th and scraped through for a long time. So sporting merit is something that's easy to toss around, and I'm not minimizing it, but I wonder if we had a different owner, would the sentiment be different about how this ESL thing went down? Is it being used as the final straw? And this is me having 941,271 bottles of wine tonight. But is it possible that we don't care that much about sporting merit? We just want these guys out.
I don't think so. I think at the core of it, we've always loved the way the Premier League and the FA is set up. It's based on merit. So I don't think it's the ownerships that. I don't think so.
Am I officially now too drunk to be asking a reasonable questions, Tanner? I mean, was there any devil's advocate to that, or was that just a dumb question? I need to know.
No, there was some devil's advocate to it. There was definitely devil's advocate to it. Go ahead, Lawrence.
Yeah, I remember a similar thing happened about 40 odd years ago with cricket. I'm not talking about the dart game. The world's version to baseball, where an Australian businessman called Kerry Packer tried to set up a World Cricket Super League and steal all the best players from all the countries around the world to play in this Super League of cricket. And what happened was that all these players who signed up for it, they got banned from playing cricket, not only for their countries, but for the teams that they play for in their respective countries. And they're saying that if the ESL goes ahead, that the players will not be able to play in the World Cup or the European Championships.
Well, we never got to flesh out how real of a threat that was. That was kind of fascinating, because if that thing had gone on a week or two later, there really would have been lines drawn in the sand by UEFA, by FIFA. It's almost a little disappointing that everything folded as quickly as it did, because I wanted to see where these players fell on this.
It's a bit sick and twisted in my head, but I was actually very curious to know where they would come down on things, because there is no higher honor.
Do you want to play in the Qatar World Cup? I mean, I know if you play for Manchester City where you stand, but do you want to play in the Qatar World Cup, or do you want to play in the European Super League?
I mean, what's the Perez the Madrid president or whatever he is. Oh, he went to if UEFA bans them from the World Cup, we'll just make our own. Like, okay, yeah, sure, go make your own. And you know what? You'll be laughed at.
Did you hear about like why he wanted to end 90-minute matches? Because younger people aren't watching.
Because of the 14.
Oh yeah.
Don't have the mental capacity to pay attention.
Well, essentially that had to do with the fact that a 90-minute match on FIFA lasts about 25 minutes.
And apparently we watch porn too much, but I digress.
Well, we do.
I mean,
especially you and me, Ryan. Ryan and I,
face.
Ryan and Tanner, yeah.
Jesus.
Tanner's beard is actually a tissue. So, Lawrence, you seem like a
little known fact. Ryan has actually starred in his own pornographic films. A rare and pleasant stranger.
Jesus.
Oh, I could do this for days.
I would bet. Oh no! Oh, with those things like a League of Ramones,
shitty gangbang.
I would bet that we are the only Arsenal podcast who has ever uploaded their content to Pornhub. we literally it was Andy's idea, but and then as always, Andy has the ideas, like the podcast in the first place. And then I join in and I go over the top with it. And I think he knows that.
You just take it and run.
I know. He basically has found a person like if he wants to murder someone, he'll be like, I think this person needs to be murdered. And I'll be like, oh, I'll do it.
He's the idea guy.
You're the. Lately, I'm the idea guy, but he was the original idea guy.
He's the idea guy, but you're the executor.
He's like, let's put this. Let's get on Pornhub.
The executor.
Let's get on Pornhub, and I found a way to do it. And so we had 2 podcasts on Pornhub. We didn't want to put any of the ones with like we didn't want to upload Lee Dixon's podcast onto Pornhub because we're like that might get us into trouble. He might not appreciate that, but some of the ones
we're so off the rails right now.
Yeah, we uploaded our podcast to Pornhub. It was there for like 3 years. I even uploaded a video of me brushing my teeth onto Pornhub. I really don't understand why, but things like that happen. And then recently, Pornhub went through this whole thing where apparently they brushed off all those videos. No pun intended. They brushed off all those videos where if you weren't verified, then I don't understand the whole thing because I don't get involved in porn per se. But I mean I'm happily married, father of 2.
He was fluffer of the year in 2016.
Well, we don't talk.
Oh dear,
Tanner, that was something I shared with you privately.
Oh, what you don't want to talk about your AVN award for Indiana Jones in the Temple of Poon.
Lick my arsenal. I mean, that's all you gotta. That's all you gotta do.
The Joy Suck Club.
Yeah. All right. So it does appear that people are now waking up in England to this at 8:10 in the
morning. Tremendous.
Can we talk about Tottenham?
I want to catch those bastards.
No,
I really do.
What was your reaction when they fired Mourinho a week before the League Cup final?
Why wouldn't you say sacked?
All right, sacked.
I mean, we don't want you to change your language for us. We do that for you.
Okay.
I mean, who gives that guy the contract that they did? $30 million a year, guaranteed, to the point where when all things go to shit, they can't even get away from that money. They have to spend the money on him anyway. I mean, what? That's just a Spursy move for me, and it worked out even better than I possibly could have imagined. Now look,
because they're missing out on ESL money.
Are they ahead of us in the table right now? Yes, but They still fucking suck. We suck worse. And they did nothing, in the words of Jose Mourinho, who used to say, I feel nothing. Nothing. I did nothing wrong. I saw nothing. Nothing. NUSSINK is exactly what he did for Spurs. And I kind of wish he hadn't been sacked. You know, I've been at Arsenal games where Crystal Palace fans were chanting, we want you to stay, Arsene Wenger, we want you to stay. So look, you know, that's just banter in football, but I wanted to see how far he could take that team down, and they actually got rid of him before he could do it. Who are they going to bring in? Ten Hag's not going to be the guy. It's going to be like Nagelsmann, right? I mean, they're going to throw another $30 million. No, that's right. That's right. So it's going to be probably it's going to be Tanner.
Yeah, right.
Tanner,
no, you could be the inside man for us.
Tanner, if they
inside
offered
man,
you $10 million quid a year,
drop them down
to coach them, you would do it
and bring them down to the 20th so they get relegated.
If any Arsenal fan tells you for $10 million a year they wouldn't do it, they're a fucking liar.
Lawrence,
fucking Christ, man.
Lawrence, with $10 million a year, you could get a new haircut.
with 10 million, I could buy shares in Dulux.
Well done. Well done. Well done.
And we're not even sponsored by like some razor company, even though, you know, it looks like I should be. But
yeah.
Ryan, what do you want to happen with Arsenal? That's all I have for you at this moment.
I want Champions League back really badly. I think, and this is why I really came on, was like I wanted to get your guys' opinion on why we played ESR as a false nine when we've never done that system ever. And why ESR as a false nine would work did make no effing sense at all.
I'd rather talk about porn, but as we are an Arsenal podcast, we probably shouldn't defer questions about the ridiculousness of what happened on Thursday. I started this podcast more than 2 hours ago by saying, and we may just stay on until the game time. I mean, Tanner, do you have a pregame podcast that you're doing?
No, okay, I wasn't expecting to be up this late, but I've been.
Yeah, this might be the pregame podcast.
At this point, it is the pregame podcast. So.
I didn't want to talk about Thursday, but you know, look, we probably should. That lineup, this tells you what I am. I thought that that the front line was fine. It was a different look, and it would confuse them, and that I was worried about Xhaka in the back against
Chukwueze.
Against Chukwueze and who was the other one? Moreno?
Foyt?
Gerard Moreno.
Yeah. But I didn't know that the front 4 or 5 that we were playing was going to be like barely getting over midfield the whole time. Like I did not realize there's a false 9. There's playing someone that's normally not a 9 in the 9, which is what I thought they were doing with Pepe. And then there's just not even bothering to play an attack. And that's what we did. It looked like we were playing for a 0-0, and within 5 minutes that was out the window, and we did not even adjust to that. So so I was less than pleased. Lawrence, do you want to have your say on that now?
Well,
where'd you watch the game? You watched the game from home?
Yeah, I watched it on live stream.
Lunchtime, 12 noon.
12 noon, yeah. I don't know why he keeps playing Smith Rowe and Odegaard together in the same team, because it just doesn't work. They're both playmakers, right? And
we've seen it work.
The games that they, what?
We've seen it work. We've seen it work, but not with the formation that we had on Thursday.
Yeah.
We've seen it work brilliantly, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah,
it works with Lacazette.
Yes.
Yeah.
Works when you play number 9.
But then you add Ceballos into it, and it just doesn't work with ESR and Odegaard.
It was never going to work. And look, the bottom line is when you go ahead, Lawrence.
Ceballos is about as much use as a bacon sarnie out of bar mitzvah. You know.
You expected me to laugh harder to that because you said bar mitzvah.
Ceballos is as useful as a one-legged man in a butt-kicking contest.
By the way, JW in the house. Do we honestly want Champions League? More 10-2 results against Bayern. Champions League does not even generate that much money unless you win it. You had me until the last sentence.
Yeah, that's not true.
Champions League generates more money for getting through the group stage than it does for winning the Europa League.
Yep. You qualify for the knockout stages in Champions League. You've already surpassed the money you'll make for winning the Europa League.
For winning Europa League. And you've tripled it or doubled it for getting to the final of the Europa League. And you've blown it out of the water for getting knocked out in the round of 32 as we have been in the past. So do we honestly want Champions League? Are we potentially – we're not going to – are we going to be the second team in the 4 in the group against a European –
If we win Europa, I would imagine, because we'll be in the number 1 pot.
That's an interesting thing. Yeah, we'll be the guy. We'll be in the number 1 pot against like a Dortmund in the number 2 pot, who's probably should be normally a number 1 team. But is that absolutely true? When we win if we win the Europa, we're in the number 1 pot, just regardless of our coefficient.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I think that is true. So, but So all right, and because we can't finish top 4, that would be the only possible outcome. So we'd be in a group that would essentially be the easy group, and we might get our asses spanked, but we'll also potentially get players over the summer. Winning the Europa League is worth every fucking moment of effort that we could put into it.
And Arteta bottled it on Thursday.
He came very close to it, if not.
So something interesting just came through on my phone. We talk about the formation and what Arteta's tactics were and what his thought was with ESR as a false 9 on Thursday, this, that, and the other thing. And let me tell you what Arteta is going for. He's hoping, much like what Pep does with City, to produce goals from the midfield. Let me ask you guys a question. Where do you think, just shot in the dark, total
guess, have 2 goals from the midfield.
Where do you think that falls in terms of of Premier League production? Where do you think we are if you had to take the 20 teams in the Premier League?
Wasn't it last?
We are dead fucking last. And he thought being dead last in producing goals from the midfield, excuse me, that somehow or other we were going to produce goals from the midfield with guys that don't score goals, with Odegaard and ESR. That's not their job. That's not their role. Their roles are playmakers. And Lawrence, you're absolutely right. They're playmakers. They're playmakers when they're out there. That's what they're good at.
And isolating Pepe on the left was just insane with just no progression there going on the left side, no one behind them or anything. And then my other thing was why not change it up at halftime? You saw it wasn't working.
Well, you saw you all. I would imagine you all saw my tweet. This isn't. I have to say I'm sick of the Arteta's out of his depth. He doesn't know what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. If he didn't know what he was doing, he would have changed things at halftime to try to figure out what it is that he's doing. He knows what he's doing.
So doubling down's your answer?
Yeah. So he's doubling down because he's stubborn. That's his problem. He's not out of his depth. Understand, he's a good coach.
But he's admitted that changes work sometimes.
He's an awful manager. Awful manager.
He's a novice. He's a novice.
He is, but his problem is his stubbornness. He knows what he's doing. And his system with the right team, Manchester City, will work. It's not going to work here.
ESR isn't KDB, and we all know that.
Right.
He knows that.
He does, yet he persists with it. Why? Not because he doesn't know any better. He knows better. He's stubborn. He's forcing his system on a group of players that can't play it. Last year, the run into the FA Cup final and winning it and then winning the Community Shield was, well, I need to play a system that fits the players. Now it's, okay, now I need to implement my system. It's the same group of players. So why would you change that? Why not? You haven't built a team that fits your style of play. So why wouldn't you build a system that fits the style of play that best accentuates your players? It's stubbornness. He knows what he's doing. And this is, and I'm splitting hairs with this.
He's shown incredible stubbornness, and it is the most Wengeristic part of his personality, except he has not earned it.
And mark my words, Mikel Arteta, at this point now, and I am Arteta out, he is going to be a brilliant coach. He will figure out the managerial part of it. He's going to do it somewhere else. And this fan base, 80% of them, 85% of this fan base is going to be, we didn't give him enough time. Look at what he's doing over here. We didn't give him enough time.
Do you think
he's going to take second? He's going to take second division.
20% of our fan base doesn't know how to delete their tweets about having him out. So they can't be 85% of our fan base because there's going to be.
He's going to take Santa Clara from the second division in Spain, and he's going to have them qualified for Champions League in a decade. And
do you think he should be sacked if we lose to Villarreal?
I think he should be sacked at the end of the season. As soon as we play our final match, the very next day, he should be given his walking papers.
I don't know about that.
And the cert, you can't let it drag on.
I don't know.
You can't let it drag. Look,
and that goes back to the earlier question, which puts you on the spot, which is, if he turns this Europa League around,
no,
you still fire him.
No,
I don't.
You didn't even answer that the same way earlier tonight.
Me?
I don't think. Yeah.
No.
Did you?
Yeah, I absolutely did.
You said he wins the Europa League. You still sack him.
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, yes.
That's the only defensible answer when you say that now, because then it's not about the outcome; it's about the fact that it's already been decided that he's not the man to go forward. I can't get there yet. You
either have to, if you're ownership, and here again, this is the 1 foot out the door, 1 foot in the door, however you want to describe it. But this is ownership saying, okay, you're the guy for the job, but we're going to hamstring you in your ability to do your job. And Arteta's a guy, he's shown that he is going to be a coach / manager who is, this is my system and this is how we're going to play. Whether I have the players to play it or not, this is the system we're going to play. Not, okay, well, these are my players. What are they good at? And how do I create a system that best represents their abilities? That's not going to be him.
Do you think if he does go, that Edu should go as well?
That's different. That's different.
Because Edu might be more at risk than Arteta at this point. I know that doesn't. He's not the guy that's out on the training pitch day in and day out trying to coach these players.
He's the one that gets the players. He's the one that's signing all these Brazilian players.
But
but he's giving players to Arteta who Arteta then isn't playing.
So
like it's weird.
So what it becomes is, not to go all American here, but American sports, you have a general manager, you have a director of scouting, you have a head coach of your team, and they should all be in cahoots with one another. And the most successful teams, that's how they're run. That's how this works. You have the head of the director of scouting. Your head scout is the guy that puts the lists together that came from the head coach that said, this is the kind of player that I want in this position. This is what I need. Then that list goes to the general manager. The general manager looks it over. And then what does he do? He goes back to the head coach and says, here's a list of players that we have. These are my recommendations. What are your recommendations? Now we talk about money. And that's where the decision gets made on who comes into the team.
For that argument, you have to fire Edu. You have to go a different route.
Well, what they need is whoever is going to be in Edu's role. If it's Edu Gaspar, he has to be the guy that says, "This is the kind of team we're going to be." So now I need to go find a head coach that's going to play that style, because if he doesn't play that style, and Edu and my head coach are doing this in terms of style and the kind of team they want to be, nothing's going to get done. So who do you blame? Do you blame Edu because he hired the coach that doesn't fit his style, or do you fire the coach because he didn't fit the style that Edu wants? So I don't see them as a tandem. I think the players that we've brought in are good players. I just don't think they fit Arteta's style. So now what I think you need to do is you need to bring in a coach. Edu needs to bring in a coach that's going to get the best out of the players that he brought in.
Who are they? Let's talk about Edu for a second. Who are the Edu signings? We know for a fact that Edu did not, whilst he was hired in the summer of 19, he had nothing to do with player personnel,
right,
until the January 2020 window.
Didn't he? Wasn't he the one that got us to sign Martinelli?
He was instrumental in it.
If he did, it was not in the capacity of sporting director or whatever his current position is. He wasn't hired with the club yet. It was said in July of 2019 that Edu basically had been hired, but he wasn't starting the job yet.
Well, because he was still working in his role with the Brazilian national team.
Right. In other words, Edu had nothing to do with Tierney. That was being worked on already. We know that was Leahy. That was Raul. And as was Pepe, for better or for worse, as was Luis. But Martinelli, I could see how Edu must have possibly had his fingerprints on that, just because of the South American element of it. But when Edu really came on the job, which was, the first transfer window he was on the job was January of 2020. From that point on, it was, like JW said, I mean, Willian, the finalizing of the Mari and Cedric deals that were started by
Ceballos loan.
The second Ceballos loan, Gabriel, Partey. I'm not saying they're bad. My issue isn't that he's done a bad job. It's just that, and the renewal and the tying down of some very, very important players in our potential future, who maybe we will get to see at some point in the next 94 years, like Balogun and who else do we? Bukayo Saka and all those guys. So the jury's still out when it comes to Edu. Whether Edu and Arteta are a formidable combination or not, it's not looking so positive over that. But Melvin wants to ask. Let's go to some user questions here. Melvin wants to ask: has Arteta improved as a manager over the last 12 months if he started out as a novice? It depends in my brain whether you consider the quality of the players or not. I mean, a manager should improve the players that he has to a point. But how much do you forgive a manager, Ryan, if the players that he has are not interested or willing or capable of playing the way the manager wants? Is the manager's a job? That was my first major slur of this. I don't mean like a racial slur. I mean, I fucking slurred my word. Is the manager always supposed to change his ways for the benefit of the players he has in front of him to make the team better at that moment? Or should he portray the system he ultimately wants to play and just wait patiently as the players bounce around and eventually fit that system?
No, you as a manager, you have to adapt to the players you have. You can't act like you're the Lakers when you're the Knicks. It's just not possible.
Knicks are actually good now, but I see but I know your point. Wizards.
Yeah. Like you just can't. Like you have to fit the system that best portrays the best talents of their abilities.
Because Emery got that same criticism though, like because Emery was like, you should change everything around to fit under Ozil. I mean, like, I wouldn't even say that was Emery's issue. Ozil bipolarized people by saying the team should play to Ozil instead of Ozil playing the team, and I fought that sentiment to the death because I'm like, you cannot make it about one player. We're Arsenal Football Club, and
Emery also had other issues that he couldn't properly communicate with the team and everything. So I think that's a different situation.
Fair. Lawrence, I mean, like, would you Arteta, do you believe let me break this down. Do you believe Arteta has a style of play that he wants to play? Yes or no answer to that before we go into the nuance.
No. He's been at the club.
You don't think he has a vision of what he wants to do?
No.
You think he's just shooting from the hip?
He keeps chopping and changing the team. I mean, how many times has he kept the same team for the next game? I can't remember one time when he's selected a settled first 11. He's always chopping and changing. And that's why we're in the situation we're in now. Because after being in the job for 18 months, he has no idea what his best lineup is.
It is weird that I actually agree with you on that. I mean, it's not
as hell frozen over.
It isn't weird that I agree with you. It's just that as a guy who's generally been like Arteta weight, I'm not going to be Arteta in or Arteta out. I'm going to be Arteta weight, and that's like the most dumb, lazy thing to be, and fence sitter thing to be. But that's who I am. I am what I am. If I really felt confident that, how far is he in now? He is 17 months in. 17 months in, if he doesn't know what his desired style of play is, then you got to get rid of him like before the game tomorrow.
He knows what his desired style of play.
Well, and that was the question. While you were up, I asked Lawrence, and Lawrence is like, I don't know if he knows what his style of play is. Apart from the players he has to play it, apart from like execution and psychology, does he know how he wants to play?
Yes.
I've got to think he does. I don't know why. I don't know why he doesn't
He wants to dominate. He wants to dominate possession. He wants to create scoring chances from the wide areas. He wants his fullbacks to overlap with his wingers, creating mismatches, overloads, things like that. He wants to feed the ball back toward the middle, whether it be through a cross or a cutback.
I just spilled wine all over the fucking desk. Right?
Great.
It was bound to happen.
But that's the style that he wants to play. Formationally, he wants to play a 4-3-3.
But should he do that? Should he do that with the current players that he has? I say no.
No, he shouldn't. And therein lies the problem. The stubbornness of recognizing that this is a team full of counterattacking players, because this team's best attribute, top to bottom. Now, sure, some players don't have it, but if you look at the players that we have, especially in attack, their best attribute is their pace. That's their best attribute. So what do you do? So what does he do? So it's not even that the players don't fit his system. They're in direct contrast to what he wants to do. Our players' best strength is their pace and their ability to get up the field. He wants us to slow down. And all you have to do is look when Bukayo Saka has the ball in his foot in 25 yards of grass in front of him to run into, and what does he do? He stops. He stops running.
All right, so what is the system in world football that benefits from slowing down then?
All you have to do is look at Manchester City. That's what they do. That's the style that he got his coaching.
I'm asking.
That's what he wants to do. He wants to play the same system, the same style that Pep plays. It's possession based.
He knows that our players are not half as good as theirs, though, right? I mean, he does know.
He
that.
has to.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. He thinks that he can coach them up to do the job, and he can't because he's relying on.
He thinks once he gets his players in, he can do that. But he's and this is the debate. This is the debate about Mesut Ozil again. It's like if you have a system in mind, should you push that system down the throats of the people you have and wait for the people to fit the system?
50% of the viewers aren't going to want to hear me say this. 50% are going to love me for it. Mesut Ozil,
Chelsea till you die,
would thrive in this system. He would thrive in it. Now
I'm among the 50% that doesn't even want to hear that.
If he put in, the caveat being if he put in the effort, that's the caveat. But this is the kind of system that Mesut Ozil would thrive in if he puts in the effort, if he puts in the passion and the energy that's required. He thrives in this. This is exactly the system that is perfect.
I just came close to making a joke that would have actually absolutely gotten us canceled right now, but about a player who would have benefited from being in our team right now. All right, I'm not even going to go any further. You were saying?
I just if Ozil would put in the time and the effort. That's the problem. Because I bet Arteta would have loved to have given him a chance until he found out that he didn't want to. He did give him a chance.
Right, he did. He did for 13 games.
At the very beginning of Arteta's tenure here, the best player in this squad was Mesut Ozil.
I don't know about the best player. He finally got his first assist with me in the building on March 7th, 2020, right before the last game played against Fulham.
JW,
you were there too, Ryan.
Yeah. JW just put a comment. 2015 Ozil might thrive. However, and that's exactly it.
Yeah.
2015 Ozil might thrive.
An Ozil type player would have done well in this situation.
I love him.
Odegaard type player would have done well.
Odegaard is a nice healthy mix of Emile Smith-Rowe and Mesut Ozil. Emile Smith-Rowe wants to go at you. Mesut Ozil wants to survey everything and sort of see what's going to happen before it happens. That Mesut Ozil's best attribute was his vision. That was Mesut Ozil's best attribute. Being able to sort of see the play before the play actually happens. Emile Smith-Rowe wants to make the play. Odegaard is a nice mix of both. Doesn't quite have the vision of Ozil, but he also doesn't quite have that take-on ability of Emile Smith-Rowe. He's a little bit of both. So you have a player in Emile Smith-Rowe that doesn't really fit Arteta's system because it's possession-based. It's cerebral. You have Odegaard who fits it better, but not 110%, in my opinion. I would love to keep Odegaard. I'll tell you that right now.
What attributes of mine do you think would
this counters your argument of playing veterans. You wanted youth for Arteta's system, but now you want to play Ozil?
No. I'm not saying I want Ozil. What I'm saying is that if Mesut Ozil would put in the effort, Mesut Ozil could have thrived in this system had he wanted to play. He didn't. He doesn't want to play. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying I want to play Mesut Ozil because I don't want to play anybody that doesn't want to put in the effort to be great. And he didn't want to do that. He had his moment in the sun, and now he's done. He doesn't. Football is secondary to him now.
Do you think, Tanner, if Alexis Sanchez was still at the club,
my God,
this would
Alexis Sanchez would run through a wall. He'd run through an armored tank division.
But
I think Alexis Sanchez wouldn't necessarily fit the system.
Would he play for Mikel Arteta? That's the question.
I think so because he played with him.
I think so.
Where would you play him, and how do you think Mikel Arteta? Yeah, well, yes, and I'm not taking a stance on this. I'm just asking. I'm facilitating. where would you play him, and what role on the team in Arteta's setup when it comes to leadership and the locker room dynamic would he have?
He wouldn't get a lead from. Oh, good.
Go ahead, Ryan. No, Ryan.
For me, it would be a 4-2-3-1, and he'd be on the left wing with Odegaard in the middle and Aubameyang up top. Maybe Lacazette. Because he's a better hold the ball player.
Yep.
He can't hold the ball like he just holds the ball better. So that's what I would do.
And we're talking about like 2017.
Yeah.
Alexis Sanchez with Alex Lacazette, Odegaard or Emile Smith Rowe in the middle, and Bukayo Saka on the right, or Pepe on the right. What you need is this. You either have your two wide players being either, Pepe, Saka, in this situation, Alexis Sanchez. You either have those players as the go at you players, and then the 9 is the guy that's going to hold things up and connect everything, or you have the wide players as playmakers trying to feed the ball into the middle to the 9 for the 9 to score. Now, the thing I like about Arteta's system is he wants to spread out the scoring. His system doesn't want to rely on a 25-goal-a-year striker. His system is, instead of 25 goals from my striker, give me 17 or 18, but give my midfield anywhere from 8 to 15 a year and spread the scoring out. So instead of one guy who is the threat and everybody knows, hey, just get in front of him, just take away his space, you're good. I want 4 guys who you say, okay, who do we stop here? Who do we focus on? So that's what's made Pep so successful throughout his coaching career is having an attacking 4, really, where you just don't know where the goal is going to come from, where the shot's going to come from, because any one of them could create to be able to take the shot. But the overwhelming similarity, the one common denominator in Pep's system has always been that hold up 9 player.
Lawrence, where would you have Sanchez?
What's that?
Lawrence, where would you have Sanchez? Where would you have Sanchez if you had him?
I'd have him in the dog park.
No, I would have him in the middle up front with Pepe on the left and Aubameyang with Pepe on the right and Aubameyang on the left, and then I would have.
You'd have him in the Lacazette position then.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I mean, a lot of the work that he did for us would have kind of been taken out of the picture, though, by him being in that position. I mean, he's the guy that would create those crosses that he did from like flat-footed crosses with no backswing to his leg at all was one of the unique things about him. And if he's in that center forward position, he's not able to contribute that.
All right, I gotta go, guys.
Uh-oh. Can you turn the light off?
Yeah.
All right, Ryan, thanks for joining us. If anyone in the chat wants to join us, go to Google Open Mic. Ryan, take it easy, bud.
Yep,
Love
you too.
Yeah, I was just saying, I mean, when it came to negotiating those contracts for Ozil and Sanchez, we should have got rid of Ozil and kept Sanchez.
Yeah, but that's a lot. I mean, there's a lot of hindsight in that. I know how I felt at the time, and
most of us wanted Ozil to stay. Most of us thought that was going to be the best.
Because Ozil hadn't shown his true colors yet, and Sanchez had. So, I mean, Sanchez was dead to me by that point. I wanted him gone.
The one thing with Alexis,
it wasn't a matter of his play. I was just like, this is, I'm not having this anymore.
It was his attitude.
And Ozil was like, oh, I'll stick. You know, I mean, his team figured out a way to be the knight in shining armor.
Right. Yeah.
Welcome, Big Steve.
Oh, chubby for the kids.
Stevie, look, we're fresh off of a big argument tonight with some dumbass.
He's deleted all his tweets, by the way.
Did he really?
He has. He's deleted all his tweets. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see that. I've been off Twitter for the last 6.5 hours, but
so have I. But
so that was fun.
Wait. What am I missing? Who's deleting all of their tweets?
Steve and I got into it with some 18-year-old Chelsea fan who doesn't.
I saw that. Whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, look,
all Arsenal fans think that they have the best players and the best manager in the league, yet they're sitting mid-table. It's like, well, no, we don't. And he was like, well, who's better, Aubameyang or Werner? And I'm like, well, at the moment, based on this season, even in his worst season, Aubameyang.
And I disagree with you on that. Almost like saying, like, in general, I know who I'd rather have on the team. But,
same.
If you're basing
I'd
off
rather
the
have
season.
Havertz over both of them.
Right.
I think Havertz is quality. But
and then he goes to
Tierney. And he's like, who's better, Tierney or Chilwell? And I'm like, well, there's not a lot in it, but I prefer Tierney. And then he's like, oh, this man's contradicting himself. And I'm like, well, hold on. And I was like, I'd have Kante over Xhaka. I'd have, Rudiger over, who did I say Rudiger over? Rudiger over Luiz. I would have...
then he goes Gabriel over Christensen. Like he was just, he was like picking out the worst Chelsea players.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I'd rather have Havertz over Willian. I'd rather have Ziyech over, I listed a bunch of Chelsea players who I thought would walk into our team. And he's like, nah, you're contradicting yourself, fatty, blah, blah. And I'm like, wow. Like, all right then. And he's hiding behind a picture of Eden Hazard, of all players, Eden Hazard in a Chelsea shirt.
It's like most people on Twitter rep our heroes. And I'm like, well, first of all, you spelled it wrong. You spelled "you're" wrong, and you're clearly 6 because you're repping somebody that doesn't even play for your club anymore. But anyway, always good to have you on. I don't know if this is going to be successful or not. This transitioned into a thing, Tanner, and I think you're probably texting me to tell me otherwise, but. I was thinking about maybe this would go until the game.
There's no way.
No, we're almost at 3 hours. I'm ducking out to go to bed, so I'm not even sure I'm waking up to watch.
I was just about to say I'm gonna call it a night because it's almost 1 o'clock here.
If I could get enough, I mean it's 4 o'clock here. If I could get enough people for the next 5 hours, I would stay on, but. And I don't even give a shit if we're talking about Arsenal. I would just talk. But if there's no one going to be on, then it's not just going to be me alone talking to people.
I like the conversation earlier about all of Tanner's porn film names.
That's right. Look,
did you see mine in the chat? Harry Cocker and the Philosopher's Bone.
Harry Pooter and the Sorcerer's Bone. Yeah, I always heard it as Harry Pooter.
Oh yes, sorcerer over there, isn't it? Because you don't know what a philosopher is.
Yeah. My personal favorite is one that I starred in called Gladiator. Mike, I could do this for an hour. I swear to God.
Yeah.
Well,
it's not even 9 o'clock here. It's not even 9 o'clock. And
big trouble in Little Vagina.
Yeah. Oh Christ! I like Shitty Gangbang. That was a good one.
The Hung and the Restless.
This is about the easiest one I've ever seen. Shaving Rhymes.
Oh, Shaving Rhymes. Privates, absolutely.
Yeah.
The Hills Have Eyes.
I mean, JW. I mean, like nothing personal, but come on. I mean, that's
low hanging fruit, man. Come on.
Speaking of low hanging,
right?
Lawrence, how you doing, man?
Hey, Mike. I was just going to say, I heard they're going to do a new film about you, Magic Mike 3.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I will dance on top of a bar with my shirt off if we win the Champions League one day, and I will officially do a Magic. Yeah. Me, Steve, Tanner, the three of us are going to, I mean, the bar will actually crumble underneath us.
Yeah, make sure it's reinforced.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but we're gonna do that. All right. We do, you know what? I often ask for user questions and then I often ignore the user questions. So we actually have some. If you're on the panel and you're looking for a way out, just tell me. We're not holding you hostage. As long as I have someone on with me, I'll talk. But when it ends, I'm done.
Okay.
So
yeah, Mike, I'm gonna dip out. I got a couple of puppies looking at me here that I think I'm keeping awake, and they want to.
Like actual puppies, or have you got a female in the room?
Oh, actual puppies.
Not puppies like what Jerry Lawler used to call puppies.
Puppies.
Puppies. I got two puppies right here, but they're.
Oh, absolutely. They got kept them awake, and they.
Tanner, who in the Arsenal podcast universe, and we know a lot of good. We've met a lot of good people.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Who that was born as a male has the biggest tits, you think? I mean, it's got to be between me and Danny, right?
I mean, I've got some pretty hefty titties.
I know. I
don't even know what to say to you right now.
We're not.
By the way, I
want to bring you into this world, but I'm not
you
sure.
Know what, Mike? You know what, Mike? I'm going to get my beauty straight.
Lawrence doesn't want his brand to be ruined by this kind of conversation. So.
Yeah.
All right.
It's a pleasure speaking to you guys. Take care.
Thank you for joining us.
In the Arsenal podcasting world, who has the biggest man boobs?
Yes.
I mean, I've only ever seen yours, and I've never seen Danny's. But that's another show for another time.
I mean, the crazy thing is Lee Judges is really skinny, but he's got enormous tits.
But he's got
it's crazy.
Boy, he's got a nice little rack on him, doesn't he?
Oh my God, he's incredible.
I'm out. Before this goes off the rails, I'm out. I have potted myself sober, by the way.
That was a big mistake.
What do you think's going to happen with the game later? Before you go, Tanner, what do you think? Do you think Arsenal are going to get a win? Do you think,
Steve? You know what I think could happen? I think there could be a fucking moon landing at this point. Like I have no idea what to think. I seriously, like I think a football game is going to start, and for all I know, they're going to end up like playing fucking cornhole. Who knows? I just have no clue what to expect with this club. You think they would win, but honestly, like I'm not even sure I'm going to wake up for it. I'm going to go to bed. I'm not sure I'm going to wake up for it.
Yeah.
I really, like, at this point, not sure I care, to be honest with you. So
well, I've just misspelled the link for joining the podcast.
Oh, excuse me.
There we go. This was a poorly conceived idea, but it's been fun.
It was brilliant. It was a lot of fun. Yeah.
And there's 21 people watching. And I'm seeing people wake up. Kirk.
Yeah.
Big up. Then come on the podcast. Look, this is the
time. In here and take my spot. So
this is the time. And JW, great pod. It ain't over unless you want it to be over. This pod will not end until there's no one willing to talk to me.
One man left standing, and it ain't going to be me. Mike, good to see you. Steve,
Tanner,
good to actually face to face meet you, brother.
Yeah.
We'll talk soon, guys. See ya.
That is, man. So,
Steve, we're gonna carry this now, man.
Yeah.
We're going to game time. We got 5 hours to go.
Yeah, I know. I tell you what, I mean, 2 o'clock kickoff, I don't mind, but because I'm straight out of hospital and I'm having to get up early and do meds and shit. Like normally on a Sunday, I'd sleep until 10, 11 o'clock. You know, sometimes I sleep right until like 5 to 12, and then like when we've had 12 o'clock kickoffs, and I'm like, shit, the game, fuck. And I'm like,
I love how bent out of shape people over there get about the 12 o'clock kickoff. Like, I mean, I've heard people. I mean, I've heard everything from fucking douchebag McGee.
Well, it depends. 12 o'clock on a Saturday is is usually fairly inconvenient because, as you know, we are a nation of drinkers. No one likes to get up unless they have to before 12 o'clock on a Saturday.
The thing is, we love getting up and drinking at 8 o'clock and being drunk by 12 o'clock on a Saturday. That's what we love over here. It's like, oh, we can be drunk by 12 and then the game comes on, but that's our 12. That's your 5 p.m. game.
Yeah,
but
but
also 7 a.m. game.
But also saying that for match goers, it's also inconvenient because if you think, I mean, I've been up in Sunderland for a 12:30 on a Saturday, and you think the people that are traveling that can't necessarily afford the hotel overnight and everything, that's a fucking ball ache. That's like leaving London or the South or anywhere, 5 o'clock in the morning. That's bollocks. It's so inconvenient. Oh, shut up.
We haven't known each other for long, but you got to know that I'm not feeling bad for you over that. I mean, like,
no, of course not.
We would get up. We would get up. We would go to the game. We would stay the night beforehand.
Mate, honestly, I mean, like,
I would stay at your mom's house. I mean, like, it would be,
Well, I've never seen you there, so you're certainly hiding well.
I do. I'm very hard to hide, but when it comes to under your mom's bed, I do a really good job of that.
But I mean, with preseason tours, ask some of the other guys. Like I rarely, I was morphined up and a day off of surgery, and I was the one thing I watched in hospital. I was in there 3 days. I had no energy to watch anything. I had my iPad and I had to put the football on. I had to, and unfortunately, it was Arsenal Fulham, and it was an absolute fucking drain.
Saw that one coming a million miles away.
I remember I must have felt like I was there watching it for about an hour and a half, and it was 20 minutes in, and my head was all over the place. But I watched it. Pre-season tours, I'm getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning to watch us in the States and stuff. And, I've been doing gigs before, and I've had like my phone or my iPad on the side, and I'm just sitting there, playing a bass line, and then we've scored, and I'm like jumped to sort of cheer, and my hands have gone all over the place, and everyone's like, "What the fuck are you doing, Steve?" And I'm like, "We fucking scored." I love it. I love it. But yeah, the 12 o'clock kickoffs are, it is inconvenient for some people, and then especially when you have a 12:30 kickoff, you do plan your trip, up north, and you get your hotel, and then it gets moved to a Sunday at 4.
Well, that's the thing. They need to decide that stuff 3 months in advance, not 3 weeks in advance. Because as a guy who travels over, and we now have someone that's going to join us in just a second, as a guy who travels over, I know better than to plan to come for a game that might be on October 16th or 17th. That's the weekend. I know not to fly back on the 18th just in case the game gets rescheduled to the Monday.
Yeah.
I'll go on Tuesday, but not everyone does. And I mean, they've got to figure that shit out because again, it's all about TV. I want to welcome somebody on to join us. And again, as long as you keep coming in, we'll stay on. Someone who has not been on the podcast before. So he is literally, well, not only that, but he's doing this. He is Melvin.
Good morning, good afternoon,
good evening, whatever. Welcome to the Gooners Podcast. I've communicated with you online a couple times, but you're on the pod now. It's what, 9 a.m.?
Yeah, 9 a.m. I'm very nervous. You know what it's like.
Why? I mean,
your first rodeo. Of course I'm not. How can you be nervous and be an Arsenal supporter?
I mean, just do what I do and have like 90,461 bottles of wine, and you'll be fine. I mean, I'm up at 4 o'clock in the morning and don't really know what to do with myself at this point. But you're just waking up for the day. I mean, what's your routine for the next 5 hours before the kickoff?
Right. Well, actually, it's a straight one. This weekend, I'm going to the butcher soon and getting some. We're having a barbecue tomorrow. Wife's birthday. Hopefully, it'll be a celebrate. Well, I'll be honest with you. Today's game, we all want us to win, obviously. it doesn't matter, does it, to today's game?
I get that point. For me, I mean, I've not mentioned it on here. My
Well,
great
we've talked about this, and we've talked about this a couple hours ago. So now we got a new crew, and it's going to be interesting. No, I want to get your view on it because it isn't that relevant to our finish. But does it matter or does it not matter? And I want to hear your views on that because there's kind of there's kind of an element to it. So, Melvin, when you say it doesn't matter, it isn't going to impact how we are a year from now. But mentality wise, who you play, who you don't play, doesn't it kind of matter a little bit?
It doesn't matter, in my opinion, because we could go out there today and play like geniuses, unbelievable. One touch football, get on the front foot, score 3 goals, even the midfielder score a goal. But it got nothing to do with the next game because we're consistently inconsistent. So that's why it really doesn't. That's one reason it doesn't matter. The second reason it doesn't matter is that, as you say, league table, we're not going for 4th or 6th. We're not being relegated. It's just a mark in a book. When you look back in 3 years, where did we go against Newcastle away? Oh, we beat them again. Oh, we drew. That's all it matters. It's non-relevant because the relevant is Thursday night's game. We got away with it last Thursday. Keep the luck going. We might get away with it this Thursday coming. Listen, I've been like you lot, been watching Arsenal for a long time, and every game matters or should do. But this season, I put the white flag up that every game doesn't matter. You don't know. You say that. I heard you earlier. You said that Arteta doesn't know his best 11. I agree with that 100%. I don't think he knows his best centre half pairing, let alone his best 11. Yeah. That's very worrying. So that's where I am at the moment.
So do you think that these last 4 or 5 games that don't matter, is it appropriate? Would it be welcome to experiment? I mean, is and I don't mean to be repetitive if you've been watching us for 3 hours, 1 minute and 43 seconds, but I doubt any of you have been. Is it better to have a shit result against Newcastle with players who you're finally giving a bow to, and it just didn't work out because maybe we overloaded our players with U23s or overloaded our starting 11 with U23s? Or, is it better to eke out a point with a West Ham type performance where we barely get a point with our senior players? I mean, I would be much more interested in the game tomorrow. And we looked earlier at the U23 lineup, and none of the key U23 players that are on the verge of starting in the first team played yesterday. None of them were even on the bench yesterday. So that I would rather see a game where we could win 3-0 or we could lose 3-0, but we're playing those guys than a game where we play the same, maybe we make 3 changes from Thursday or 3 changes from last Sunday, and it's like a 1-1 bore fest. I want to see us try something different. And if we lose trying something different, I can deal with that better than losing trying the same fucking thing over and over again.
I agree with you. That's a very big word, but he ain't going to do it. When have you ever picked the team?
That's what everyone said.
It's not going to happen. We can all dream. We can dream we've got new owners. We can dream we're going to sign this guy or that guy. We can dream that Arteta might give Balogun a chance. And when you say some of the under-23s never played the other day, last week, Balogun was taken out the squad. The under-23s. Everyone's getting excited. Oh, we'd be on the bench on Thursday.
And he wasn't.
Wasn't. So I think all that is like missed. Forget about all that. I start thinking about the game an hour before the game. When I look at the lineup, I get more excitement sometimes trying to work out the lineup than watch the game. It's like the greatest mystery. I think you've got more chance winning the lottery than choosing the side that Arteta puts out. He throws in a couple of bombs. Thinking, where that come from? I mean, the other day when he picked the team, like I think you said before, the front 4, great. I thought, oh, this is a good front 4. But
I loved that concept until I actually saw what it looked like on the pitch. I was like, oh my god, this is not what I thought.
I thought, like you probably, that Pepe was going to play up as a centre forward. It makes listen, I've always wanted to say that. I want to be in him to be in a position where he's not on the touchline. He's got a choice of going left or right. I thought, oh, great. That's what. And also, once he gets into that box, Pepe, they can't touch him. Right? They cannot touch him. So this is great. Then after about 20 minutes, I was on a watch along, and I'm going, why is he on the left wing? So no, he's playing, and he's playing with Ryan, And I'm sat, and I said,
where's Ryan right now? Text Ryan and tell him to come on here.
I will do. Hold on. Once I finish but I'm watching the game. I'm watching the. I said, what's he doing on the left? Like, I know he's got a free roll. I said, a free roll doesn't mean you stick on the left. I said, he is playing on the left wing today. Don't kid yourself that he's playing a free roll or he's playing centre forward. And it was like, it's just like madness. And also, why change something in a semi-final or try something in a semi-final of your biggest game you've had for about a year this season, And it's mind-baffling. Listen, we all want him to do well to manage. Don't get me wrong. Any manager, we want to do well, right? But sometimes you've got to hit your head against the wall and go, am I actually seeing this? And it's very, very frustrating.
Yeah, that starting 11 wasn't the end for me. And even the starting 11 as it played wasn't the end for me. But when I saw how that starting 11 played, like when I saw how they were set up, I mean, I had no explanation for it. I mean, I was watching with a buddy of mine who I first met on Thursday, Aston, great Gooner from Orlando. You know, another example of like the reason why I love Arsenal being like people coming together to watch Arsenal. But then, you know, I met a great guy who I've met online before, and we watched the game together, and we fucking just cursed together because this is the team that we're like, you know, I mean, it's great. It's socially great, and then it's mentally awful. And I could not believe that I've never, not one game this season have I felt so strongly that Arteta just got it wrong. I mean, I've always blamed it on the players or VAR or whatever. I've had games where I don't think Arteta covered himself in glory, but from the very beginning, if that was his plan, that was never going to win. Yeah. And this was not the time for that, right, Steve? And yeah, I mean, it's like JW said. I mean, experimenting in a semifinal, I thought the experiment was good from a you weren't expecting this Unai standpoint. Yeah. And then we were like, you weren't expecting us to just do fuck all.
That's the thing. There was no conviction or no execution.
Were we going for 0-0? Was that what that was?
I hope not, because you need an away goal in these ties. You need an away goal.
I think we've won.
Feel like we had any chance of that.
But I think we've done Emery. We've done Emery now on the basis that when we brought those two subs on with 30 seconds to go, that baffled him. He doesn't know where he is now, Emery, after watching us bring those two subs on. That's a master stroke, isn't it? Bringing two subs on with 30 seconds to go. What was all that about?
Yeah, I felt that was like us trying to just make sure that we only lost by one goal. like
with 30 seconds home.
You know how when you're like closing out like a cup final and you bring in the extra subs that you have in the injury time because
who was it he bought on? He bought on El Neni.
But we were losing. He brought on the worst players on our team.
The thing is, Willian, because
Willian and El Neni, right?
Yeah, I didn't realize we had a corner when he brought them on. But when Willian was on the corner, I thought, actually, you know, last kick of the game, essentially, I can see why, because Willian is probably our best corner taker. Like the others, not. You know, look, I think
that's like saying I'm the best dieter of.
I know, but look at the couple of corners we had in the game. No one was hitting anyone. Willian has at least got a few assists from his corners. So I kind of understood that, but the El Neni one, 30 seconds to go. I don't get it.
We were just trying to, you know, we were just trying to get away with one away goal and a down. But I mean, the game, the tie's still winnable.
Yeah,
but
definitely.
nothing that happened on Thursday is defensible from a coaching standpoint. Nothing.
To touch on what Melvin said about the centre half pairing, I think one of the issues there with Arteta not knowing his best centre backs is the inconsistency of them. You know, you've got Gabriel and Luis, who when they play, have looked very good, and Holden and Murray have looked pretty good. We've not seen any sort of interchangeability within, we've not really seen Gabriel and Murray, or Murray and Louise, or Holden and Murray, or Holden and Murray, sorry, Holden and Louise. We've not really seen much of that, and you'll have games where normally one outshines the other, and often one will make a clanger, and then he'll change the whole pairing because he's like, well, that's not worked this week, and we'll change. So it's frustrating to see that there is so much interchangeability. But the one positive with that is he does stick to a pairing each time he changes. So he'll bring in Gabriel and Louise back, or he'll bring Holden and Murray back. He won't mess around. He's got two pairings basically. The whole rest of the starting 11 thing, I totally agree. It is baffling because some weeks he'll play Cedric at right back or Bellerin at right back. I think Chambers at right back has done a fantastic job, and I don't think he gets the credit he deserves. But all around the pitch, some games he'll play El Neni with Partey, or he'll play El Neni with Ceballos and or Xhaka, and it's like, that it doesn't make sense because most of the time we're playing the same formation, and it is frustrating to see because we changed a lot of things against Leicester a couple of months ago, and we walked them off the park. And so you say, well, actually, that is it the players, or is it what is it? Because these are players that have been trying to get a chance. They've finally got their chance, and they've outperformed the guys that are playing most weeks. And yeah, Thursday is all on Arteta, but generally this season the players have been as inconsistent as Arteta has, as I think sort of Mike was touching on today, and for most of the rest of the season. I think we should be looking at Lopez at left back, because at the moment we haven't got a left back, a second left back.
I know how dire that is, and I also know one thing, which is you put him in left back, he gets torched for a goal. That I understand fucking people's confidence up by putting them into the fire too quickly. And that's the thing that worries me. And that's probably why an experienced coach isn't going to put a U23 player in a guy just to blood him in, and see what happens. But some of these guys have to be known to have the mentality not to let the next 4 years of their lives be ruined
by one game. Yeah.
By being put into a Premier League game, which is what they've been dreaming of for their life. If it doesn't go just as they've planned, my son just made varsity soccer. Okay. And I'm using the American terms because he's playing for an American high school. He's in varsity soccer. First game he played 10 minutes out of 80, had an incredible assist, helped the team win. The next game he played 45 seconds out of 80 minutes, and he's upset. But he's redoubling and trying to get it. The confidence is in the person. So if Joe Lopez gets beat like Gabriel has been beaten this year, like a number of people have been beaten, if he can't recover from that, then he's not Arsenal material anyway, right, Melvin?
Yeah,
100%. And I tell you something as well. If you're going to do it, Mike, let's do it when there's no crowds there anyway to get on his back or go.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. That's the.
Yeah, I think out of my, people are saying about Aziz and Balogun. Balogun, I hope, gets some minutes. The one thing I don't get with Balogun is everyone has been on Arteta's back for not playing him, but this is a kid that reportedly held the club to ransom for big money with his agent, and they're going, oh well, he can't be any worse than Nketiah, he can't be any worse than this player and that player, and it's like, well, hold on. This player and that player, who, okay, fair enough, may not be as good as Balogun potentially. These guys have worked hard in training. They've they've earned their stripes. They've played their few minutes in the Europa League for the last 2 seasons, and they've worked hard to get into the squad. Balogun, as good as he may be for under 23s, and Ketia was also very good for the under 23s, as was Reece Nelson. Balogun has come along. He scored a couple of goals. You know, when we're talking about Nketiah's goals in the Europa League, they're against Farmers. Balogun, however, scores against the same bunch of Farmers, and he's the next best thing, right? I think Balogun is going to be quality. Don't get me wrong there. But what I don't like is the double standards with people saying that Balogun deserves to be in the Premier League squad. He deserves to have minutes. He deserves to start. That's bollocks, in my opinion. He deserves the minutes now. He is committed to the club. Let's see what he's got. But to walk straight into the team and be a starting player, not for me. Not for me.
Well, but I mean, who are you going to give those minutes to, though? I mean, would you?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, if it's between the two of them, 100%. I don't. Tomorrow, and I'm saying tomorrow because I've been up for 24 hours. I understand the game's in 4 hours. Today, I would. I mean, honestly, I say this with all intensity and reality. Melvin, if Martinelli, now I'm showing how much I've been drinking. If Martinelli played on the left and Balogun played in the middle and Pepe played on the right, and behind them was one of ESR or Odegaard and you know, the other, whoever's needing some more rest, it would be a free roll for me. If we lose 2-0, I'd be like, well, you gave those guys a shot.
Mm-hmm.
But if we don't win tomorrow and we don't play those guys, if we play the same, you know, I want to see what these guys have.
That would be criminal. If he doesn't change anything and he starts with Aubameyang and he starts Tierney, I hope both of them get 20 minutes.
Tierney needs to be protected. Aubameyang, I would be fine playing because if he got hurt, God forbid, and it's weird to say this about the Golden Boot winner of the last few years, if Aubameyang ruled himself out for Thursday by playing tomorrow, I think we could survive that.
Yeah.
Tierney, no.
Yeah.
No.
Well, Xhaka's being moved up to midfield, isn't he? He's going to play. I can't see him playing Xhaka at left back and bringing in Elneny.
Then who's he going to play?
He'd play Elneny, wouldn't he, with Partey? Which would be.
Well, I'm saying if Xhaka's being moved back up to midfield, then I mean, Cedric should play there.
The problem with Cedric at left back, as we've seen, he's had a couple of really good games and he's had a couple of shockers at left back. So I wouldn't be looking at playing it, and that's why, to be honest, I'd like to see Joe Lopez get a chance today. Like, I just think, because let's look at the last two young players to be thwarted in at left back was Anthony Maitland-Niles at the end of Arsene Wenger's reign and Bukayo Saka. Both of them looked decent for a while. So I don't think there's too much harm in, you know, this is a guy that's been training with the first team for about a month or two now. Why not try him tonight? And if need be, if worse comes to worse, we play him on Thursday. If Tierney isn't fit, but apparently Tierney is fit. I think Tierney will get some game time today, and I think Tierney will start on Thursday. But if Tierney is on the bench today, play Lopez at left back. I would really like to see that.
I mean, have you been watching the U23 games, Melvin?
Yeah, some of them, not all of them, bits and pieces. What I've seen, I've liked actually. But we're
good
not individuals,
winning.
Mike.
We're not
winning any games.
No, we're not winning any games. But like, there have been some guys that I've seen that have really been special, and I haven't. The U23 games I've seen, I haven't seen Lopez and I haven't seen Aziz. Well, no, I did see Aziz in one of them, but like Joe Lopez, I keep hearing about, but I don't think I've ever seen a minute of him playing football. that's the weird thing about being an Arsenal fan is like we all think now he's the second best left back we have in our entire pyramid of football.
You know why, Mike?
I don't think that. I just don't think there's any harm in giving him some minutes.
I agree with that, but no, yeah.
You know why? Because he's probably the only other left-footed left back we've got in the club. That's why.
We've got
name another left-footed left back. We haven't got one.
There has been a tremendous amount of people talking about less than ideal, but how about we try playing Gabriel at left back?
He's not quick enough. Not quick enough.
And that's the detriment. But as a left, the reason is obvious, left footer. But then you could play Mari. You could play Gabriel, Mari, Holding, and Chambers in the back four, which is not going to win you any fucking Premier Leagues. But I mean, I'm at the point where I'm like, what do we have to lose? I mean, Tierney is the man you have to have in there. But we have a healthy Cedric. We've loaned out Mainsley. For those of you who don't know who Mainsley is, Ainsley Maitland-Niles.
Yeah.
And we're still starting Xhaka in that position. And I'm not saying he's done awful against, our relegation threatened Premier League opponents, but if there was, and when Xhaka played left back 4 years ago against Crystal Palace, the same thing was true. Like, why didn't we plan for this? How is this our solution? There wasn't really a question that was asked there so much, but but it's all about Joe Lopez at the minute. Is he fit? Is he ready to play? Do we even know?
Well, as I say, he has been training for the last few months. He is probably our most experienced under 23 left back. You've got Bola, who when Saka was due to come in,
and he played yesterday.
I was saying about Bola on Guns and Yellow Ribbons. I was on there with Johnny and Trev, and I was saying about Bola, and that guy is a tank. That guy is an absolute tank. We've also got OC Tutu, who's out on loan at the moment, who can play either side of fullback. But
he's been in our situation for a while.
Lopez is probably the most ready one to step up if anybody is going to do it, and that's why I think he should get some minutes. I'm not saying he's going to be better than Tierney. I'm not saying he's going to be better than anyone else, but he is a left-footed, experienced fullback. Left back. Cedric plays on the right. We know that. We've seen him have a couple of good games at left back. We've seen him have a couple of shockers, as I said. Bellerin, no chance of playing left back. He can't even cross from the right. Chambers could play at left back, but you're not going to see him get us forward as much because he can't cross with his left foot. So I think that's why people are talking about Lopez, because you look at the squad and you say, well, the overall squad, and you think who can go there and naturally hold on, phone's gonna die. Who can naturally play that position well. And I think only Lopez is the option. Obviously, we got rid of Kolasinac in January. And we wasn't able to bring in Bertrand or a replacement. So, yeah, do
you think we ever really tried to bring in Bertrand? I don't think that really happened. I think we thought we had it covered. And
no, I think we did. But the problem with that is because he's only got 6 months left. Obviously, like we did with Cedric, they wanted a silly loan fee. They wanted for us to either buy him outright or pay them a loan fee, and we just said, well, no, we'll go again in the summer. So I'm going to lay back down again. It's more comfortable. My stomach feels like it's been it has been ripped apart, but
it literally has been ripped apart.
Yeah.
You're a trooper for for joining us.
So yeah, I think that is why people are talking about Lopez. I don't think it's quite like Aziz with the whole flavor of the month thing, which I think Aziz is. I think people are saying about Aziz.
He's a unit, though. I think. I mean, from what I've seen,
I think the kid is quality, but you've also got Cottrell, you've also got Smith.
Well, and we're all acting like Miguel Aziz is going to be as good as
the savior,
as Yves Bissouma would be, and I'm sorry, he's not.
He's not very much of a defensive player though.
You hate to put like new signings in front of promising young players, but there's a reason why that keeps happening.
Yeah.
Is because you have to challenge those guys.
Aziz to me is a lot like Zelalem was when he was.
Oh no!
Hold on. When he was first in the picture, and when he wasn't quite a defensive player, he wasn't quite an attacking player. He was a decent rounded midfielder. The problem with Zelalem, and the reason he didn't get the game time at Arsenal, was because he weighed less than my leg. That
wasn't the only problem. That wasn't the only problem.
I think you could see.
I'll tell you what the problem was. Melvin, no. Do you remember? Did you ever watch him play for the youth team, Zelalem?
Yeah, I saw him. Yeah.
What were your thoughts about him? Did you ever? Did you see him in the preseason, or did you go to like Bournemouth and watch him?
No. I saw. Didn't he play in some League Cup games as well?
He did play a couple, early on.
Yeah, I saw him in there. He looked all right. I mean, he was a young kid. I mean, they were talking about him like he was going to be the next best thing.
Yeah.
But for some reason, I don't know the reason why. You might better
You know the reason why. Because he's American, and that's why they were talking about it. But this is me saying that. I'm not putting that on you. He came to the club. He grew up within 30 miles of where I live. He was discovered by Danny Carbassian, who is widely known as the first American to ever play minutes for Arsenal. Danny Carbassian's a great. I mean, he got minutes. He scored a goal, I believe, in a League Cup, or he assisted Cesc Fabregas in a League Cup. Discovered him in the Virginia, D.C., Maryland area, and Zelalem joined the team, and he was widely just like they were like, this guy's got an amazing touch. He's the next Cesc Fabregas. And I watched him play at not Meadow Park. Where was it? Meadow Park? Is that where? Is that where the women's games and the U23 games are? Up in Bournemouth.
Bournemouth they play, yeah.
Yeah. It was Halloween. It was Halloween or Guy Fawkes Day. I don't know. There were fireworks going off, and I watched us play against Birmingham, and Iwobi was in the squad that day. Dan Crowley was in the squad that day. Matt Macy was in the squad that day. A bunch of other people who I didn't know yet at the time, but I was there to see Gideon, and I wanted to like connect with him and be like, hey, I grew up in Olney, Maryland, right where you did, which I grew up near there. I was lying a little bit, but he was, you know, when you see a guy on a pitch and he's a man against boys, he was a boy against men.
Mm.
He was 17 going on 13. And he looked like he had all the talent in the world, but he was way out of his depth mentally.
That's
mentally.
That's what I was going to say. When he first burst on, he looked very, very good, and he he was a skillful player.
All the close contact in the world, all the little touches and stuff in the world, but that's good in a practice session or in a exhibition game where no one's really bodying up to you or not. But once it's in a real game,
that's it.
Steve.
That's what I was getting at. Was obviously at first he looked the business, but as he progressed, he didn't progress physically, he didn't progress mentally, and that's why he didn't get any more minutes. That's why he struggled out on loan. That's why he struggled at Sporting Kansas City. That is, that's why he hasn't progressed as a professional.
Is he still playing for
footballer.
NYCFC at this point? Like he's still bouncing around American
I'm not
MLS.
sure. I know he went to Kansas.
But more than anything else, Melvin, more than what I saw about his game in that evening, and that was 2015 maybe. What I saw that night was a kid who looked out of place. Not just tactically, not just physically. Like when he walked back, I saw the entire 11 walk back to the dressing room, which was right next. I mean, I was standing in the, there's, if you've ever been to Meadow Park or Bournemouth, you stand on the risers, and then the dressing room is a bathroom that's like right, it's right there. And they walk by, and I was like giddy, and I'm from Olney, and it caught his eye, and we talked for a little while. I've got a picture that I can upload. It was cool because I wanted to interact with him and like tell him I supported him. But on and off the pitch, he looked like a guy who didn't know why he was over there.
Yeah.
And did he go to Glasgow Rangers on loan?
He did.
Yes.
And I thought that was going to be good for him.
I thought that might have toughened him up, though.
He wasn't too bad. He wasn't too bad at Rangers, but again, it was the fact that he was playing against men, and he struggled physically. I think he got injured at one stage.
But he looked like he didn't belong there. And when you look like you don't belong someplace, it's probably because you don't belong. Speaking of someone who doesn't belong, no, I'm just kidding. Ryan.
Wrong person.
Look, I said it like I don't care whether there's 3 people watching, and I don't care whether there's 2 people on the podcast. We're going to keep going until the game is here. And not only are we getting quality, not only are we getting shitty people like Steve, we're getting quality people like Melvin and Ryan. Ryan, welcome to the Open Mic Pod, Mr. Arsenal. You've named yourself after Tony Adams, so why don't you look like him?
Genetics. That's what it is.
I think I've been remiss because you have invited me on your show a number of times, and I don't know that you've ever been on ours.
I can't remember. I don't think I have. No.
If this is so, I actually think we have to do this. In addition to me being a dick, I think we have to do this. I think you've broken your duck. And it's because it's 4:33 in the morning, and and I'm a glutton for punishment. But what we're doing right now is we're just talking about whatever the hell comes up to mind. We've been talking about Arsenal. We've been talking about Tottenham. We've been talking about
Pornhub.
Pornhub.
That's when I came on.
Well, I mean,
you in your dungeon.
How can you have Melvin on without talking about porn? I mean, the two just go hand in hand, or hand in whatever.
Hand in hand.
But yeah, but whatever it is, we're gonna talk about it. And if any of you in the chat want to join in, at this point, it's open. So GoonerOpenMic.com will bring you into our red room, and then you'll come on the podcast when I choose to bring you on the podcast, and that includes you, Daniel, Robert, JW. Stan, I know it's 1:30 in the morning where you are, but you can still come on the podcast, especially because we're talking about Pornhub. Daniel, Robert, can't believe Zellum is only 24. Yeah, and Freddie Adu is only 71 years old at this point. If anyone remembers Freddie Adu. We got JW, we got Bulgarian Gooner, who it's like 10:30 in the morning now. You can come on, you can have your kettle, You can have your coffee with us this morning because we know you're not. We're probably not going to do an open mic post game show for the first time in 2 months.
Well, no, you'll be crashed out.
Because to do that, yeah, I will be a skeleton at that point. So if you want to come on, GoonerOpenMic.com. Ryan,
yeah,
we've covered a lot, but we really have said nothing. So your views on the game tomorrow. Let's start with this. You're starting 11. The U23s didn't play all those Aziz didn't play, Lopez didn't play, Balogun didn't play, Mikel Arteta's fetus didn't play. Do you think that we're going to see like some ridiculous blooding in of teenagers tomorrow, or do you think we're going to see the same old shit?
Honestly, I think we're going to see the same old shit because he'll experiment again for Thursday in mind because he knows the fan base is turning on him as the days go by. But I've been saying, Melvin will back me up. I've been saying it for weeks over my channel. Most of us have on my channel. The league has been dead. It's shit. We've got nothing to play for, fight for. Just fucking plug the kids in. Miguel Aziz. Balogun signed a 4-year contract. Still can't get into the squad.
Because he hasn't earned it yet. He hasn't earned it.
How can he earn it?
What we had though, in fairness, we've had 2 games since he signed the contract.
But he's been in the entire time.
If he picks up Arteta's groceries, he will have earned it, apparently. but that's a great question, Ryan. You mentioned. I mean, he hasn't earned it yet. None of these guys can earn it until they're given an opportunity. Mm-hmm. Yet you also don't want to end them mentally by throwing them into the fire. So Bola, who is just a name I've picked out of the hat out of a guy that played the U23s yesterday. Mm-hmm. Throw him in against Newcastle and he gets torched? Maybe. But there's 5 people that are ready to that have not yet played a Premier League game or have not played more than 10 minutes in a Premier League game that are ready to go, right, Ryan?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Balogun's with all this contract talk. Balogun has.
By the way, your hair looks exactly like Sophie's.
Just literally, Melvin to tell you, I've just woke up. I woke up to him texting me on WhatsApp.
That's a compliment. That's a compliment to Sophie. Okay, I'm about to do something that I may regret.
God, no.
I'm about to do something I may regret.
I'm dreading it already.
Well, no, you're not going to dread it. Steve's going to dread it. We are now an open mic podcast. So the people that we've said would never come on our podcast again, some of them are now being invited to come on our podcast. And that includes this guy. Andy Nunn.
What's happening, people?
It's been 4 years since we've had Clandy on this podcast, and this is probably the only.
Is he upside down?
No. It's the upside down head man from Thanet, Andy Nunn.
Hold on, Andy. Are you actually from Thanet? Are you actually from down here?
No, I'm not from Thanet, but I'm not far from Thanet. But just to make people.
Well, yeah, and most people aren't from Enfield either, are they?
I'm about 45 miles from Thanet.
Okay, sort of like Ashford-y, North Kent-y sort of way.
No, I'm closer into London.
Okay.
Westmoreland, Sevenoaks.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So yeah,
but the area.
But it's just an ongoing joke about me being from Thanet. So I just tell everyone I live in Thanet because it just makes people.
Fair enough.
Well, that's because everything you say is about where people are from, and it's just fucking old at this point. But you know, so
like you being from New Mexico? You mean? Yeah.
All right. So listen. So Melvin, Ryan, and Steve knows this from the YouTube chat that we're in. Every morning, we're subjected to voice notes, aka video or voice recordings from this person while he's doing his morning walk. This is actually the first time I've visualized it, though. This is hot stuff right here. Debuting.
You don't ever listen to my voice notes. That's why.
No, I
That's why
don't.
you
I don't
ever
because your voice notes are normally occurring at 3:00 in the morning when I'm in bed with the hottest person you can ever buzz, with my stuff.
What's the time there now?
It's 4:40 in the morning. I'm in a hotel.
Oh, so that's a lot better, then, isn't it?
Well, I'm in a hotel room by myself because my wife is actually with her parents at the moment. And that sounds like the marriage is ending, but that's not what's happening at all. It's actually I've just renewed myself for another 40 years. So you love Newcastle away. How are you coping with this?
Newcastle
I'm a little bit.
Are you training for going upstairs at St. James Park the next time you go?
Jesus.
What and take the lift like everyone else did?
No, you don't do that. Lee Judges does that.
Lee Judge, yeah, but he used Claude as an excuse. He was like, I've got to go with Claude. With Claude. God rest his soul.
Yeah.
So what are you in training for? Because you've been walking for 4 years and you don't seem to have gotten any less heavy.
I'm actually training for nothing. I'm just walking me mutts. So
you're not doing the thing where you walk from Crystal Palace to Arsenal? You're just walking?
Nah. I'm not that stupid. I'm just out walking the dogs as per usual. So I thought I'd jump in and try and upset a few people, but we haven't even got onto the subject of Arsenal yet. So I'll hold fire.
Right, so,
do we have to talk about Arsenal or not?
I was about to say that.
Just talk about your posters. Posters are cronky all on your bedroom wall.
Yeah,
it's clonky bedding.
Yeah.
You don't understand this.
I'm surprised you're not up there, Steve. I'm surprised you're not up the Emirates already, trying to, give out a few leaflets and wave a few flags.
Mate, I can't at the moment, mate. I'm still.
Oh yeah, still in recovery. Yeah.
Yeah, still struggling, mate. But no, as everyone's saying about the Newcastle, I'd have been up there because my mum lives in Sunderland, so. Last year I did Newcastle away. Obviously, the few seasons before I did Sunderland away. There's something about Newcastle and Sunderland away games. It's just different. I mean, I've not been to any. I've not been to Watford once, but for me, there just seems to be a different vibe at some of the northern away games. I don't know. Maybe it's because.
St James's Park for me is the best Premier League ground I've been to. I love it. It's my favourite ground.
See, I didn't like the ground that much. I thought, obviously, being slap bang in the middle of the fucking town. It's. I mean, when I went, I assume you were there beginning of last season. It's pissing down with rain. It was grim as fuck. I had to go there on the metro, which is shit anyway. And I'm just like, this is fucking shit. And then I didn't go up the stairs, but I was just like, it's nothing. I didn't think much of it, but that could also be the Sunderland blood in me that doesn't like Newcastle.
I'd rather enjoyed. I mean, I've been to St. James once, and it was actually 3 or 4 years ago, and they played Liverpool and beat Liverpool. I loved the Geordies. I loved sitting in St. James Park. It was a fantastic experience, and then the fucking train ride back was phenomenal, and that had nothing to do with the game. But I'm partial to the city, but I've not been in the away section of St. James Park.
No, that's potentially the only problem with it.
I would have been taking the lift with everyone else because I'm not fucking climbing up all those goddamn stairs. I mean,
the stairs ain't that bad. They're really not that bad. There's mind over matter with the steps.
Right,
mate,
Ryan, have you been up those stairs?
No. Not when you're this big. Fucking hell. Have you? I mean, you've obviously done Stadium Night, Andy. Have you done Stadium Night, Mike?
No, no.
That's quite high up. Not as high up as St James's. The first time I took my nephews there, I think they were 6 and 7, and they were like, "Uncle Stephen, we'll race you," and I'm like, "No, I'm not racing." And then they just started running up the stairs, and I'm like, "Oh fuck, I can't lose these kids."
We'll race you because we want to inherit all your money when you pass out on the way
Yeah. Oh, but St James's, I couldn't. I mean, Stadium of Light was a climb, but I couldn't imagine doing St James's. Maybe in a couple of years, but
The
not
first,
now.
the stadiums I've been to that were like well out of London were I've been to Newcastle, I've been to Liverpool, both Anfield and
Stink the piss, doesn't it?
and Goodison, Villa Park. I mean, I love traveling around a different stadium, but to watch the Arsenal away, the Stadium of Light is not happening anytime soon.
You never know.
No,
If they get up, we might get them in a cup.
well, if they get up and we get down, then maybe we'll see them in the we'll see them twice
No,
next season in the
get them in the
championship.
cup. We might get them in the cup.
We officially cannot be.
The old
So-
Roker Park. The Roker Park.
No, Roker Park was a little bit before my time. No, never. I mean, I've been over to Roker Park. What's Roker Park now? But I've never got to the stadium.
I was there once. We went in 1991. We had if we won that game, when I won the league, but we drew a shocking game 0-0. But when the teams come out, bloody hell, the whole stadium shook.
Yeah. Everyone says that. I wish I would have experienced it because I mean, Stadium Light opened. When was that? 98. I think it was late 90s, wasn't it? Stadium Light, I think.
Something like that, yeah.
But yeah, I was only born 93, so
1996 broke ground, and so it was probably 1998 that it opened. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mike,
But,
are you going all the way through to the game now? Are you literally like all the way through till 2 o'clock?
I mean, you know, if anyone other than you stays online with me for, you know, then I'll do it. But if it comes down to just you and me, then I'm ending the stream immediately. But
I'll be long gone before then, mate. I've got to go.
Yeah.
I've got things to do before the game starts today.
You know what I have to do?
Sit there and get pissed like you always do.
Well, I was going to say your mom, but you were pretty close. You're pretty close.
Yeah.
So
that,
all right.
classic.
So let's. I know where you stand based on our repetitive, annoying, ridiculous WhatsApp chat. But let's get it out. Where are you on Arteta? Where are you on Kroenke at this moment? While you walk around in circles, acting like you're exercising.
Oh God. So Arteta. Let's start with Arteta.
And I want you to talk while I go and try to find a opener for this final bottle of wine of mine. Go ahead.
Fair enough. Yeah. So Arteta, very, very, very difficult situation, isn't it? Because league position just ain't good enough. So if you're going to go off performances in the league, he has arguably had time to implement what he wants to implement, although not had enough transfer windows, in my opinion, to recruiting who he wants properly and do whatever else. But if he does, massive if, I've said it all along, we're going to win the Europa League, people. But if he does win the Europa League, then how can you sack him? There's people out there that are saying, even if he wins the Europa League, he's still got to go. You know, thanks for doing what you've done and get rid of him and get someone in more experienced. But I think that would be extremely harsh. What I can't forgive, and I've always said that I'll give him till Christmas of this year. But one thing I can't forgive is just the constant flipping, changing of players and messing with a team. And I can't remember. I'm sure I saw a stat the other day that said we haven't actually started the same centre-back pairing for for more than I think it was 2 games was the longest period we've had the same 2 centre halves. And I just can't get my head round. My only excuse for him chopping and changing the team as much as he is that he's been told by hierarchy, look, you've got this season just to get rid of all the crap that's there, decide who you want, decide who you want to keep, decide who you want to sell, and that's why he's just mingling with the team so much in these league games, because I just can't understand it. And Thursday night just was an absolute shambles. You know, like how can you decide to start in a game that big? How can you turn around and say, do you know what, lads, we're going to try this. We never tried it before, but we're going to try playing the false nine and try and beat Man City. And I just, you know, he's got himself out of jail with that penalty and that away goal. Because I think without that, we'd be out. But I still think we'll go through, and I think we'll beat United in the final. But it's a very tough call. If he gets knocked out of the Europa League, for me, he's got to go. But the only way I want him to go is if they go and get someone big. You know, go and get somebody like Allegri or Diego Simeone or somebody like that. You know, there's no point in sacking him to go and get somebody, you know, who's not proven, who's, you know, inexperienced, and that's my worry that that's what they'll do.
Yeah. But Andy, didn't we sign Allegri 3 years ago in March?
Mate, Allegri's on the cards. Trust me.
I mean,
Allegri's on the cards.
I mean, one of the best Arsenal football. Hold on, here I am. One of the best Arsenal days of my life was March 11th, 2018, and that was that. I mean, among many other reasons, that was the day that you told me that Allegri had signed for Arsenal. So I'm still waiting.
And it was the best day of your life, wasn't it? All the best days of your life come from me, don't they? You know.
Well, no. The worst part of it is that you lied to me.
No, I didn't. He's coming. He's still coming. Trust me. It's just getting negotiated.
Yeah, he's been negotiating it over the last 4 years.
For the last 10.
Got lost at customs.
In the meantime, the guy who thinks he's the best ITK in the world, who is walking around in some teal shirt right now, has been usurped by a gerbil and by his mom. So, you know, thank you for your opinions.
No worries.
No worries. The thing is, do we trust this current ownership to not only do the right thing and getting rid of binning off Arteta into the season or whenever, but hiring the right man this time? Because they haven't done it for the last two times.
Well, and that's my thoughts on it. The thing is that my kind of mindset on it is the fact that what we need to do is this is going to be the first summer window that we've had under the new regime. So under obviously the Arteta and Edu situation, obviously we ain't got Raul there no more pulling strings for his own pocket and whatever.
If we keep changing the regime, then it will constantly be the first window that we've had.
Exactly my point. So that is why I'm saying, right, for me, this is huge for Edu. Edu has got up now. This is all on him to get this right. And so far, I've been very impressed with what Edu's done, to be fair. Not just bringing the players in that he has, but also, you know, capturing the signatures of the player, you know, the players we want to keep, long-term contracts for like Saka. Yeah, Aubameyang in hindsight hasn't worked out yet, but still we were all dying for him to re-sign. You know, Martinelli's re-signed. Emile Smith-Rowe's about to sign a long-term deal. All these players, you know, are signing on. Rob Holding, whether we're going to keep Rob Holding or not, it looks like by tying him into a contract, if Arteta decides he doesn't want to keep Rob Holding, at least we can sell him and get money for him, rather than, you know, the shambles that we've had over the last 5 years of players leaving for next to nothing or whatever.
That I agree with.
So, on that point, when this is something I've said before, when people questioned the Willian signing first, and then secondly questioned the 3-year deal, this is a point that I thought about, was that maybe Willian was signed on a 3-year deal because if he didn't work out like he hasn't this season, next year we can still sell him and make some money back.
Who could buy? Who's buying him though?
Someone from the MLS, someone from China. Even if we get possibly 2 million for him, he won't be able to see out his contract for a second.
There was that quick little piece of news about LA wanting to sign him, but Sophie, who knows LA football more than anybody else, was like, that's a bunch of crap. I mean,
someone could though, and I think that is the reason why we gave him a 3-year deal. So if it didn't work out this year, he can't decide to sit on his arse and sit out a contract next year.
That would be nice thinking, but I actually just think it was incompetence.
Maybe we'll see, maybe. But
the thing is, it's hard because you've got the people that want Arteta out, mentioning their names, Dan Potts.
You've
turn around.
I'm gonna get Dan to come on right now and
turn around and they turn around and say, "Well, these are Arteta's players. You know, they signed him. He signed him." I don't believe for 1 minute that Arteta wanted to sign Willian. I think that was all on Ryle, 100%.
Because he was licking the arse of the super agent, wasn't he?
Yeah. And then people say, you know, Dan Potts in particular comes out and says, well, he signed him. It was under his watch. He was the manager. And I was like, and every time Arteta speaks about Willian, he speaks highly of him. Well, he ain't going to turn around and go, oh, yeah, no, I didn't want him. It was all on Ryle. I think he's a sack of shit. I'm not going to, I'm only playing him because I feel like I've got to because of the money we're paying him. He's not going to do that. He's not going to say that, but we will see. And this is the thing. I think we will go, and I've said it all along. I think we will go big in the summer. I think that these protests,
150 million pounds, right? You said
150 million pounds. I think we'll spend at least 150 million pounds this summer.
But you have all sorts of qualifying factors on that, which is that if we sell 150 million pounds of players, then you're just you're not saying net spend.
Right. This is what gets my goat with things like this, right? And you can ring your bell on that one, Mike. I don't care. I don't care whether that 150 million pound comes from his own bank account, whether it comes from player sales, whether it comes from whatever it is.
Player what?
Player sales. If we spend 150 million pounds, right, on players, then if we spend 150 million pounds, if we sign the right players, it takes us to the next level. Who gives a shit whether it's net spend, overall spend? It doesn't matter in my opinion.
But you did say Kroenke was giving us 150 million. So you won't get your tip. You won't get your tip.
Okay. All right.
You won't get your tip.
What I'm saying, right, is that regardless of that money that's spent, we still have to have the authority from the owners to spend that money, regardless of whether it comes from selling Lacazette and Aubameyang or whoever else. We still have to have permission to spend that money. Now, they could not allow us to do that and just pocket the money for themselves, as West Ham have done all these years, sold players and pocketed the money, as Levy will do when Harry Kane gets sold. He ain't going to say they get 150 million for Kane, he ain't going to allow their new manager to spend 150 million pound on a striker.
Nah.
He'll pocket it to pay off the ground because that's the sort of director and owner that he is.
I've just done two things. I've opened a new bottle of wine and I've just spilled it all over myself at the same time.
Great.
At 5 o'clock in the morning.
I get what you're saying, Andy. I get what you're saying. I agree, and that's what we saw. That's what we saw under these owners for the 10 years after we before we bought Mesut Ozil. That was what was happening. We weren't investing in the squad, and they were putting the money into the stadium.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, and I'm not. I don't want anybody on here.
We weren't owned by these owners for the 10 years before we signed Mesut Ozil.
I don't want anyone on here to think that I am happy with the Kroenkes as owners, and I don't want them gone, because I do. And no matter what people say, if they were to sell the club tomorrow to the right person, fair enough. But this is what comes into it, and this is where it's a very hot topic of conversation. They have allowed money to be spent. The money has been woefully wasted, not just on players that we've bought, but the sales, some of the players we've let go, and the minimal money that we've let them go for is literally unforgivable. Now, you could argue that was Wenger and Gazidis' doing, and Kroenke allowed it to happen for too long, and that's that is on Stan. Fair enough, because he's the owner of the club. He should have seen what was happening a lot sooner and got that situation changed or whatever. But as we all know, he don't know how fucking good Kolasinac is. He don't know how good Ozil is. He don't know how good fucking Willian is. You know, he's being directed by people that he's putting in place to try and run this football club. And it's been the transfers in and out have been shambolic.
Yeah.
If the money that's been spent, if we'd have spent that money a hell of a lot more wisely, we wouldn't be in the shit position that we're in now.
Well, it's not only what we've spent, it's the way we've sold players or given players away.
No,
yeah,
players are worth 30, 40, 50 million, given away with a packet of cornflakes. That's where
Exactly,
our money's
100%. 100%. And that's why I'm saying, right, that was then, and this is the first summer on where we are now. Okay. Now, selling Iwobi for 40 million, I think was a steal. I think if we can sell Eddie and Ketia, if we can sell,
we have 8 players that could sell between 10 and 30 million. That's 200 million pounds right now, and they're guys that we don't need on our squad anymore. This is the first time.
That's my
This
point.
is the first time we've ever been in that situation.
And the other thing that we need to remember as well, and this is what a lot of people keep forgetting about. Come June, I think I don't know whether it's quite £2 million, but it's not far off £2 million a week coming off our wage bill come June, which is huge.
Yeah,
huge.
But
so the potential to buy players with that money
but
is
the
massive.
question is, the same guys running the squad, and if you don't believe in them now, I mean, I know you do, and I know I do. It's the one thing that we agree on, Andy, is that I want to see what Arteta can do with a squad that's made under his,
yeah, exactly. And that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying, give him this summer, which is a massive summer for the club. And see who he can recruit, see what Edu's got about him and what players we can get in and what players we can't. And then we'll judge him at Christmas and see where we are at Christmas. Now, if we're still sat in 10th at Christmas, then you've got to ask questions and say, well, actually, Arteta ain't good enough. He's...
All right. I just mean, if we're still sat in 10th at Christmas, then
gotta go.
Then I think we have bigger problems. Ryan, Melvin, does this change your mind about whether you want to let him through the summer or not? I mean,
I'll tell you what I feel. I've got a garage full of rubbish that I know is rubbish, and I've got a chance of taking it down the dump, and I think one day I'm going to use that for whatever reason. And I think with Arteta last summer, it was a similar thing. We had cash bids, allegedly, for Maitland and Miles. We had Bellerin they wanted. Lacazette. Not saying he should have sold Lacazette. There was a possibility of raising money there. There's 2 or 3 other players that we might have got money for, or alone, I don't know. And he never got rid of any of them. He kept them. And now he's talking about keeping Willock. Now, Willock has done very well for Newcastle, but I don't think he will actually step up and take it up.
Isn't that
he
a microcosm?
Get 15, 20 million, and he won't probably do it. He'll probably keep him because he's like me. He keeps all his rubbish in the garage and never gets rid of it.
Is that Ryan? Is that not just a microcosm of what our club is? All right. First of all, who's Mike? Is that Andy's mic?
Not my end.
All right.
Not mine either.
All right. I mean, I'm just going to blame Andy because I blame Andy for everything that goes wrong in my life. But
to be honest, this is, as you say, this is not a not sort of one-off, something that's happened overnight, happened now. It's 11 plus years in the making of Arsenal. Since Dan Kroenke had become majority shareholder of the club and now full owner in the last few years, this has been the model. What he's said, he's put this all in place. He's never wanted to change it. You can say, well, he's not really a soccer fan or European football fan or whatever, but he went out of his way to buy a club. So do your research or hire the right people to do their job and do the job that he can't do. Obviously, be football men and things like the recruitment. Not for years. How many years have we had issues with our medical team where players' fitness is they're constantly injured. the most niggly injury. I mean, remember one season when under Pellegrini, Nasri got an injury, the same injury at the same time as Theo Walcott. Theo Walcott was out until September, October the next season, but Nasri was back in 6 weeks. There's them things as well
that just proves that cunts come back from injuries quicker.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, that's what I learned from that situation.
No, but yeah, everything that's wrong with this club stems from the top. If you want success, the manager, not manager, the owner, the one that runs the business has to demand it himself and lead it by example. If he wants to run it like a mediocre, run-of-the-mill, whatever, it seeps through to the board, to Vinay, to Edu, then Arteta, then his playing staff, then the players, and eventually the fan base.
I'm trying to deal with this feedback that we're getting, and I don't even know where it's coming from. I'm taking Andy out of the thing, and it's still coming through.
Well, I've got headphones here, so it's not my end.
Well, it might be me.
It's gone.
All right. I think there's one thing that we can all agree on, and that's that Andy looks ridiculous right now. Right? This is the guy that I see when I go over to London on a regular basis. I mean, you would think I would stop doing it at this point, but this is the guy I see. How long have you been walking, and why are you still so heavy?
You're mute still.
Are you walking in Newcastle?
Is it me that's doing? Is it me that's doing the fucking feedback, or what?
What?
We don't
know. Is it my headphones that are doing the feedback?
Honestly,
Probably.
I don't even know.
You don't care, do you? Just a quick one on the fitness issue. That you've got. They have changed that now. That new fitness coach has come in. Seems to be fucking doing bits. Doesn't he? Got
the Hulk. Yeah.
Yeah.
How long that took though to get that one thing sorted?
I know, but what I'm saying is that they seem
Is
to
he
be
helping you
like,
with your fitness?
Now Rael's gone, and we've got Edo there. You've got that new fitness guy. There are changes happening, and this is my point. You know, is it? I know it's too little, too late potentially, but you know they've got their own guy in there now, seeing things through and overseeing the club and whatever. And I just think what's going to happen is these protests, what it will make them do is it'll be exactly the same as the We Care DU thing. We had that We Care DU thing. Everyone got on board with it. We all went to the fans meeting, and Rael sat up there with Vinay and blah, blah, blah. And they told us to be excited and whatever. And then a week later, we signed Pepe. Now, whatever anyone thinks of Pepe, that's a different debate. But it was a £72 million player that we went out and bought. The minute that happened, the We Care DU thing disappeared, literally overnight. The minute we announced Pepe, the momentum with that We Care DU thing literally went. And that's what will happen this time round. Because of all the shit that's gone on, they're going to be in a position where they're going to go out, they're going to spend money on players in the summer. And if we do spend £150 million, regardless of whether it comes from player sales or not, all these people that are protesting that want him out will just go away again. If you really do want him gone, you've got to carry on.
Yeah,
carry on doing what you're doing. But they won't, because it's just that, as I said, not mentioning no names, but there's certain people who I love and I adore, I go football with week in, week out. Players like Russell, people like Russell Hogg. Don't know whether anyone knows Russell Hogg. Really, really lovely guy. Absolutely hates Kroenke. And he's refusing to now go to Arsenal until Stan Kroenke has gone. Okay, fair enough, fair play. But this is a guy who turns up to the ground 3 hours before kickoff, goes through the turnstiles, spends fortunes at the kiosk, goes into the shop every single game, spends hundreds of pounds on Arsenal merchandise and stuff like that, and then badmouths the owner. Now, again, I am aware that not Arsenal don't make millions and millions of pounds off of the merchandise, but Adidas obviously sponsor the club, and if everyone boycotted buying all the fucking merch, we wouldn't get sponsorship deals. The only way to get this board and these owners out.
Sorry, Andy.
Hurt them where what they care about. That's money.
I'm just zooming in on your Adidas shirt right now.
I know. I openly will admit, every single season, I buy at least 2 shirts, sometimes 3, and I buy jackets and hoodies and everything. I do it. I'm a complete hypocrite. But all the time fans do that, and it ain't just me. There's hundreds and hundreds of fans that do it. All the time we're doing that, and we continue to do it, but they ain't going nowhere. These owners are not going anywhere.
Yeah.
There's a story in today's Sunday Mail, evidently.
So you say the clubs for sale, yeah.
That's a lot of
that. Did anyone read that story?
I
know for a fact that is not true. That is not true. I know for a fact.
Where did that story come from? Because I don't want to shit talk our friends in the media, but that story is the laziest journalism I've ever seen in my life.
Yep, agreed. Absolutely.
It's just Kroenke say the club's not for sale, but 2 years ago they were entertaining a bid, so it is for sale. I mean, is that
everything's
true?
for sale?
And if it was true, does it really relevant? Was it relevant to now? I mean, like,
if it was so true, why not say it 2 years ago?
Everything's for sale. Everything's for sale at price.
It's a grab at trying to make the whole Daniel Ek thing come into play, but that brings up a different question, which is, Andy, despite what they say, this club is for sale, right?
Every club's for sale. Every club, everything that anyone owns is for sale. But you've got to get the right price. And these I was trying to get through the other day. I was trying to get through to somebody the other day and try and explain to them that a good businessman will not sell his asset when it's at its lowest value. And at the moment, Arsenal is at its lowest value. They're in a shit state financially. They're not playing in top-level football. It's a shit time to sell it. Now, if we win the Europa League and get back into the Champions League, that's going to increase the price of the club. So that might then spur the Kroenkes to... And Mike, all that stuff you were going on about the other day about, because there's this tax thing and blah, blah, blah in the US. I don't give a shit about a fucking tax bill, mate. They've got fucking accountants that can sort that out and do what they need to do in regards to get around that.
That was the caveat that I gave. I'm like, assuming that they actually, are affected by this, but it is, and my favorite word in the world is mitigation. It is a mitigating factor, but they're not going to do anything until we figure out whether we have Champions League money or not. If we don't, then there's a lot of confluencing factors that could potentially lead to. I don't believe it's going to happen, but if we miss out on Europe, and let's not recommend us, let's not start rooting against us for this particular reason. But if we miss out on Europe, and there's a growing influence for capital gains tax reform here in the U.S., the perfect storm could be approaching. That's all I'm saying.
The problem is with that bid that came in, which still hasn't come in, by the way. Can we all just make that right?
Nothing's coming. It's all PR at this point.
When they said they're preparing a bid for whatever, if they put the bid come in at 1.8, that's embarrassing. That's an embarrassing offer.
Is it
come on, at least fucking round it up to 2. Like,
Is that what you would have done with your money?
I don't understand. The only way that Kroenkes are even going to think about selling this club is if they get a bid come in for close to $3 billion, in my opinion.
Well, and the video I released was assuming it would be 3 because it couldn't they're not going to sell for less than 3. They can't be seen as not making a massive profit.
Yeah.
No, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
3 is the minimum that would be required, even with us in our state right now.
And even if and
I don't know what this is really in regards to, but Adam, is very impressed with something.
They're not.
I don't know if it's wow, this is a really shitty podcast, or wow, there's a guy that's walking around the entirety of Kent, or what's happening. But I got to put that up there.
They're not going to go. They're not. My point is yeah, go on.
Sorry, Alan. What we mustn't forget is that the Cronkies, it's not their only club they own. It's not the only income they got. They could afford to keep the Arsenal for another 50 years. God forbid they do, and it wouldn't make any difference to them. These rich people, big businessmen, do not like selling assets, and Arsenal will always be an asset.
It's a portfolio asset. It's a portfolio asset, which is even worse than being an asset. It's a portfolio asset.
Yes, yeah, but it's something that going forward could be worth a hell of a lot more. Listen, if someone's prepared to give 3 million, then Kroenke ain't going to sell for 3 million because he'll think to himself, "I can do better." Obviously, it's worth. It's only worth Arsenal what someone's worth. What someone's wants to give for it, because it's not on the stock market. It's a private company.
But I don't
think he will sell it.
But that brings up the question, and the people who weren't here earlier when we talked about this were Ryan and Melvin and Andy. The one thing that is worth something more than money is legends. So we've heard that Vieira, Henry, and Bergkamp are behind this Daniel Ek thing, but I've seen no proof of that.
Well, Henry's going to be on Sky Sports UK tomorrow my time evening for Sky Sports, so he's going to be asked about it. Well, it's expected someone to come out and talk, so it's got to be him.
I've seen no evidence of it. I've just seen discussion about it.
Oh no!
But
and not one of them has come out and said anything about it, have they? They've not even tweeted about it.
Right. But my point is, if Daniel Ek is saying I got money and I want to buy the team, and this is going to be a long, hard negotiation, isn't the best thing for him to do, as I spit out cork from my bottle of wine where I had no corkscrew and I fucked it up, isn't the best thing for them to do to assemble a public relations team full of Arsenal legends? And I'm talking Henry, Bergkamp, Vieira, Smudge,
Freddie,
Kevin. Kevin. I'm talking about like Ian Wright.
So you're trying to say Kevin's not a proper legend? I'll have to...
I didn't say that.
He'll have something to say about that.
No.
Oh, I hope he's watching or listening or doing something. He'll be on your phone, mate.
You are such a dick. No. He's the one that gave me the name Magic. But look, I'm saying like everyone who used to be like Lee Dixon, all these people need to come out and say we are in favor of new ownership. Does that not tip the scales a little bit? I mean, like the Cronkies don't care about any of the five of us, but don't they care a little bit about that?
No, you know something? It makes no difference at all.
No, they probably don't even know who fucking Thierry Henry is.
It doesn't matter.
I know all that, but I mean, when it comes to like symbolic gestures, I mean, 3,000 people outside the Emirates, less. I mean, that's fantastic, but that's a symbolic gesture that the ownership doesn't give a fuck about, unless it's every week for the next 30 weeks. And what could make that every week, but for the next 30 weeks? Like
they're not gonna. They still
legends of the club joining the ranks.
Do you think
make no difference?
Do you think the Cronkies would take 3 billion, from the Spotify guy, or they would take 2 billion from the Spotify guy if they had Henry and people? Mate, they're not interested. You can have the biggest heroes ever. To the Cronkies, it makes no difference. It'll make a difference to the Arsenal fan base once the takeovers happen and these guys are on board. But before the bid actually happens, you can have anyone you like on that are back in the bid.
Really?
It's irrelevant because the Cronkies will not be swayed by personalities. They get swayed by money, and that's the only thing.
I just wonder, and I'm just devil's advocating. I mean, I don't know, but I just wonder if you get an overwhelming because Arsenal, what the Cronkies don't understand is what Arsenal Football Club is all about. So if you get everything that Arsenal Football Club is all about in lockstep against the Cronkies, as has never been done before, that could be public relations stuff that they can't. I mean, I know that doesn't. I mean, like if people just told me that Apple was a horrible company, but I saw my stock doing really well, that wouldn't force me to sell my stock. I mean, I get that, but
exactly.
But that's not a situation like Arsenal where there is the emotional connection. I mean, I don't know. The one thing that this now almost 4.5 hour thing has taught me is that maybe the legends of the club and the people that can influence the most can unify the fan base even more than Kroenke has already unified the fan base to let them know that if the money's there, sell it. You got to have a willing seller. I'm not saying if every Arsenal legend of all time, going back to to
Herbert Chapman
and Bob Wilson and Pat Rice and I mean, I'm not saying if everyone got together and said, I'm not saying if everyone got together and said sell the club that they would sell the club, but if there was a offer and they were all behind the offer, that's where a takeover of the club could happen with public curry of opinion in a private industry. That's all I'm saying.
Mike, the other thing, just on that, the other thing that you need to be aware of, and this is what I was saying in my voice notes the other day, but you don't listen to them, so
no, well, I don't listen to yours.
Right. The other thing that people need to realise, right, is that the amount of money that the Kroenke. Now, one thing you've got to remember is that they're not cash rich, the Cronkies, at all. Right. A lot of their money is tied up. Okay. Now, what they've done with Arsenal Football Club is they have secured loans on lots of other things that they've got in the background, with Arsenal being part of that security. So if they sell their security off, they will have to repay the money that they've borrowed with Arsenal security, because the asset won't be there to secure the funds. So it could end up costing them a hell of a lot more. They might have to repay loans, to the banks that they've borrowed money from, because they put Arsenal up a security for it. So once you take that security away, all of a sudden, those banks are going to be saying, well, hang on a minute, if you're selling that asset off, we've got our funds secured on that, so we want our money back. So not only are they going to take the money for whatever they get for it, but they could end up having to pay hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of £1 million to all the other banks, because, yeah, exactly that. Well, so that's another reason why, and they won't.
Yes, Andy, except if they get cashed out for their ownership in the club, then they've got more than the security in the club was. I mean, I'm thinking through what you're saying as a guy who buys and sells assets and who is about to do the same. Again, that's why I'm in Florida in the first place. Like, if they get given a proper price for the asset, then that becomes the collateral.
Is that?
So fuck you.
Sorry, mate. I don't know whether it's my signal or whether it's your internet.
Tell him again, man. Tell him again.
I'm going to shoot for a bit because I've got more meds to take.
Lewis White is
such a racist guy, man.
Lewis, you got to get off it.
I was literally waiting for that one. As soon as he said my name, honestly, here we go.
How you doing, Lou?
I'm all right, man. I'm all right.
4 days. You come in on later.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if I can be bothered to watch the game with you, Andy. To be honest.
Are you going up to the Emirates to give leaflets out and wave flags? Are you?
Nah, mate. No. Although I feel the cause is right, but for me, if the owners want to sell, they'll sell. If they want to do, they're literally in control of the situation for me. Yeah. And I feel if
what we're talking about though, Lewis, would you feel differently if there was a press conference in June after this season? We don't win Europa, we finish 8th, and there's a press conference from the Spotify guy where he's sitting at a table and he has Thierry Henry, troops. No, he has Thierry.
Jesus Christ.
He has Thierry Henry, Lee Dixon, Alan Smith. I mean, name them.
Ian Wright.
Ian Wright's got to be in there. And I mean, if he's got people saying like we're gonna be like 1% owners and on the board, and we're all in favor of this, and here's the bid, and we're gonna give you a price that you can't refuse, and they go the public relations route of we're doing this the Arsenal way, and we want you out because you've never done it the Arsenal way. You don't think that I mean, forget what the price is. Maybe the price is $4 million, and you could just offer $4 million and be done with it. But if you offer $3 million and put like a campaign out there,
£3 million and a pound, yeah, can you do that?
Well, $3 million a pound and legends.
We are talking about billions here, right?
And legends.
Imagine if it was 3 million.
And
if it was 3 million, Mike, you'd be able to buy it.
And you throw in the Gooners podcast. Would that be enough?
No.
You don't think so? And Sutton United. I mean, they're gonna be a FA.
I don't know. I think there's a number that Kroenke's waiting for, and if it ain't there, he's not selling.
It starts with a 3.
Yeah,
100%.
With a 3.
Starts with a 3.
If it was free, I mean, no, and by that I mean 3.
It's that Thanet accent. That's what it is.
If it was 3,
on that note, gents, I'm going to shoot. Nice to meet you all. I'll speak.
Mugged him right off there. Mugged him right off there. The Thanet accent.
Listen, lads, I'm going to shoot because I've got more meds to take, and I might jump on a bit later, but who knows?
Look, all right, we're going. Stevie, love you, buddy.
Later, man.
See you later, Steve. All the best in recovery.
So you think? All right. So he said that the price was 3. Lewis, the price isn't 3, is it?
I don't know with these Kroenkes at the minute. It's very hard to tell what they're actually thinking because a lot of it, they're very, very, very behind the doors type of people. Just said last year, oh, let's get excited, and I'm just not excited now. I think it's just them saying what we want to hear most of the summer, and I think that they're just gonna entertain the bid just to give the fans that little piece of hope and then just reject it. To be honest, I can't see it happening. I really can't.
Colin, welcome to the pod. We're doing an open mic pre-game because I'm not sure I'm going to make it to the post game, but
mate, I don't even know if I'll make it to the game full stop. I'd just much rather do anything than watch Arsenal at the minute.
I mean, maybe we'll just keep this going during the game and we'll just act like it's not happening. But the conversation recently, I mean, we this is 4 hours, 27 minutes and 14 seconds into this pod. It's a very different pod than when we started, but the conversation lately is, could the Kroenkes be publicly relationsly forced into something if they were offered a good price and had a band of Arsenal legends, a very well organized band of maybe 8 to 10 of the biggest Arsenal legends of all time in the pocket of the prospective buyer? Will that make a difference? Will offering $4 million cash and saying just sell me the team versus offering 3 or 4 million and saying, I've got every important person of the Arsenal historical pyramid with me, and they want me to buy the team. Will either one of those make a big difference?
There's two ways I look at this. On one hand, I can see the Kroenkes not giving a shit, right? Because they're stubborn, horrible people. Like, they really are. Like, they'll probably look at that and think, Thierry Henry, who the fuck are you? You know what I mean? Patrick Vieira, who the fuck are you? That's the kind of horrible people
that's what I would count on backfiring on them, though. If they did that,
that will backfire on them, because that will only turn the fans against them even more so than they already have. But that's the kind of horrible people that they are. That's what we're dealing with here, right? But on the other hand, I can see them selling for one reason and one reason only: the fact that they've had the Athletic go on this mad PR spin run the last few weeks, or the last couple so weeks. That shows we're getting to them. Why now are the Athletic coming out and trying to spin everything the Kroenkes way? I'll tell you why: because they're fucking worried, right? Because they've looked at the I don't care what anyone tells me, because ultimately billionaires aren't stupid. They might act stupid, but they ain't stupid. They get to that position because they have a brain about them, right?
Thank you. I've been waiting for someone to say that about me for a long time, and I just haven't had that.
I mean, I don't know, Mike. I think you're bigging yourself up too much, mate. But that's the thing. Billionaires aren't stupid. They know what they're doing, and they get to that position because of that. However, the issue is they talk about investment in the summer and whatnot, and let's be honest here. Does anyone believe a word of that? Because I know I don't.
No, I'm with you on that one. I don't believe it either, but some will say, they have, but it's not enough. It's not enough.
This is where people are making that mistake, right? Gabriel and Thomas Partey, that's not backing the manager. It's not. Because if you look at the squad, is anyone seriously going to tell me that this squad didn't need more than Gabriel and Partey? Because I'll tell you what.
Yeah. I agree with you on that one. I'm
100% did. They haven't backed the manager in his first summer. But at the same time, what I will say on the manager, the board aren't responsible for our league position. The board are not responsible for the tactics on the pitch. That's all Mikel. However, I do sympathise with him because he hasn't been backed properly. But at the same time, I don't... It's a case of, do we persist with it and hope and pray the board back him, or do we do all we can to get these owners out and hope and pray that they go? Or third option, sack another manager and hope and pray it works.
Well, Colin, let me ask you something, because this would have been a very good conversation to be having a week or two ago, but with what we saw on Thursday, do you still feel the same way?
No.
I mean, you're talking about things that are systemic, but Thursday we saw.
Mike, I know.
Thursday,
Mike, I know what I'm outlining. Right. All I'm saying is
Thursday we saw something absolutely disgusting. It
was. Mike, I'll admit it. It was right. It was right.
I'm angry about it because I've been backing him constantly
for keeping Mikel, bro. I'm not putting a case forward for that. All I'm saying is
I am, and I was disgusted by that.
Those are the three options, right? That I guess last week I looked at and thought, you know what? Those could be our options, right? But now I'm looking at it and I'm thinking to myself, there's two things that I see happening here. I don't see Mikel lasting. For a start.
Lasting how long?
Well, you don't
think he makes it through the summer?
he'll get to the end of the season, but I don't know if he can. I don't know if he can withstand the storm because
Melvin.
Colin, hi Colin. I don't. When you say the owners are not responsible for the performance, for the players, for this, that, and the other, the tactics, I disagree. At the end of the day, any club that has a manager that's not performing, everyone looks back not only at the managers, the owners. They're responsible. So they do take responsibility.
Melvin, in that case, don't you think that the board should have done the right thing and not surrounded them with fucking novices at board level?
I agree. No, true. Yeah. No, I agree with that. It goes all through the club.
What they've done, bro. That's what they've done. They've appointed Vinay with. I mean, did anyone even know who he was? You know, when we first appointed him, because I sure as hell didn't. They've given him.
He's not about personnel.
He's got to take responsibility. They run it.
It's not about the players on the pitch.
All of them, Melvin. But what I'm saying, Melvin, is right. As much as the board should take flack for what's going on and everything else, and believe me, I wholeheartedly agree that they should. Right? I'm not saying other than that. I believe that they should. However, Stan Kroenke is not managing those players. Stan Kroenke is not outlaying the tactics. And if I'm being honest with you, mate, what I'm seeing on the pitch, I don't like. I'm often reminded of how I felt in 2018 under Wenger. Because the last thing I wanted to do around that time was watch Arsenal. And I feel exactly the same way now. I don't.
That's because you're not proper Arsenal like me.
It's funny we've got Newcastle today, right? Because it's that exact game where I threw in the towel on the season that year, right? Under Wenger, did anyone think we were beating Newcastle in 2018?
Yeah, I didn't throw in the towel until after
that game was such a strange game because
you went to that game, right, Lewis?
No. That was the game where Mustafi fucked up. I remember now. That just tells you all you need to know. Like we just the whole squad is full of players that just don't care, and that's what gets to me more than anything else.
Is the whole squad, Lewis? Is the whole squad
most of the squad? But
because there's 5 guys that I don't think are like that anymore.
Do you know what? You shouldn't be turning up to a semi-final with no striker. Like I looked at the team.
Yeah, but that's not those guys not showing up. That's the coach.
But wait. But then, if you are selected, I expect you to do all you can for the badge. And they just they got out there and they were like deer caught in the headlights. They literally did not know what they were doing. I couldn't recognize that team on the pitch, and I don't normally say that about Arsenal. Like usually you see something.
Our club has gotten mentally up for big cup ties, but they were thrown out there without a plan on Thursday, and that was the difference.
No one's telling me that Villarreal, man for man, have a better squad than we do. Nobody's telling me that because it's not.
They don't. Unai must have been like as soon as he was probably very confused by our lineup, and then
I'll tell you what, right?
And then 10 minutes into the game, he was probably literally like coming in his pants when he saw that we weren't even putting an effort forward.
We literally.
And I have video of Unai Emery doing that, and I think it's what I mean. Hypothetically speaking, Melvin, because you're the guy that I think would have the biggest problem with me saying what I just said. Don't you think he was like, well, this is a different lineup. I didn't quite plan for this, and then he was like, oh, I didn't have to plan for this.
It was like, it's like he must have been so happy, as you say, very happy. Like, well, this is interesting. How are they going to score against us? We can afford now to push forward even more. So, and they did. The first 5 minutes, they murdered us. And it's just, it went on and on. I mean, as I say, we got away with murder the other day. The FBI would have been called in if that game was in America. We got away with murder that game.
The only reason we got away with it, right, is because Unai Emery does what he always does, takes off a striker and puts on a defensive midfielder. That second half.
Yeah, but we gave that to him.
That's exactly the reason why he got sacked. Like, so I feel like the praise for Unai Emery that night was a bit.
He didn't have to do anything. He didn't have to.
Exactly.
That's right.
We gave it to them. That's another thing that really gets on my pits about Arsenal.
Like we shouldn't have buried the guy, and instead we gave him an easy pass without even having to him be good. Like he didn't show that he learned anything about us. He just showed that we just don't have it. And he did the minimum. They should have beat us 4-0. The fact that it's 2-1 is on Unai Emery.
Exactly.
And not to mention
if we come back to lose, if we come back to win this and go to the Europa League final, I'm gonna feel more like pity over how bad Unai bottled it than I am gonna feel happy about how much Arteta won it, at this point.
Well,
that's
here's
just
the
me.
thing, being like not being funny, but I can see us winning the whole thing, right? Do you know why? Because Unai Emery has given us a lifeline, and I fully expect that team to turn up at the Emirates on Thursday. I do.
Ours or theirs?
Because they do it.
When's our team ever shown up at the Emirates in the last 2 years?
Because they do it and then they just go to shit for the next game. This is a pattern we've been seeing over the last 2 seasons. And given how it'll be United in the final, I don't see Roma coming back from the absolute battering.
Oh my God. I was at the pub with Ashton watching that game, and like every 6 seconds, someone there was one Manchester United fan there that was like just rolling, like he was doing cartwheels at the pub.
I know.
I couldn't believe that game. I could not believe Cavani was like 14 years old. But
Mike, I've got to go off now, mate. Got to go off
Melvin,
now. Been on.
Hey, Melvin, it's
lovely to see you. Keep well.
Great to have you on,
mate. Ryan, I'll speak to you later. Lewis, nice to meet you, mate. Keep well. I'll see you all.
All right. You know what? It's a pleasure to have Melvin on, because I've been familiar with Melvin on Twitter. Never had him on the podcast. We're all about getting new faces and names out there, especially Lewis, who's wearing a shirt. Who's wearing a shirt tonight? Lewis, you're wearing a shirt tonight, which makes which is
well, it's morning over here, Mike. Come on now. Watershed, man. Watershed, UK time.
Well, to me, it's always night. And have you? Let's steer away from Arsenal for just a quick bit. I want you guys to stay on, but we got another 3 hours and 17 minutes to go until the game. Have you noticed what Sutton United are up to right now? Anyone pay attention to
They are up the table from what I've been seeing on the social media. Yeah. I haven't seen much lately, but I know they've had some really good results of late.
All right, you remember 5-6 years ago when Arsenal played Sutton United in the FA Cup? It was the 4th round.
Yep.
And that was our first season of podcasting, and that season, when we had a game scheduled with them, we got Wayne Shaw, the roly-poly goalie, that the guy that was the only person heavier than I am, on the podcast before the game. Great sport, great guy. I've met him. Then we played them, and he ate the pie on camera, which led to him being sacked from the club. But I have fallen in love with that team. They are the like if you like grassroots football, and I know 2 out of the 4 of you are not even paying attention right now, but like, if grassroots football, including like the Vanarama League, they are about to get promoted to League Two. They are like top of the league right now, and it's because of you, Lewis. Because you and me went there with Lee Judges and
what a night that was! What a night that was!
And God rest his soul, Claude. I think that gave them the effort now to get ready to go. There are about 4 games left, 4 wins, and they're in the football league. But if you get tired ever of the bullshit with the ESL and with all this Premier League stuff, get a team that's in the non-league. Get and do Sutton United, because they are a fun group of people. That said, this doesn't seem to be going anywhere. Ryan, are you still awake?
Yeah, I'm still here. Wide awake, got coffee in me.
I didn't realize your voice was so like low and like you got such a sultry voice for podcasting. I mean, it's like hello. So tell us a little bit about the Mr. Arsenal podcast. Tell us because you do some stuff that needs to be seen by more people, specifically like.
Depends what video you're putting. There's one video I did recently, and I'm getting a lot of stick from his fan base, as we both know.
Well, we can talk about that Look, it's 5:46 in the morning, and we don't invite kids onto our podcast, but I'm happy to talk about people that do.
Oh my god!
You know that's getting clipped, Mike. You know that's getting clipped.
It's true though. Bring it on. At least we're not breaking any rules.
I've got tweets of you flaming me for having a go on him.
Ryan, you're in.
To be fair though, that
what are you saying? How old are you, young man?
13, bro.
13, bro. Oh my god.
Don't worry, don't.
Bro, I'm nearly 3 times your age, you know.
This is his fucking regular podcast. Like,
no.
I don't want to make this about that. All I'm saying is, like if you care about children, you know what? Never mind.
Yeah, please don't go. Please.
Don't go there, dog. No,
not worth the hassle. Trust me.
No. Let's not, Mike. Let's
he's
not.
He's not worth the. He's not worth the airtime.
All right.
But yeah, literally on the channel.
If you care about Arsenal, then stop watching this podcast right now. No.
That's so.
All right, let's
stream aside for a second.
It's on you.
Yeah.
You know what? This is about trying to find something to embrace about the Arsenal at a time where we have very, very little to look forward to. And you know, one of the things I like to talk about, and it's great that I'm talking to the 3 of you, because all 3 of you have one thing in common, and you're not in the U.S. And I'm sure you're all very glad about that. But like,
I don't know, man. Britain's a bit shit at the minute.
I don't know. I'd rather be in the US than Scotland, bro.
I'd actually rather be out in the Caribbean.
Ryan, do we want to make this a full house? I mean, because my house is open right now. I mean, I'm about to have 2 houses, so I got more room for all of you. My point.
Yeah, I actually need to take a flight out there. Soon.
All right. Well, my point was that in times like this, and I'm just, I'm grasping because I've been on air for almost 5 hours now, but in times like this, one of the things I take solace in when our team sucks, and I've never seen our team suck this bad. I've been a fan for 32 years, and I missed the years where we almost got relegated, but this is pretty bad. One of the things I take solace in is the family and the people who I've met along something I will hate myself for saying, because it sounds like this stupid YouTube generation, this journey of being involved in talking to Arsenal fans all over the world. And like, if you can't appreciate that there's fun people to talk to, even when shit is like Colin and I would have never. I mean, I wasn't planning on going to Scotland anytime soon. Where do you live in Scotland? Approximately.
I'm not sure I'll be willing to disclose that live on air, right? Because no, Mike, hear me out, right? I'm not willing to disclose that live on air for one simple reason. There are still people out there that hate my fucking guts, right?
Well,
and would probably see me dead. So
you could give like if you live in Edinburgh, you could say you live in Aberdeen, and it would be or Cowdenbeath.
Right?
All right.
I'll give you a clue, right? But you have to work it out yourself, right? I'll give you a clue.
He lives in Cowdenbeath.
No. I'll give you a clue, Mike. Yeah, but you've got to work it out yourself. It's an hour and a half from Edinburgh.
Cowdenbeath.
No.
And Aberdeen. All right. So anyway, my point was, we're unlikely to meet if not for this stupid thing that we do. Lewis, how do we meet? Because of that bald-headed asshole that was on with us 20 minutes ago. I mean, like, look.
Yeah, you could say that. Yeah.
As much as that guy has driven me crazy over the last 4 years, he's introduced me to a hell of a lot of people, including people who talk to kids on YouTube. But Lewis is Lewis is the last person who I physically went to an Arsenal game with at the Emirates.
Yeah, 1-0 versus West Ham, wasn't it?
That's right. Mesut Ozil's last assist for the club. The last time that anyone has worn sweatpants into the Emirates was you. Right?
Oh God!
Did we hug that day or not? We hugged, right?
I got blood. Many times.
I took great videos of us, and then my phone got stolen that night, and so I have nothing to show for it. Ryan, you've met people, right?
Of course, I've met people.
I mean, have you ever met anyone in your life? No. I'm just. My point is.
Mike's emotional right about now.
We're at a low. We're at a yeah. I mean, Lewis knows where I am better than anyone. We're at a low right now as a club, in a lot of different ways, and I'm hearing things from people, about their fandom, and a lot of it's hot air, And a lot of it has to do with legitimate things, like if our club becomes a club that doesn't respect sporting merit, doesn't support English tradition, doesn't support, that makes sense. But like, this is, it's the people that make this club go round, and whether we lose to Newcastle today or not, I'm still going to want to talk to people after the game if I'm physically awake, which I probably won't be. But
get a few more coffees in you, you'll be fine.
Can't wait to wine.
I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna make it through the game today, but so now tell me your story about how you came over to America and watched the club on the summer tour, Colin.
I've never been to America.
I know.
I was trying to expect that to come on me. I was like, what?
Would you do it? But all right. So that was a joke. I know that you.
I know.
Have you? All right. So let me ask you this. From your undisclosed location in Scotland, have you come down to London to watch the club play?
Yes.
When was the last time?
I think it was the Emirates Cup in July 2019.
That Sunday event, one day event.
The time before that was Newcastle in April, And that night was absolutely madness. Like, I mean, where I was, like, the fans were lively and whatnot, which, you know, is, I mean, I'd give anything to be back in that stadium now, man. Like, you know, just in like the whole situation and whatnot, like, because I don't know what you guys think, but to me, the games aren't the same without like fans in there. Like, it just doesn't feel like right. Even when I'm watching it at home, it just doesn't feel right. Like, and that night was special for a couple of reasons. Number one, I actually got to go to the game, but two, the amount of people that I met that night who had followed what I'd done up until that point, and just like tweeting photos from the actual, like, from that night as well. Like, before the game, I actually stood outside the Emirates, right, where my brother just took a photo of me in a still shot.
Did you just stand there waiting for your fans to arrive?
Like, it was mad.
Because I stood out the Emirates one time and I was like, and then the game ended and I was still standing there like this and no.
Yeah, that was me. That was me. I did that. I was just like, you know what? I'm home now.
I was like, Mike from the Gooners Pod is here, and they were like, yeah, but the game ended like 2 hours ago, and I'm like, well, how come no one came up to me? And I didn't understand.
I probably. Do you know what? The minute. Right now, I wouldn't go to the games, right? Even if fans were allowed in, because ultimately that means more money in the owner's pocket and stuff like that.
Can you, Ryan? Can you sublimate your love for the club enough to try to really hurt the Cronkies? And if so, what are your ways of doing that?
Basically, not putting much single. The only way we can hurt the Cronkies is hitting them where it hurts most. Is in their pockets, and that's meaning not when a new search come out. No matter how nice they look to some people, don't buy them until they're gone, because the search will still be there.
You think
once they've been and gone? Tickets.
Is that not a loss leader?
I'm saying merchandise. I'm talking about merchandise in general. But people are going, oh, but if the shirt's really nice, they'll buy it. We'll have to fit in the object then, really, in that sense. The shirt's still going to be there on sale at the club or whatever, or Sports Direct or whatever ways or means.
Is that more about just trying to devalue the next commercial deal, though? Because, like, it doesn't hurt them because the commercial deal's already there. Like all you'd be doing
hurts them because then that company.
And that's why you boycott the sponsors, Mike.
All you'd be doing is, like, if Adidas was like half the number of people bought the shirts than we expected, then the next deal would be half the size. Like, it wouldn't hurt them in the pocket right away. It would be
because then Adidas
Adidas
themselves like the fact that they haven't sold as many shirts or whatever as they want to, because look at the amount of training gear they've released in this season alone, just during the season. It's ridiculous. And the prices, if they ain't selling that sort of the content, the sort of content amount that they want to sell, then they're going to go to Arsenal. Even if it's nowhere near the end of their current contract, they'll go, you know what, we want to tear this up. We want to go somewhere. We don't want to be part of this. While the Cronkies are still in charge, and then we'll end up the most basement bloody kit manufacturer you could think of, Aero or something like that, or Hummel. And it won't look good on the club because the kits are horrible and the kits don't get sold then either. But also, it's not just kits, it's merchandise in general. So don't go in the club store, don't go on the club website, don't buy anything via them. Don't, as I said, boycott the sponsorships as well. Also, when it comes to match day tickets, I mean, one of our it won't be one game at the end of the season. Now, the last two games of the season, fans are being allowed in home and away. Don't go. Don't apply for tickets. Season ticket holders or memberships or whatever, don't apply for tickets. Do you want to do protests? Don't go in. These are the things. Otherwise, in terms of the ticket side, in terms of the ticket side of things, if you're outside protesting, going, we want Kroenke out, and then but you're paying to then put money in his pocket to go into the stadium to watch the team.
Yeah,
you're defeating the object.
Well, we had some people on Twitter that were telling us, like, all right, it was one of my buddies, and it was a comment about the burning of the American flag, and that got completely out of context. But like, it was like, are you really doing that much by the protest we had the other night? And the answer was like, oh, you don't think it's important to do that? Well, watch, because when fans come back, we're gonna just go in there and give them hell. And I'm like, you've literally just said you're gonna buy tickets and go in, and you're probably gonna eat. Maybe you won't.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you're gonna go in there to voice your displeasure, but you're gonna be giving them money. Like I don't even think I really don't think that is impactful. What I think is impactful,
the best way to send a message, if you want to send a message to the owners, is to come out, do your protest and all that. Do whatever you want to do, but 5-10 minutes before the game kicks off, there's plenty of pubs and bars in the area that show the game that need the money more than him. Go and support them
instead of supporting the Kroenke thing. And like, the thing that makes me a little nuts, and I mean, again, all these things that people think will make a difference. Will it make a difference if the club's revenues drop by 30% non-COVID? Yes. But we as fans don't have the ability to make that happen. We don't. Game day revenue doesn't.
Horribly disagree with that. Horribly.
Well, okay. Well, and then I'll ask you why in a minute. But my premise is that fan action doesn't have the ability to turn the turnover from the 500 million that used to be and the 300 million it is now down to 1 or 50 or 2 million, 200 million, because game day revenues will likely not change that much once we get back into the stadiums. What does matter is if fans really banded together with their presence backed by a consortium of team legends. That to me would make a difference. And it's like every 30-40 minutes I've repeated this, but we're cycling in new people as we hit the 5-hour mark on this podcast. I mean, there's nothing that gets people more interested in something than supporting team legends. And there are 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 people right now that are still able to influence this club as to the fans, and that I think would make a massive difference. Will it hurt them in the pocket? No, but it will add to the pressure on them. So now, Colin, tell me what I'm wrong about, because I'm sure I'm wrong about something.
Okay. All right. Well, saying that, it won't make as big of a difference, I don't necessarily agree with that, because I'm often reminded of how Wenger got sacked, right?
And Emery.
Why did Emery to a degree, but why were those two sacked? Because the people weren't.
You want to say it was because of the empty seats in the stadium, but it wasn't.
It was because they were losing money. That's the point.
Right.
They weren't losing money because of the empty seats in the stadium, because the empty seats in the stadium were already sold. They weren't losing money. They were worried about PR.
Why was he sacked then? Tell me that.
Where they lose money is when it comes to TV. The TV companies wanting to show their games. That's where they're losing money, because the TV companies over here, Sky, BT, Amazon, or whatever.
But that was based on.
Hang on. Why would we want to broadcast our game live when there's no one there?
That's not the only consideration for why they would broadcast the game live or not, is because we couldn't show human beings in the seat versus a game in Villarreal where they could have shown human beings in the seats. That's not why. It was, no, I'm sorry, I don't believe that.
No, it
I mean,
was.
yeah.
No.
It
Let's
didn't.
be
It
real. Like
didn't
Man
help.
City game,
It
the
didn't
Man
help
City game,
Wenger's cause
where
that
there was
people
snow
weren't going
everywhere.
to the game.
Like,
but that didn't hit them in the pocket. It was.
No, it did though. That's the point.
It didn't.
Like,
it didn't yet. It was going to, and they nipped it in the bud, but it didn't. The point was that they and Arsene Wenger is a unique situation because Kroenke didn't own the club 100% until 2018. And the one thing in this entirety of ownership battles of Usmanov and Nina Bracewell and all of this from 2008 to 2018, from the time that Kroenke bought in to the time that he took it over, the one thing that was constant in that entire era was Arsene Wenger. And did they rely on him too long? Did they give him too much power? Did they let the club basically just sit in his hands? Yes. But that's why he was sacked, because at some point it was no longer necessary to have him prop up the club. And I don't believe it was empty seats with Arsene Wenger. I don't believe it was empty seats with Arsene Wenger. I know that's the narrative, but I don't believe it. Tell me why I'm wrong, because I'm open to it. I mean, I don't know anything.
Go on in, finish him.
well, I'm not gonna.
Ryan disagrees, and he's leaving it to Colin to finish me, and that's cool. That's fine.
Listen, bro, I'm not.
Yank, who's about to take a piss,
right?
literally take a piss.
All right, listen, bro. I'm not gonna lambaste you for what you think, right? Contrary to what other people want me to do, because I'm not going to, right?
I'd rather you do.
But no. I know you'd rather I do, but I'm not that type of person anymore. Okay, but
anymore.
Well, no, not anymore. At times, I wish I was, but I'm not. But the way I'm thinking about it, right, and I often go back to that Manchester City game, right, after the cup final, not the cup final itself, but we conceded. I think it was like, was it 6 goals in 2 days or something stupid like that?
Cup final 3, yeah. And
Yeah.
in the game itself, 6. Yeah.
Now, the whole narrative around that game from the media standpoint was the snowstorm and whatnot, and how fans couldn't get to the game because of that. That was a bunch of bullshit, right? Because you had people in the stadium still, regardless of the snowstorm, and there was empty seats in that stadium during that game. So, to me, the board clearly looked at that, and I don't think they would have done it for the empty seats alone. But the whole toxicity around the club at the time, that was another thing that probably weighed on their mind. Plus the media pressure. You had Jamie Carragher and Thierry Henry on Sky just, saying that, a managerial change has to happen. And the thought of the fans being scared that we would win the Europa League, which means he stays in charge. Which, I mean, that whole season was a nightmare, actually, now that I think about it. Like, you had everyone, like, we lost.
We had infighting literally in the stadiums.
The game that stuck out, right, was the Liverpool 4-0 at Anfield, and then we have the international break after that. And then we beat Bournemouth, and everyone thinks everything's all rosy. And I'm just like, and honest to God, that after that game, I was like, you know what? I hate to be that guy that tells you it's not all rosy, but I have to be. Like, I felt at that time, especially that season, everyone was just, after one win, got all hyped and be like, it's that, everything's rosy, we're back, and this, that, and the other. And I simply said to everyone, no, that's not the case at all. Because if you look at if you look at the teams we're playing post these horrific defeats, you know, they're actually teams that we should be beating anyway. Like, take the Bournemouth game, for example, after Liverpool 4-0. Bournemouth's style of football under Eddie Howe played into our hands. And that's exactly what I said post-Liverpool. And I was right in my assessment. Now, you had one-off games. You had the Chelsea 0-0 that season. But ultimately, the league table doesn't lie. It doesn't. And it's the same thing this season. You had good performances here and there. And I'll admit it, post-Christmas, I got caught into the trap. You know, we beat Chelsea 3-0. Then we go on this winning run. And
is it a trap, really, though? I mean, like...
Yes. Because the performances, they lull you into a false sense of security.
Some of them.
Where you
but
think...
we're so capable of those games, though, in those moments. So, like why...
Well,
sorry, I just walked off the set, but like, I mean, we have won those games in impressive fashion, so it's not like
I'm not. Listen, there's obvious differences between this season and that season, right? There's obvious differences because during those hammerings we got that season, you know, we'd be up and down, up like one win and then a draw and then several defeats on the bounce, right? This season, we started well, you know, battering Fulham, win against West Ham, and you're thinking, yes, top four could be a thing, right? Because you think 2 games into the season, you're thinking, all right, we've got 2 wins out of 2. Who knows? This could happen. And with how mad the situation was, you know, anything could have happened, really. But as time went on, and I'm often reminded of, like, the longer you have with a set of players, like, because the longer you have with a set group of players, the more the level drops down. You can have a new manager bounce this and that, and the players will raise their levels past what it should be. But more often than not, they drop right down to ground zero again. And that's exactly what's happened. Like, I don't know what... The Christmas period felt like another new manager bounce, even though we've got the same guy there. I don't know.
But that's just because that's because he finally switched the squad up, and
but here's Mike.
The chemistry clicked.
Here's the problem with that, right? If the chemistry was good around that time, why now is it back to pre-Christmas form? Why? Because the players have dropped their levels. You can raise it to a degree, but eventually it'll drop right down to ground zero again. And that's exactly what's happened.
Ryan, it's a good point. What's your thought?
No, it is, but again, I'll go back to what I said earlier. It's all stemmed from the ownership. I mean, the owner for any club leads by example. They accept a certain way of life in a football club or any business. It stems from the entire company, and we are seeing that. I mean, we've got a younger generation coming through that have never seen Arsenal, while winning FA Cups, be competitive and win league titles and compete for league titles, or be in the Champions League and compete at Champions League level. So they're coming through now thinking this is the norm, and it is very, very concerning. Whilst we have this ownership at the club, we need owners that not only are football men, but that do actually have the best interest of the club at heart, that won't just sit back and allow things like this to unfold to the level that it has done. Because look, it's all well and good coming in this season. Say a half hour after you played Brighton, we get news that Arteta's been sacked. It's all well and good that happening, but under this ownership, they'll just hire someone else, another yes man, to take over, and then we'll be in the same cycle again. In a few months, we'll have a little bounce, and then come New Year, it'll go downhill again, and it won't. Little spells again of hope and glory, sort of thing, and then it'll die again, and we'll be back in this. Again, is that every 12 to 18 months we'll be in this constant circle going round and round and round. So before we even think about the manager having to go, the ownership has to change.
Mhm.
And the mentality there, because that's the thing, the mentality seeps from the man in charge. No matter what anyone says, there's no coincidence. The second he becomes a majority shareholder, and then obviously a few years ago comes the full owner, the standards of this club has dropped massively. And it doesn't. I don't see at any point it changing. And I don't. Again, I listened back to the Arsenal forum the other week when Joss and Vino were sitting in on that, and I don't buy the PR because you could tell they didn't want to be there. But the PR spin of, well, we're going to have a massive summer this summer. We're going to spend big, but long term, this ain't the way to go.
That no one said that during the Arsenal fan forum, and honestly, that wasn't what anyone was looking for in that forum. It was about other things.
What they did.
But in the wake of that, the reporting is that they're like, oh, well, we're going to put money in, and
but does anyone believe it really?
That and is it going to solve the rift between the players and the management?
No.
I mean,
it won't.
Is spending 170 million of net spend or even gross spend this summer gonna, yet game day home and away ticket holders are still treated, taken for granted.
Of course,
it's so much more than just transfer budget, and the club is always. Even 2 years ago with Who Care, We Care to You, because believe me, there's no one that was more connected to the club when that happened than me, because I was literally media with the club that day in Denver, and I can tell you that the media and PR and ownership and VNI and everybody around the club looked at that and they were like, well, we have to react to this. But the way we do it is we got to sign Tierney. We're going to sign Pepe. We're going to, they think, well, they think that the fan base just wants them to splash the cash. And when the fan base that's a cross between splashing the cash and fan base, when the fan base uprises in ways that are about grassroots football and sporting merit and all these things that aren't transfer budget, I think the club doubts the sincerity of that. And they have every reason to. Because what are people complaining about the most? Kai Havertz came in. Timo Werner came in. We signed Gabriel for $23 million, and you can't even start every game because he had COVID. Those are the things that they got to deal with. And again, I find myself sometimes being my own devil's advocate because, we make it about things that are not just spending money. But what makes us happiest? When we spend money.
Well, here's the thing, right? This is where my counterpoint is to the whole spending money thing, especially with me. I don't think it matters who they buy, right? Because yesterday the club were putting out media spin that were in pole position to get fucking Basuma.
Yeah, sort of.
Yeah, that was pushed through the normal channels, and
exactly.
In fact, Harry Pratt. Do anyone do you guys know who Harry Pratt is?
No clue. No clue. I hadn't heard of him until yesterday.
Harry Pratt knew Arsene Wenger very well. Harry Pratt is someone I was introduced to 4 years ago. He's a journalist, and he's a very good friend of ours. I've DM'd him. He could come on the podcast as soon as next week if he wants to. That's where the Basuma news came from, and I'm like, bro, where'd you hear that? Like I'm seeing you credited with this. and I don't have an answer, but like that's not how transfers work.
No.
We know this.
No.
I'd almost say that
that's the thing, Mike. This is why I'm saying everything
that makes me think. And I don't know whether Harry Pratt, again, Harry Pratt is someone I've met and we've had on the podcast. He is a legitimate journalist, but like, so I'm not doubting his reporting. I'm just saying the fact that it was like tweeted and retweeted. I'm like, he was probably taken out of context. That probably wasn't even his reporting. So I don't know.
But again, this goes back to the club like spinning the PR thing. Like they put stuff out there and see how fans will react. Because I guarantee you, Arsenal monitor social media daily.
We know this. We know that they do that, and we know. I mean, we do know that they do that in very back channel ways too. Like they will put that through media. The one story I can tell you that made me sick, and I don't know if it's appropriate, and I don't know if it's topical here, is when we were in Denver, and we talked to Josh Kroenke, and there were 5 of us in the room. It was the day of the We Care to You thing. It was July 14th or 15th or 16th.
Would have been middle of July, wasn't it?
Yeah. That morning, I woke up to 2 things. I woke up to the Cricket World Cup, which was perhaps the most exciting thing I've ever not understood fully, but like watched online.
I blame Kenny Ken for that.
Because I understand that like literally the fucking last over, he hit like a 6 or a 4 or something like that. I mean, like I understand that we want that we, and when I say we, I mean England, because I'm English. But like we won the World Cup with some ridiculous. We scored like 24 in the last like 4 at-bats or something. I don't even know what it was. But if you were there, you remember. It was incredible. Then I hear, this is 5 a.m. in Denver because that's where I was at the time. Then we hear that a group of Arsenal podcasters that I wasn't invited to, and I know most of the people, and it's a dysfunctional group of people that I mostly like, but together they were dysfunctional. And I hear about this We Care to You thing, and I look at it and I'm like, it's not. I like this because it's just not about just spending the fucking money, because I've always just defended the Kroenkes that, they're not afraid to spend the fucking money. It's just that we've done it bad. So I look at this thing, and then Andy and I go to Dick's Sporting Goods Park to do media for the Arsenal Rapids game. And there are 3 other English people there in the media. There's John Cross, who we had met before, and James Benge, who we are friends with to this day, and Mark Irwin of The Sun. And the 5 of us get this interview with him. And then the next day, The Sun comes out with an article called 20 Wind-up merchant Josh Kroenke's 20 most inflammatory statements. That was, and I think I'm getting around to what I was trying to say, which was the spin of the media. Like was that where I said this? Because all right, because I've been on this podcast for 5 hours. So, like literally, the article was like all the things he said taken out of context to screw him over, and I felt bad for him at the
That's
time.
John Cross. That's what John Cross does.
Well,
Yeah,
it wasn't.
really
That
tough.
wasn't John Cross. That was Mark Irwin of the Sun.
Well, that's what the
And-
Sun did.
And
Like,
then
either way, he still works.
we and then the next day we're in LA at at the next game, which was the day before the Bayern Munich game. There's press, and this is the press conference where my phone had an alarm that went off in front of Unai Emery, and there was the most embarrassing moment of my life. But like on the pitch that day,
Xhaka wanted to kill you.
Yeah, Xhaka literally looked at me like he did kill me with his eyes. But right before that happened, on the pitch is Vinay and Mark Canella and all the club reps shaking hands with Mark Irwin. And I'm like, did you see the article that they put out last night? Like you gave them access, and did you see the article they put out last night? I didn't say that because who the fuck am I? But like, it taught me something. I'm like, this club isn't just about like PR. There's a game that's being played, and you know, it's a little ridiculous. And with that said, we're going to invite somebody in because I'm rambling at this point. Yeah. But Mike Scunny of the Arse Bros, Mikey, you're in you're somewhere in northern England, is that right?
Yeah.
Scunthorpe,
yeah, that's
right?
correct. Yeah, Scunthorpe.
You're in a city that has the word cunt in it, right?
It's not a city. It's not a city. It is a town, and yes, it has the word cunt in it. Yeah.
All right, sorry. Is city like an city in America?
It suits me perfectly.
Well, yeah.
You know, I just thought I'd pop on just to inject some ill-timed humor, as we tend to do on As Bros.
Well, yes, and I've been on your pod, and you need to come on ours more often. But like, we're now into the 6th hour of this pregame show that started with me and Tanner, who Tanner regrets ever having met me, but we're not going to do a postgame show today as we've been doing for the last 84 weeks.
No, that's fine. It seems pointless anyway, to be fair to me.
Well, you know, I mean, postgame. We already know what we need to talk about after the game, and the game hasn't even happened yet. But this has been. This has been a very fun situation where everyone has swapped in and out, except for me, and people are probably in the chat waiting for me to swap out. But Mikey, may I call you Mikey?
No.
Okay.
No. Michael
was
Scunny. That's usually the one that usually gets called out.
I was hoping you would say
whichever
that.
one's your choice.
I was hoping you would say that. So, what's your strategy for getting Kroenke out? Let's start there.
My strategy for getting Kroenke out. Well, it's going to be a long and arduous road to getting someone like him out of the club. You know, owners don't get chopped and changed every day, so it is going to be a long and arduous road. As to how to get him out, I think the momentum needs to be kept up from fans doing the protesting. I think that's one of the main ones there, is to try and keep that protest going. Preferably,
that's symbolic rather than actually pushing on his buttons, right?
Yeah, it's more symbolic than it is pushing on his buttons. But I think the more you do it, the more it gets done. If they do it, you know, if these protests happened every home game, for instance, nice picture, I love it.
Oh, I'm doing this for Daniel Robert. We're nothing if not giving to our fan. He wants to see these pictures, and we're going to have them. Okay. This isn't to take anything away from you, Scun.
No, that's fine.
Because I can't call you Mike.
Yeah, that's fine. But yeah, it's for example, someone just mentioned it there. Yeah, I was just about to say Blackpool fans. For years, Blackpool fans. Obviously for you, I don't know in the States if you ever heard of what happened with the Blackpool team.
We know what happened with Oyster, and I mean, it is not.
It was like I say, it was a long road.
Situation.
It's not exactly the same.
This is not an apples to apples situation.
No, it's not exactly the same. But I think you got to take the points of what Blackpool fans did.
Yes.
The problem being there is obviously Blackpool fans went to the high old extreme. They just refused to buy anything. You know, I don't think there was any season ticket holders there anymore.
And they got opponents to help them, right? I mean,
yes,
I
they did. Yeah.
When we played them, they were like, "Please, Arsenal, help us."
Yeah, don't go into the stadium. Don't buy this. Don't buy.
Is
buy certain
Liverpool
stuff,
Liverpool going to help us when we invite them back into our stadium to play us next season? Are they going to help us get out of our ownership? No.
You don't know, do you? It's amazing what fan power can do. Obviously, like we just said there, Blackpool fans. Okay, Blackpool are a low tier club in the UK. So
they weren't always, though. I mean, they were.
No, there wasn't always. No,
10 years ago.
They are a lower league club, and when you've got a high-profile team like Arsenal going to play there, or for example Liverpool or Man United, and the fans are asking you to do this and do that, you sort of think, oh well, yeah, that's fair enough. We'll respect that. We'll do that for you because we agree with what you're doing. So when you get high-profile clubs coming to Arsenal, for instance, and the fan power and everything, it can work. It's just a case of you have to keep on top of it. I was a massive criticizer of that We Care You Do campaign that happened with Arsenal. It started off, I thought, actually, yeah, I could get behind this, but I thought, well, if you're going to get behind something like this, you need to keep up momentum. You need to keep up a strategy. And as soon as I think the whole what happened is we bought Pepe for 72 million. It just sort of went downhill that We Care You Do. I think there was a bit more to it than that. That's the old Mike, it's got to, as soon as something like that happens, it just goes downhill. And
Scotty, that was so ridiculous because the We Care to You manifesto, if you want to call it that, was about like 8 things, and spending money was like the least of the 8. Ironically, Super League was one of the 8. Safe standing was one of the 8. Yeah. I mean, there were a lot of things that were covered in that We Care to You thing, and the fact that when we bought Pepe, and Pepe wasn't even our key target that summer, Tierney was. No. Tierney was. We were told that, and then we got him at a great price. But the whole We Care to You thing. I mean, I have heard from people that were involved in it that was dysfunctional AF, and that it became more ego driven than actually results driven. But they bought some time by spending some money that summer.
Yes, they did, and that was the issue.
2 years later, that cannot still be the same issue. If we spend a shitload of money this summer for what I called a couple hours ago the I'm Sorry tour, if we do that and we bring in Basuma and we bring in a couple other players and our team is improved, have we solved anything?
No.
I mean, maybe we finish 4th next season in the best case scenario. Have we solved anything?
They can bring in who they want. It would never happen, but if they brought in Mbappe and Haaland, I still wouldn't care. Do you know why?
Because it hasn't
changed the ownership, cracks, bro. And this is the issue I have with the We Care to You crap, right? They're silent for what? 2 years?
They just got back in,
and now they pop up.
Well, the thing is, I said this to a friend of mine recently. Everything that's also happened recently with the Kroenke out campaign that's going on, and everything that's going on with these owners in the Super League, the We Care Do You were about 3 days behind everybody else, and that's why I thought it was an absolute flop and a shambles of a campaign that they had, that We Care Do You, because you're so far behind the connected fans that are in there already. This is why this isn't going to work. Boy. Why do you think, Nick?
Yeah, Nick. This is what we call an open mic show. So Nick, GoonerOpenMic.com if you want to share your thoughts on that. I mean, it doesn't have to be a fight, even though your name is literally Nick Fights, but I mean, we're not just, we're not. All right, so Daniel Roberts now asking this. What is the main reason people want him out? Are we really still asking ourselves this question?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of reasons I can think of personally for myself why I want him out. But I don't just want Kroenke out of my team. I want a lot of the management structure out of this team, and I think that would help the long run as well.
So, all right. So then let's take this here. You have a weird situation that happens in July of this year where Kroenke sells to Daniel Ek, and the entirety of the board and all that is just vacated, and Daniel Ek starts from scratch. He's like, I'm blowing this team up from scratch. If you're him, what do you do?
You've got to have the restructure of I call it a totem pole. So from the coaches upwards, I call it the totem pole. You have to have a full restructure.
Let me clarify. I'm saying July 1st. So we're in the transfer window at this point. We've missed Europe because I'm assuming that Kroenke's not going to sell if we somehow get Champions League money, despite not deserving it. And they're like, okay, fuck it. We're selling our team. July 1st, Daniel Ek comes in. The things that are in place now are in place. Our current squad's in place, and Arteta's in place, and Per Mertesacker's in place in the academy, and Steve Bold's the coach. All that's in place. And he's got 8 weeks before the season begins, maybe 6 weeks before the season begins. Where do you start, and what do you expect out of the first season? Start with Scunny.
Well, I would expect quite a few changes, not drastic measures like a whole reshuffle in 1 month, but I expect to start seeing some big changes. I expect to see corporate officials, as I would call them, the top of the totem pole. For instance, obviously you've got at the top you're going to have your owner, underneath you've got your board, and then so on and so on down. Now you see the biggest failures I've seen so far is when we had Raul in there at one point. He got released. We've kept. I can never get his name right, so I either call it Vianney or Vianney. I can never get his name right. I expect him to disappear very quickly.
Best to pronouncing shit.
Vianney.
Is it Venkastappen? I can never get that right.
Vianney Venkatesham, and he's such a nice guy. He's such a nice guy. Is he? I've met him. I've talked to him. He listened to me. He's a nice guy, but he doesn't. The things that people attribute to him aren't his job. Like he doesn't sign players. So just leave him alone.
He's the commercial guy.
Well,
he doesn't. I mean, I talked to him in 2019 in the U.S. tour, and I'm like, he's not the one like pushing the Partey deal over the line. That's not his role. So
he must have taken some of Raul's role when Raul left. Because Raul was one of them people who was pushing these things over the line. He was the one sorting these deals out.
Adu took the role after Raul left, and Raul left because the gerbil told him he needed to leave. So,
what? No. Raul left, right? Because I think it was Tim Lewis at the time. He's the one that.
Yes. No. Tim Lewis came in and cleaned house. Absolutely saw.
It was found out that Raul was taking commissions on deals that he really shouldn't have, and that he was offering contracts to his best mates' clients. Which
do you know? And I'm now speaking as the gerbil because I'm the only person in this podcast that's been a gerbil before.
Are you trying to low key tell us, Mike, that you're the gerbil?
No, because I've already told people that I'm the gerbil. That's not up for debate anymore.
No, but you undercover as the gerbil. Is that what we're getting at?
Well, I'm overcover as a gerbil. It wasn't the Pepe deal that he got sacked for.
No.
You know what? You know the deal that literally led to him being sacked, and it's not even a bad deal. It's the way the deal went down was Cedric. That was the deal.
That was a bit sus.
It was very, very sus, as you like to call it.
I don't think he played the game up to that point, had he? No.
The amount of money that went into people's pockets. I mean, look. I mean, you could figure it out, but in any case, we did sign some. I mean, I'm fine having Cedric on the team. I'm fine having Mari on the team. I'm fine having. I mean, all these deals, Martinelli and all, they all happened before Edu really started his job.
Yeah, and my point was I was going to say start with the older generation's style of people that have been in there before, who have went through the time of with Raul and even Wenger. You know, these people, we need some sort of freshness in there. We need some people like you said there, Vianney or Vianney is a nice guy. I don't want a nice guy as a chief operator or whatever he's called now. I want a cunt who's going to be in there and just say, no, you're not, and no, I'm not doing that.
And you know who would be the perfect cunt, who's not a cunt, but he's a cunt, and he would be a cunt for us, David O'Leary.
Yeah, you're probably right there, actually.
I'll go with that.
But so you know, I'm just going on as I was carrying on, and someone made a comment there. Is it JW? It's not just about spending money on players. It is and it isn't. We will have to have some changes in the team. That's obvious. We need changes in the team.
Yeah.
But the whole thing. Again, I agree with what he's saying. The whole reason why this is falling so quickly is not always down to the players. You know, you can't blame the players for everything. As much as we have done over the years recently, and some of these players do deserve it. They're not giving 100%, and you can tell that on the pitch. So we get rid of these players. We have got rid of a lot of players, you know, in the last transfer window.
And there needs to be more, but at some point you're going to reach the bottom, and you'll be like, okay, well, we got rid of all the problem players, yet we're still having the same outcome.
Yeah. And this is where I'm sorry to say it, but this is where I'd get rid of start with a change of management as well with the team.
You know, I'm you're literally watching me go through a transition, not from being heterosexual to otherwise. You're seeing, but like
from male to female.
Oh, what's that? Bloody hell!
I'm transitioning from Jew to no, I'm just kidding. Look, I don't care whether people came out against this manager when he was appointed and now are wanting to collect their praises for having been right all the time. I don't care. And I know that I'm like, I'm highlighting people who I routinely have a go at. That's not the point. The point is I want everything to work out. And not only do I want everything to work out, I'm going to try to analyze things in a sense that like makes me not that unreasonable. And when I finally have a reason to lose faith in somebody, I will. I have not gotten there with. I'm going to be one of the last people that gets there with Arteta.
Well, this is where I am.
There's a podcast that exists in December of last year, and I don't know who we had on, but I had a shirt that I made that said "Everyone Out" because I was just so fucking pissed off with everything. I literally, I made. I mean, it was a joke, as is everything on our podcast, where I made a white shirt and I put "Everyone Out," and then we played. Then we played. I think someone just knocked on my hotel room door. Then we played Chelsea, and we won. And then I put on the other side of the door, I put youth in. So I have this shirt that was like "Everyone Out" and then "Youth In," and the "Everyone Out" was like a joke. I'm like, you can't just do that. But I was on the verge of, the more I see Willian, the more I don't think Arteta's got it. And then all of a sudden everything changed, and the performances were better. And there was a point where, like, if you looked at our performance after Boxing Day, we were like third in the league. I would bet that statistic now has us 8th or 9th in the league.
Yeah, and that's
which is not good enough. Even if you were just looking at how we played after Boxing Day, if that stat has us at 7th, 8th, or 9th in the league, that's really damning. Like, you can't even talk about splits. I would love to be in a situation like Manchester United are right now, where they've got good players and they finally figured out how to play for their manager, because they're in a position that we would like to be in right now, maybe.
Well, you obviously, they're second in the league.
Yeah. So,
and if they win, and if they lose today, I think if they lose today, Man City win the league. But if they win today, they can still keep up the fight. But it's still technically there, but it's gone really. But it's still technically there.
But I'm not just like blanketly Arteta in, but I've been waiting for the things that I needed to see, and as time goes by, I'm not seeing them.
Well, this is where I'm at, Mike. The thing is, right, I was never an advocate for Arteta at the start. I'll completely admit that. I've done podcasts where I was thinking, no, he is the wrong person for the job. Just because he, the way I see it is, for Arsenal and for the type of players we had at the time, we needed an experienced manager. And I thought, okay, well, he came in anyway. And I thought, well, I tell you what, I'm not happy about it, but I'll be willing to give him a chance. I'm not going to sit there on every podcast I do and say, Arteta and got it. I didn't do that. I thought, no, okay, fair enough. He's in now. There's nothing I can do about it. Let's just carry on and see how things go. And every single time it went on and on and on and on. And I thought, okay, fair enough. We had a good back end when Emery left. We won the FA Cup. He did okay. We got to, I think, was it 7th and we won the FA Cup? Or was it 8th? No, 8th and won the FA Cup. And then obviously came on. And then we come on to this year. It's like, okay, we've managed to get into the Europa League again by winning the FA Cup. That's fine. We come, then it starts this season. And you're thinking, right, okay, let's start. We're starting afresh. I'll start fresh. We've had a summer transfer window with him. Not much happened in that respect, I don't feel. A few players, little players came in, a few players went out. And then he started the season off and it got worse as the season went on. Yeah, there was some good moments in that season, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying there isn't. But there were. But as we progressive, I think, I think there was a time where at some point we was not far off pushing off relegation zone.
Oh, for a while that was.
Yeah, and it's like
we knew it wouldn't happen. Relegation, but we were.
There's that little niggle in the back of your mind thinking, "Oh shit, what if there is?" Yeah. What if this carries on? What happens if we get into that bottom three? What if we're in a relegation fight? Obviously, in the front of your mind, you're thinking, "Nah, what happened? We've got two good players for that," and it worked out. Okay, we haven't been in that relegation fight. But we're sitting in 11th at the league at the minute. And it's like, well, surely with this team that we've got now, it's not the best team for attitude. We know this. We've seen it. We saw Baku. It's not the greatest team for attitude. And we've seen it in many other matches after Baku. And this is where I think to myself, this is where what would benefit it would be beneficial to have an experienced manager. Now, we're coming up to the end of the season now, and I'm thinking, right, I don't think, and then there's a lot of people out there who needs another couple of windows to help him through this transition period. And after what I've seen, he's had 3 windows. He'll have 3. Is it 3 windows? 3 windows. This one coming because he's had a window.
January was one where it's like a fly on the wall, mate. So
yeah,
if we're being,
but he got rid of a lot of people. He got rid of Ozil, he got rid of Kolasinac, he got rid of Mustafi. He got rid of this cliches that people were saying at the time that was about this little clique that was making things worse in the dressing room. Fine, you got rid of them people. That you expect attitudes to change. You expect players to think, okay, it's going to start picking up now. We got rid of this clique. That never happened. And and as obviously as things are going in and everything else, and we got this window coming.
I kind of think it happened a little bit. Like I think we improved after January when Again,
Yeah,
I
there was
don't know.
like I say,
don't know what
there's
the
always
numbers.
been that up and down
I
moment
thought
this season.
I thought we had addition by subtraction, and that some of the worst elements of our dressing room were moved out, and and the younger, more Arteta based people were left to buy in and to reinforce that. Like I almost thought it was like a coup in his part, but but by the same token, in 6 months I could be shown to be completely wrong about that. Like I think the malcontents are halfway out, and I mean, the Mesut Ozils of the world don't control Arsenal anymore.
No, we haven't got that. We haven't got that player, that high. I would say high-profile player that isn't controlling the Arsenal. We haven't got that.
Which is one reason why I worry about Guendouzi coming back into the squad, because he's still like connected to that old fucking.
That's if he does come back.
Well, I don't think he will. I don't think he will, and I don't think he should.
No,
if we can sell him, that's great, because he's bound to that posse of people.
Yeah.
Guendouzi
which is fine. Which is fine by me. We got rid of Guendouzi at the start of the season. He sent him out on loan, which is fine. If there's certain things that you can agree with what Arteta's done, and I do. Getting rid of the likes of Guendouzi, getting rid of Ozil. How many fans have been wanting that for the last 3 years? Get rid of him. He needs to go.
He had 4 assists, he had 4 assists in 2 years.
Exactly.
Ozil?
Yeah.
Who did?
Ozil.
4 assists in 2 years.
Yeah. Well, and the last and the only one in 2019 to 20 was the one that I saw at West Ham. Welcome to the pod, Daniel Robert.
Cheers for having me on again.
Hey, it's always good to see you. You're on with Mikey, and I'm calling you Mikey for no good reason other than I feel like it. And Colony.
I'll let you off because you look knackered.
Yeah,
I
am.
I'll let you off, right? Because you look like you've been on the wine a bit too long. So
yeah, well, we're almost at 6 hours of this podcast.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
And it is 6:51 a.m. I'm doing it until the game starts. Daniel Robert, frequent guest in the chat, sometimes guest in the open mic. We've been talking about, what have we been talking about?
I was having my rant.
I'm not going to lie, I zoned out during Mike's rant anyway.
Yeah. You're all right. I was just having my rant. I haven't had a chance. I haven't done my podcast for so long now.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
This is the first time I've actually had a rant, so
honestly,
probably went a bit too long for it.
Well constructed, to be fair to you.
It's about what it would take for the Cronkies to sell this team.
But I don't think they will sell unless for some reason they've changed their mind. I don't get if not buying merchandise or even not turning up. I don't think it'll make a difference. I think the only thing that will sell is if someone like Daniel Ek really goes in and hits them with a number that they think is good enough.
Dan, have you heard? I mean, at the risk of being repetitive, but again, I don't. Some people are just waking up and watching this. Have you heard what we've talked about with regards to a consortium of Arsenal legends? And I'm not talking about the 3 that are being rumored with Daniel Ek's bid, because we haven't heard from those 3. I'm talking about an organized, assault of Arsenal legends plus a new buyer that are like, let's do this.
But is that really realistic?
If Daniel Ek really can get Bergkamp, Henry,
I hope he doesn't get Martin Keown though. I will say.
All right, Keown, all right. Maybe he and then we could also do what we did earlier tonight and talk about the comments of what the fuck is his name? The AFTV comments that It wasn't Keown that made those comments, but
Ray Parler.
Yeah, Ray Parler. No, but like, if he got a consortium of influential Arsenal legends, Ian Wright, Thierry Henry, Johan Giroud. But the you know who the people are that
Sonogo.
I mean,
Carl Jacobson,
Ignacy Mikel. I mean, like, he's got to get, Danielson. If he gets all these people on his
Andre
side,
Santos.
Exactly.
You keep going, couldn't we?
Dan,
Almunia.
Pressure from a buyer and legends, is that different than just pressure from a buyer?
But what's that different? What does that do to Kroenke? Why does it matter?
That's
he's still
the
making his. He's still making his money. He's still and I think most of it. I mean, the amount of money in TV, I don't know the numbers, but it must be huge. Whether there's anyone attempting it with Invincibles or whatever, it won't make a difference to him. Or maybe
I think it adds to the press pressure, I suppose, doesn't it? When you start flying these. Well, it adds to the pressure on there because it keeps it going, doesn't it, in the press constantly, and you're constantly seeing this, this Daniel Ek, this Thierry Henry, the Patrick Vieira, the Dennis Bergkamp. It's constantly going through into because what it is you're adding high-profile names to that, and when you add high-profile names to it, it runs through a cycle, doesn't it? So it constantly sort of comes round and comes round and comes round. Eventually, it's whether or not they see it or not. It is whether or not.
Yeah, I mean, do you think
if they care to have Twitter or Facebook and Instagram? Do they even have these programs?
Yeah, they're not going to be on social media or on the news to look at all this. They won't care. The only people they'll get contact with is, I guess, from the Arsenal board.
Unless it goes on Bloomberg or something. I don't know. It's what it's like in the States with the stock market. I don't know which one it's called now.
Well, but you can't do a takeover. I mean, you can do a hostile takeover of a publicly owned company, but you can't do it of a Kroenke owned company. You can't.
No, you can't. You've got to have some sort of stake in that.
But like Yo-Yo says, and I've always said on this podcast, I don't know who the hell he is or she is. I don't know, but they make really, really good comments. So if you're going to come on, go to GoonerOpenMic.com. Eck may be using sentiment to woo the silly fans. Eck is definitely using sentiment.
Mm-hmm.
The question is
it silly fans?
How well? I'm not a silly fan, and he's using sentiment, and he's winning me over. But I also understand the finances, and so I'm not. I'm not.
I think it's very smart. I think it's very smart what Daniel Ek has done.
He's being very smart because he doesn't have the game-winning offer at this point.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that he won't. He's being very smart right now in starting to he's upsetting the order that exists right now by making himself known and by the concept of these Arsenal legends, which is why I'd like to hear more from Henry. I'd like to hear more from Ian Wright. I'd like to hear more from Patrick.
I think it's just the three that was originally mentioned. I don't think anyone else.
But who mentioned them though?
When Twitter starts, mate. When Twitter starts, and one name will get mentioned. Yeah, I know there was Flamini in there at one point.
Well, right, and then that got rubbished.
Yeah.
You know whose support he has? He has the Gooners podcast support. And that's not being reported anywhere, which I think is absolute bullshit. But we need actual legends to come out and call for ownership change.
I mean, Ian Wright did that, didn't he?
Yeah, he has done that.
He did.
Thierry Henry said that.
He did that with.
He's not said it in them exact words, but Thierry Henry said something along them lines.
Has Ian Wright done that with anything more than a hashtag?
I think he spoke about it. I think
it was on Instagram. I think he did a video on Instagram.
I mean, it was a hashtag as far as I'm concerned. That's not enough. That's not enough. You need if you're Daniel Ek, then what you're doing right now is you have a spreadsheet, and you have every Arsenal legend who's still living and is like within your reach, and you're getting numbers on your side. He's a smart guy. He knows that. If he's not getting numbers, if he really is serious about that, he's going to start getting public sentiment behind him. He's not going to talk about 4 billion versus 4.5 billion. He's going to say, Charlie George wants me to buy the team. Herbie Chapman. He's going to get people that people care about behind him. Because to just bid £4 million and take over the team, and then do what in the transfer market? We don't know because we don't know anything about him. Like that's a financial deal. That's not a deal that is meant to make Arsenal again.
Yeah, I mean, you got to remember, haven't it, as well? The negotiations have only just sort of started. There hasn't been a full negotiation yet, has there? It's just been
there's been no negotiation.
Wildly reported about what's going to be bid, who's doing this. So nothing's really happened yet.
And you look.
Sorry, Dan, I interrupted you, mate.
No, I was going to say what Dan
right? You think there's nothing that's been outlawed, like his fucking whatever he's doing has not been. He's not all right. He's gone in a way in which he's saying all the right things, and to be honest, he has to that because if he does anything else, he looks like a mug. But he's not going to outright and say yes, I've got this player backing me and whatnot. That's just the media putting stuff out there to kind of get the Arsenal fans to react. And we know why they do this because.
But if you do it right, though. We're sheep that will give every fucking potential takeover owner everything they need. Fergus, welcome to the pod.
Thank you, mate.
If there's a bid and a PR thing
Mike, let me help you out here. The more breaking news is: will you make kickoff? Or will you pass out?
I'm probably going to pass out before.
I think more than likely.
Right.
I've never seen you so drunk. You make me look sober these days. You know that.
Well, that's my job right now is to do you a favor.
That's why I wanted to come on, just to thank you for that.
Well, that's good. But I'm going to hold you to the fire. This consortium of players that I've come up with in the middle of the night, where everyone decides to sign their name on, as has been said in the pod or in the chat, or actually maybe gets 5% ownership, whatever. Like if Daniel Ek said, "I'm going to give the guy £4 million, and I'm going to give these 8 club legends 1% of ownership and put them on the board." Does that start to sway things at all? Or is it just a pure money deal for the Cronkies?
It's pure money deal for the Cronkies. 4 million isn't going to touch the sides, Mike. It would be 4 billion, and they might go somewhere.
But with the player power, though, with the sentiment, with the public relations, you don't think that'll have anything to do with it?
To be honest, the 3 players that were listed, and I thought Flamini was chucked in as well. I didn't hear the beginning of your when you were sober. I didn't hear the beginning of this show.
Well, that's because it was 8 hours ago.
Okay.
We're now in the 7th hour of the show, by the way. I just want to.
It's 6 hours and 1 minute, by the way. Unless time's different in Florida,
which means it's the 7th hour. Which means it's the 7th hour.
Yeah,
so
you did say you've been doing it for 8 hours, so I can understand being drunk. That 6 months.
Well, 8 hours is a bit ridiculous. But,
no, I don't see if you had Bergkamp, Vieira, and Henry involved. Now Flamini, they're talking about it involved as well. Flamini for his money, yes. Ike, if he's interested. The only thing I like about the whole thing is they're actual football fans, but I don't see where that leaves Edu, where that leaves Arteta. Who does what? If there was two of those players, maybe I can understand where Bergkamp can drop in straight in as director of football or something like that.
But you think it would be a net negative though? I mean, whatever organizational shifts happened in the club, you think that would leave us worse off?
I don't see it
because Edu might not have a job.
Well, to be honest, I don't mind if Eddie doesn't have a job because I don't think he's doing a fantastic job as it is. So,
well, my point exactly. I'm like if they can't, sorry if Eck comes in with Overmars and Edu no longer has a job, I could live with that.
To be honest, I could live with Overmars, Bergkamp, and Eck being the money man. I think that'd be perfect.
But that's what I'm asking
you. Do I think that trio could work? Yes, it could work, and would it be a positive? Yes, because the Cronkies are out. I don't want the Cronkies in the club because they don't care for the club. For Stan Kroenke saying he bought Arsenal not to win trophies, he's done for me. Dublin Gooner.
All right, he did not say exactly that, but I am not here to defend the Cronkies. I'm here to defend statements made in the press that have been taken way out of context, and that was one of them. But let's move on.
Well, actually, here's a thought, because I just thought of this, right?
Thank you, Colin.
I remember, because Henry was on Monday Night Football a while back, saying that he's constantly learning about management, this, that, and the other. If Henry is involved, and I don't think he is, but if he is involved, would he be the one that would take the managerial reins in this thing over Arteta?
I really hope not, because Thierry Henry is like the biggest legend.
I'm not advocating that, Mike, but that I'm just going off what Thierry has said publicly.
So it's a good question. Let's go to Daniel, and then let's go to Scunny.
Yeah, I mean, I just think, like with Arteta, no one loved him at Arsenal. So if he doesn't do well, like we can all hate him at the end of it. Thierry Henry, we don't want all of a sudden to hate Thierry Henry. Like, you got to keep him as a legend, keep it that way, and keep him out the club for me. I don't want him involved in it.
Frank Lampard's the best example we can.
Exactly.
But Dan, I hate him a little. The hand of frog. He knocked Ireland out of the World Cup.
Oh God, let it go. Let it go.
Even I know about that.
Let it go, man.
Scunny, what are your thoughts on that?
No, Henry, Bergkamp, or Vieira. No, I don't want to see him. If this happened, for instance, so hypothetically, no, I don't want to see any of them three as a manager. Just for the same reasons as what Dan said there. In Arteta, okay, yes, he played for Arsenal. He's new to management. In reality, all three of them are quite new to management. Vieira's been in a couple of managerial roles, and so has Henry, but they haven't been that great in the managerial position. And I'm going to say the same thing as what I said when Arteta first came in. We need an experienced manager. Them three should be at either board level. That's it. That's all them three need to be at. In or around that level. Management-wise, no, it won't work.
All right. Well, here's one for you, Mike. Yeah. Let's say, because we all agree that there's novices at board level, and we all agree that the manager is a novice and enough himself, right? So
we're winging it right now, basically.
Right? Novice is actually quite nice. I think trainees more.
I know, but I'm trying to put it in a way where it's not as horrible for some people, right?
We're trying not to remove any of my favors with the club that I've cultivated over many years.
Do you know what, Mike? I do take issue with that last comment. I know you. You're not a KSC apologist. You're trying to.
No, I'm not.
Put devil's advocate out there.
Did you see that? Did you see that from Jim? Who I like Jim.
Jim,
Jim. What? Come on, Gooneropenmic.com. But yeah, no, that I'm not. You know that I'm not yet. Yet I also try. I do try the devil's advocate when it comes to the Cronkies, only because of the one thing, and I'm not going to keep bringing it up, because it's self-aggrandizing.
No.
I've had an experience that most people don't have with them, and that's why I am so upset right now, because they've thrown
it feels like we're just in limbo, and that's kind of where we agree that we have novices at board level. We agree that we have a novice as a manager. Is this not where an experienced head like, say, a Rafa Benitez would come in handy? I know it's not. I know it's not aesthetically pleasing football, but at least he's experienced enough to steady the ship.
There is other managers. I get what you're saying. But there is other managers out there who haven't actually currently got a job at the end of this season, who are more experienced and probably a bit more, I would say, suited to Arsenal than.
Isn't the best situation, though, to be where you have a club who has talent and a coach who wants to succeed, and you make it succeed with them? Like these retread managers. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to invite Carlo Ancelotti to your club, you're probably not going to get relegated. And if you're Everton, what are you doing? 8th, 9th, 10th? I mean, yes, ahead of us, but like that's not the point.
No.
Is there any proof that experienced managers are a good long-term solution? If we bring Rafa Benitez in and he brings us up to 6th and then 5th, like that ends in a way that's normally not good.
I mean, Thomas Tuchel's a good example of that.
Tuchel just came in and took a Galactico team and
actually, I take reservation
him.
with the fact that Tuchel's doing a good job, actually, because if you actually watch their games, right, it's very similar.
Tuchel and Conte did the same thing when Lampard and Jose left. That team was so much more talented than our team is now. You can't get a new manager bump out of our club right now.
No. But Tuchel and Conte are completely different. One's about to win the fucking league with Inter Milan because Juve are having a shit show, and Tuchel
came in to give his
I can count
the people who were
amount of credit he's
signed there
like
to do well. He came in to give them some comfort level. Havertz and Werner were shit until Tuchel came there, and it's not surprising that at least one of the two of them, Havertz, is finally doing his job.
The problem with Tuchel, Mike, and this is what I'm saying, right, is that it's very similar to what we were under Unai Emery. It's not good football to watch. It's not aesthetically pleasing on the eye. But the thing about it is, it gets results. We'll see how long that lasts because we've been there ourselves. Remember, Unai Emery went on a 22-game unbeaten run.
Yeah,
with us.
I was at a bunch of those games, and it was all papers over cracks.
Exactly.
But
you're getting results at the minute.
Tuchel's coming into a team where they have players who are, and I said this a while ago, their 11 players average out at about an 88, 8.8 per player. Our best starting 11 is a 66. So for Tuchel to come in and take the reins of the club where Lampard had clearly lost it. And at this point, I can only assume that Lampard lost the dressing room. Because just like Jose Mourinho 3 years before when Conte came in and turned him around to win the league, I mean, those players are good enough to win the league in any year. So their issue was the coach was the wrong coach. Our players aren't good enough to win anything other than maybe, I mean, like a very inspired thing to win the FA Cup, but like they're not going to do so. I mean, switching coaches now, Daniel, what's that going to do? And then we'll go to Fergus because I've talked a lot.
I don't want to switch coaches. I'm happy with Arteta. Obviously, he is a novice. He's a beginner in terms of management, and should we have hired him with him going to be learning on the job? No, but we did, and he's an all right manager. There's no doubt about it. We won an FA Cup. I don't think a bad manager would have done that. And there were some games this season, Leicester, Spurs, and I think there was a Man United game. We played really well. It's just not consistent enough. But I think give him another transfer window where I think we might be spending big and give him a pre-season. I'm hoping
if that's your kid, we're gonna have
not me.
Hey, man. I'm about to beat down some kid right now. No, I'm just kidding. I love kids. I don't love kids the same way that Lee Gunner loves kids, but I love kids. All right.
Right. On that note.
Sorry, Jen.
No.
No, but it's I think it's too early to get rid of it. With Tuchel, they're doing really well. They could win the Champions League. They're probably going to win the FA Cup, but we all know that in next season, the season after, he's probably going to get sacked, and they'll get a new manager. They'll get.
I mean, if those players decide that they're not going to play for him, then.
But that's what Chelsea do. They'll get Allegri, and he'll go after 2 years. Whereas I think with Arsenal, we want it to create a whole project. We want this Arteta thing to work, and we don't want to be sacking manager every year, every 2 years. And so we have to give this some go. If we get rid of Arteta now and get an Allegri or whoever we get. It's not a long-term thing. Yeah, it might get us top 4 again. It might get us to win a trophy. But in terms of a long-term, in terms of what we want to be as a club in 10 years' time, 15 years' time, I think we want to be a consistent team rather than a team that can win the league one year and go a 10th the other. So it might take time to get there, but I think it will get there. And maybe that's just me being stupid.
Can I just jump in quick before you go to Fergus? Just to
I would like to go to Fergus, but yeah, jump in.
I'm just going to jump in really quick. Sorry, Fergus. He's used to me interrupting him anyway, so he don't really bothered. What I was going to say is I think what we're looking at now is we're going through a bit of a rebuild, but having an experienced manager isn't helping, And someone made a really good point in the comments. So Arteta is it Jay Duber again? Another great comment. Eddie was still learning. Arteta was still learning. Vinay is still learning. What are we expecting? Well, yeah, what are we expecting? We should be expecting shit, really. But with an experienced manager, and I think when it comes down to the days of like you used to see with Alex Ferguson and Arsene Wenger, the days of having a manager for 20 odd years, them days are gone. These managers are going to be wanting moving. A lot of these managers want to be moving on after 5-6 years. They want the next challenge. They want the next challenge. Them days of a 20-year manager have gone. But I don't think that should hinder us from getting a manager. That shouldn't hinder us at all. We should be looking at these experienced managers.
But Scunny, okay, yeah, agree. 20-year manager reigns won't happen again. But 4 or 5 years of stability under Arteta or whomever would be better than flipping and changing, unless you're going to do what Abramovich did and back it with your wallet. Every time a manager failed at Chelsea, Abramovich went out and got another manager in, gave him a load of money and bought more players, and he bought success. We, under our ownership, are not going to do that. I'm with Dan in the sense that I don't think Arteta should have been appointed in the first place. No, probably not. Should he be sacked right now? It's hard to say. If he doesn't succeed on Thursday, it shouldn't be considered. I think he may be considered because it could throw attention off the Kroenke situation and throw some smoke up and keep the Kroenkes protected a little bit more and some fans happy. But personally, I think anybody who took over after 22 years of Arsene Wenger with the shit show of a squad that we had, with all the dead wood, the overpaid players that we had a huge job ahead of them. Emery done okay, as he said, the stats-wise, he's got 22 games unbeaten, but we couldn't defend for Toffee. Under Arteta, we can defend better, but we have no creativity in the midfield.
You say we can defend better, but we're sat 11th in the league.
But we defend better, but we make stupid mistakes. Is that
Correct.
Arteta's fault?
But
actually,
we've got no goals. We've got no goals. Hang on, we've got no goals coming from the midfield at all. We've had 3 goals this season coming from the midfield. And as was said on one of our WhatsApp groups, if anybody said to you at the beginning of the season that Aubameyang was going to get 12 goals in 12 goals in all season, and he scored 32 the season before, that's where half our problems are. If Aubameyang was on fire, if we had some goals coming out of midfield, we'd be in a much better position.
Well, I don't know, like, because when you say we defend better, like, because I've got the stats up now. We've conceded 37 goals in 33 games, and we've only scored 44.
Yeah, we're not scoring enough goals. That's the issue I said. And if you look at Arteta's 78 games versus Emery's 78 games, Emery had conceded 100 goals. Arteta had conceded 80 goals. So 20 less goals, but we're not scoring enough. That's my whole point.
Well, then I suppose that comes down to the management side of it. You know,
it comes down to the players on the pitch.
Yeah, but it also comes down to the management because you're persisting with the wrong players. You know, he persisted with Willian at the start of the season. He was bringing him on, he's doing this and doing that. He's now dropped him out. He's out cold, isn't he? He's gone. You know, he's persisted in playing Lacazette and Aubameyang. Everybody knew they didn't work together, but he consistently persisted with playing them. Now, obviously, it hasn't worked out for whatever reason. Aubameyang and everything else hasn't worked out. And Lacazette was never the man to get you 20 plus goals a season. Everybody knew that. He hasn't done it ever since he started at Arsenal.
Yeah,
you know, and we have young kids coming through. You know, Saka consistently he plays him a lot. You know, for a young lad, he plays him a lot. By right, because he's a talented young player, but he can't score goals. That isn't his attribute. He's not a goal. He's not a what do you call it? An out-and-out goal scorer. You know, we've got Martinelli. We've got Martinelli who can score goals,
and he's not playing him.
But you don't play him. You know, and there's all these things going around saying he's been wrapped in cotton wool because of his injuries and whatever else. Bollocks. If he can play, if he's good enough for the subs bench, he can play. Well, I don't believe any of that.
I don't believe that theory either because he will risk Kieran Tierney for a biscuit. You know,
he's not risking tomorrow though.
No, he won't risk him today.
Today,
sorry.
No, he won't risk him today. But there's also like there's some other ones as well, isn't there? You know,
I'm still up for the night before. It's 7:21 in the morning. I'm just telling you, it's tomorrow for me, and it's
probably
2.5
the day
hours
after
away.
then because I think you'd be watching it on TiVo or whatever you call it over there.
Bloody hell!
I can't remember who said this, but someone said Arteta, the manager gets the players in good positions, but he doesn't finish the chances. And we've been creating a lot of chances, and we just haven't put them away. And that is down to the
chances that we're creating. Look at the chances that we're creating. We're crossing the ball into the box with no one who can head the ball. What's the point in that?
Colin, we have had a tremendous amount of individual mistakes in the last 6 weeks. You could say in the last 6 months. I mean, if you really wanted to get out of this, you could say that the team is fine, but we just keep having these individual mistakes. I know that that's not going to be your take, and that's not my mistake, but But when do the individual mistakes stop, and when does it become systemic to like the coaching or the ownership or the management? I mean,
well, it's attributed to both. It's attributed to both, bro.
The question's for Colin.
Oh, sorry.
It's attributed to both because the ownership have not backed him properly. I feel like I'm repeating myself with this, but the ownership have not backed him properly.
But when Leno lets that goal in between his legs, is that the ownership? Like I want to hear the connection that you're making.
Look, all right. I'm trying to. At the same time, I'm trying to like put forth the case of like the ownership not backing properly, but at the same time, it being systemic, right?
Yeah, because that's my concern. Yeah, no, go ahead.
Right. The ownership didn't back him properly at the start because they just gave him Gabriel and Partey. Really, like Willian was an agent favor, and we knew that. Okay. However, the issue here is that the ownership not backing him has nothing to do with the fact that Leno is making horrendous mistakes seemingly every week, right? He looked good before because the defense was making calamities all the time to the point where he would have to pull off worldly saves nearly every game. Now, that's not happening anymore because the defense isn't making... It's still making mistakes, but not as much as it used to. And Leno is making clangers nearly every week. Now, I call Leno the 2011 Chesney because that's what he is. There's a lot of similarities.
Would you have Chesney back on a free over the summer, as I've heard is happening?
Hell no.
Yes, please.
Hold on.
No.
All right, hold on.
No.
You're not done yet because I want you to continue. No. Scunny says no.
Hell no.
Dan says
No.
no. So no one's taking Chesney back on a free over Leno right now.
Over Leno, maybe, but I want someone else.
I wouldn't take him back.
We're assuming we're not. I
Right?
don't think we're in the market. We're not in the market.
No,
for
we're
new
not
keepers, so.
in the market for him at all, right? But the reason why I wouldn't want Chesney, right, is because
But if Donnarumma goes to Juve and Chesney suddenly becomes available to us, are we not putting him in front of Leno, or are we? And I've heard 3 no's.
they're more or less on the same level, mate. Like
I think
Chesney
I think that's
Chesney might
interesting.
be further ahead, but he's
I
not
think that's
that much
interesting.
further than Leno.
As someone who has joked about the whole Emmy Leno thing, in that there's no difference between the two of them, and that Leno is probably the better keeper in the situation that we had to deal with, I'm surprised that everyone but Fergus has said they would keep Leno over Chesney. Really?
Well,
I'm not saying I would keep.
What's
I'm not
wrong with
saying I would
Chesney?
keep Leno over Chesney, bro. All I'm saying is they're more or less the same level. Like
I love the
Chesney
chat
Chesney
telling
might
me
be
that
a
I'm
tad bit
that
better,
I'm
but it's
unconscious
not
right
that
now,
much.
but I'm not. Sorry. Go ahead. I'm just pointing out that the chat wants me to fall asleep right now, but it's not going to happen.
Would Leno be number 2 to Buffon? Would Leno get a run out of Juventus? The answer is no. So you wouldn't
Would
take
Leno be number 2 to Buffon?
No.
If he was on the same team, he would be number 2 to Buffon.
No, he wouldn't be bought by Juventus, is my point.
Yeah,
Chesney is a decent keeper. And yes, he had his issues. Yes, he smoked in the dressing room. Yes, he had an attitude
That doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah, but that was all. That he was petulant towards the manager, but as a keeper, I thought he was great. And I love and get him on Twitter every time he goes, it happened again. So for me, he's a hero.
What makes Leno a good keeper? Because good keepers are commanding, and I don't think Leno is.
No,
Good
he's not.
keepers have strong wrists, and he doesn't. Yeah, he makes good saves, but every goalkeeper makes good saves. So what
Leno
makes
will
him
make-
better than anyone else?
Leno is a good shot stopper, but his distribution skills are poor. His decision making is poor. His commanding of the box, as you said, Dan, is poor. He will every game he'll make it 2, 3, 4 absolute worldly saves, but
Every keeper does.
Yeah, but he'll make 2, 3, 4 absolute clangers as well. Mike knows my position on him, so listen, I'm not saying.
Yeah, you've got an agenda, and you know you have.
I don't have an agenda. I never have an agenda against any footballer that plays red.
But I think anyone
you have an
comparing.
agenda. You have an agenda.
I think anyone comparing Leno with Ebi Martinez, but Martinez makes almost just as many mistakes when you watch him play for Villa.
Oh.
It's just he has more
Oh.
save time, I think.
I love Ebi Martinez.
So do I. Wish he did.
I love Ebi Martinez.
He has in front of him, so nothing day.
I watched him play in LA, and he was having fun with his teammates. He was a great guy. I mean, but he's
I
not a fucking Arsenal player anymore, so I don't give a fuck about him, man.
I agreed.
I couldn't give 2 shits about the guy. I don't care about Mourinho or Fabianski or Manone anymore either. So let's just be done with him already.
I think he should just
Yes,
block.
yeah.
Okonkwo in the team and see how that goes. Because
we should be playing all the kids at the minute. The league is done. The league is absolutely done.
Doesn't matter.
And that circles back to what we were talking about before, prior to when we had Scunny and Dan on. I think Colin, you've been on since like 5 hours ago, but and I want you to still be on. But so tomorrow, and when I say tomorrow, I mean 3 hours from now. I mean an hour and a half from now. We're actually half an hour from the lineup, aren't we?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So everyone in the chat that's fucking with me right now, you're actually you're true. You're correct about me.
You
But
still
look,
don't make kickoff.
no, I'm making kickoff.
You know,
I think we should
I don't know
all.
if you are, mate. Your eyes look fucking bloodshot.
Well, they
I think we
are.
should phone him simultaneously at half time to ask him what he thought of the first half.
Oh, if it wasn't so overdone by YouTube cunts, maybe we would do like a live watch along. But we're gonna go off at game time.
Well, Mike,
The point-
I'm going to shoot off now if you don't mind. But
because you got to do your own. You got to do your own pod.
No, not today. I was. We done it yesterday early.
Oh, you
because
just
I
don't like
ranked
me.
it.
All right, fine. No.
Yeah.
The
Can I
point.
I'm just going to make a quick point before I'm going to go as well because I've got children to sort out and everything. And my wife's going to kick my ass if I stay on for any longer. So I'm just going to make a quick point of what we're saying about Chesney and everything. And Leno, Buffon, you got to remember, he's about 80 years old now. Anyone's going to get in front of him in goal. It doesn't matter who it is. And if you look at the defence of what Juventus have got and what we've got, you know, you've got the likes of Bonucci, Delete, Sandro, and Danilo. We've got Cedric, David Luiz,
Pablo Mari.
You know, there's a huge
Don't
difference
fuck with
in
Pablo.
there.
Don't fuck with Pablo Mari.
I didn't say Murray. You said Murray, not me.
He's
But I'm just saying there's a huge difference in
incredible.
level of players in them teams.
No,
So yeah, and you know that defense, and that team would make any keeper look decent.
But
So-
playing at that
point, but Chesney is still a better keeper.
playing
No,
at
he's
that
not.
level, playing at that level, and I mean, like I haven't heard about how Chesney spilled a goal, or how like
Well, how often do you watch Serie A?
I don't.
Well, there you go. That's why you never hear of it.
Well, yeah. Well, how often do you watch him?
I don't. That's why I never hear of it.
Okay,
But I know
okay,
Chesney is not. I don't feel Chesney's as good as Leno.
Is Leno any better than Kepa?
I
Is he
would
better
I-
than Kepa?
Oh, I hope so. I hope so because
Say that, sorry?
Kepa's broken, and that's what what we've been saying, Daniel.
Leno makes
But,
just as many mistakes. No?
absolutely, he does right now.
Jesus Christ, Alisson makes mistakes at Liverpool.
He does, but like only when his family is passing away. I mean, that's not a good situation.
I'm gone, Mike. I hope you may kick off. Dan,
I don't think he is. I don't think he is. I
Guys,
do like that one, Daffy Duck. I like that.
Bird
Yeah.
Leno. Oh, so you're saying, Scunny, then Bird Leno is better than Kepa? No, who was it that you were saying? Sorry.
Chesney.
man.
Yeah. I would take Chesney back at this point.
No.
Really? I'm the only one.
Chesney made some absolute howlers when he was at Arsenal. Absolutely.
I know, but it's 4 years later and he's back. You don't think?
4 years later, he can stay where he is.
All right.
We don't need to go back. We don't need
Lauren-
to. We need to move forward.
Speaking of
Anyway,
going back,
on that note, mate, just before you introduce Lawrence, hi mate, nice to meet you. And I'm going to scoot off, and I'll see you guys later. Thanks for letting me join in, Mike. I appreciate it, guys. Dan, everyone. See you later, guys.
take care, Scunny. All right, it is now 4:33 in the morning on Pacific time, and Lawrence is back after being here earlier.
Can't
We
believe
have-
you're still up, mate.
Look, man.
You've been up for 6.5 hours.
Well, I've been up for about 21 hours. I just have been podcasting for 6.5. We're at 6:31:59, and the most important thing is we are now an hour and a half from the game. We're 30 minutes from the lineup being released. So let's talk about the lineup we're expecting for today, Lawrence.
Mhm.
We have Bird Leno, and here's Bird Leno. I mean, do you expect Matt Ryan today, or do you think like that whole thing? Let's cover that first.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I would like to see Matt Ryan given another chance today. You know, rest Leno for Thursday. But you never know.
Do we need to rest Burn Leno? I mean, like, do we really need to rest him?
Well,
because the only reason you wouldn't play him, the only reason you wouldn't, I mean, he's the goalie. He doesn't need to be rested. The only reason you would rest him if you don't trust him.
Well, what's the most important game, today or Thursday?
We're talking about a keeper. Dan, do you need to rest a keeper for Thursday?
No, I mean I'm half expecting Runnison to play today, but
that would be a disaster.
I want Ryan to be playing on Thursday personally, so I'd give Ryan the game today to kind of get into things.
I wouldn't mind him playing the rest of the league games. Leno, I mean, you have to maintain like a structure, and Leno playing in the second leg is probably important. But why not just why not play Matt Ryan today? Colin?
Yeah, why not? Yeah.
Well, you might as well put the way I'm seeing it, like you play him today and then you play him on Thursday. It's as simple as that.
That's what I think.
Because Leno with him, it's like the thing with Leno is he makes good camera saves, but let's be real. Like as a goalkeeper, he's not up to it. When I've seen Matt Ryan play in an Arsenal shirt, he's been commanded. He's looked good on the ball, something that Leno is very questionable at. And
is there a sample size to really judge that though? I mean, like
no, because Leno's dreadful on the ball.
Because I don't want to be the person that's like, oh well, you know, what have you done for me lately? I mean, you can't say don't start Ryan over Leno because of something you saw at one point at one time. I
thought Ryan was quite good at Brighton. I'm not saying start Ryan over Leno because of that. I'm saying start Ryan over Leno because Leno has been atrocious lately.
He's not been good.
I thought Ryan was quite good at Brighton personally when he was playing. I don't know why he got dropped, but I thought he was quite good when I saw him.
I'm not in favor of not trying Matt Ryan. I don't know if he's the long-term solution, but like Leno,
I think Ryan's
he's
the
got
solution for this year.
He could be susceptible to having the yips, which is not something the yips are a thing that we have over here where like you do something over and over and over again and then you forget how to do it. And that's not what we need from our keeper right now. Lawrence, who do you when the lineup comes out in 23 minutes, who's going to be the keeper?
Matt Ryan.
You think so, or you want so?
I want so. I think it's best to rest. I think it's best to give Leno a rest because the game on Thursday is more important than this. This is a nothing game.
But again, we don't need to rest players. We can goalkeeper especially.
Yeah, let's spend the next 20 minutes talking about our starting lineup for this game because, I mean, at this point it's coming out soon. You would never normally expect the goalkeeper to be up for grabs, but honestly, it's 50-50.
It is because Leno's been horrendous. That's the point.
I mean, Leno literally dropped points for us the other day, and then he played on Thursday, and Leno carried no blame for what happened on Thursday, as far as I'm concerned. Anyone? I mean, does anyone want to counter that? I mean, Leno didn't have anything to do with our capitulation against Villarreal, or did he?
Well, I mean,
I'm asking you. I'm not challenging you. I don't think he did anything wrong. But if he did, I'd like to hear about it right now.
I mean,
their second goal, the corner, shouldn't he be coming out and commanding it?
Yes.
So let's hear about that because again, my tactical noose sucks.
I mean, our set pieces. Do you remember at the beginning of the season we were like the only team that didn't concede from a corner, and now we're conceding corners every game? And is that down to Leno? I don't know. It's probably down to the set piece analysis too. I think it's atrocious since he's come in. But Leno, I think he probably should have come out and been commanding and actually got the ball, punched it out, whatever it was, but he didn't. So
I mean, when you look at because the Everton game, the Leno own goal, the goal that we conceded against Everton, that's just
unforgivable, isn't it?
That was horrendous.
It's not like it's so powerful and it's going in anyway. It's not going anywhere near.
I mean, there's a reason I refer to him as the 2011 Chesney, bro, because that's exactly
you're right.
how he portrays himself to me. And then he comes out in the media saying Arsenal have to be nastier, bro. Shut your mouth and get on with it.
But Leno is part of the group of mistakes in our team, because we've got so many of them that just make mistakes. If it's not Leno today, I guarantee it will be Xhaka. If it's not Xhaka, it could be Bellerin. If it's not Bellerin, it could be David Luiz, who might come back. If it's not them, it could be Aubameyang and Nicky Sitter. It could be so many players that just constantly make mistakes in this team, and that's why we're not good enough at the moment.
Well, on Xhaka, actually, right? I don't want to see him playing left back today because if he does, the guy he's going up against is Alot Saint-Maximin. And Saint-Maximin will.
We talked about that earlier. Is Saint-Maximin on the right or the left side? Because we're not in a position. Well, and if he is on the left, then that shouldn't be Xhaka's problem. But we are not in a position. We're in a position where they can attack us on the corners because we don't have our fullbacks right now.
Didn't Saka play left back sometime last season? I seem to remember.
Well, he's capable. He's capable of it, but Xhaka seems to be favored, though.
I think surely because Ceballos is out on Thursday, we're gonna do something that basically symbolizes the same formation as Thursday.
Oh, I wish our fucking formation didn't have anything to do with Ceballos.
But I think it does.
Oh,
I really don't think. I think Ceballos is just horrendous. It's a good thing he got sent off because then.
I agree.
No, I'm thrilled about it. Like I was upset about it when it happened, but when we got away without another goal, I'm happy, and that's bad because he's done. I mean, fuck that guy.
But I think we know that in midfield on Thursday it will be Xhaka and Partey, surely, because who else is there?
All right, so let's stop talking about Thursday. Let's talk about 20 minutes from now. We've not necessarily decided anything about Leno and Ryan. Chambers is going to start in right back. Anyone disagree? As crazy as this would have sounded 3 months ago,
I don't disagree. He's been all right at right back.
Chambers is my best right back for Arsenal at this moment.
But I'm just curious, what has Cedric done when he's played at right back to kind of go down the peck? Because I don't believe he should have been dropped. Because I think he got dropped because of his.
He got dropped because of what he did at left back.
Yeah,
he did, and when Cedric was playing behind Pepe, he didn't do a thing wrong.
And I want to see that again, but on the right back side.
But at this moment, Arteta will not trust Chambers anywhere else, and Chambers has not set a foot wrong.
Oh, I like Chambers.
So you can say that Cedric in that position hasn't done anything wrong, but you can't argue for him over Chambers at this point.
Yeah.
Which
So
I mean,
are we
who would
agreed
have
on,
said
like,
that
the
about?
goalkeeper and
Who
the
would
right
have
back?
possibly thought about that about Chambers a couple months ago?
Yeah,
But
and I think
agreed on the
Cedric
right
is the only option for left back as well. If it's not Tierney, so
and,
that's why.
And that's what I'd like to see. So as we stand here, 7:45 in the morning, 12:45 Eastern time, 6 hours and 42 minutes into this podcast, which started very differently than it is now, and I appreciate everyone that's been on tonight, including Dan and Lawrence and Colin. We're going up to the announcement at this point. The back two, and the people in the chat can talk about how I just stuttered and slurred and all that. Look, the back two. Holding Mari. Is Luis ready? And if he is ready, should he be playing today rather than Thursday? And then, of course, the whole Gabriel situation. So there's like 2 shifts of center backs. Lawrence, who do you start today, and who do you think we're going to start today as our center back pairing?
I think you should start with Holding and Mari, and on Thursday, if he's fit, David Luiz and Mari.
So no Gabriel. At this point, Gabriel.
Oh, I forgot. No, hold on. Sorry, I forgot about him. No, I would start today Rob Holding and David Luiz if he's fit, and Thursday Mari and Gabriel.
So that's a 2 left footer. I mean, I know the whole story behind. I think this morning, Manchester United or Manchester City played 2 left footers. I don't know the tactics about that, so I'm not going to comment. But so today you're going Mari
Rob
and Holding.
No, today I'm going Rob Holding, and if he's fit, David Luiz.
Oh, Luis. Okay. Colin, did I ask you yet for your center back? Okay, well, I'm not going to.
In an ideal world,
Dan. No, I'm just kidding.
In an ideal world, I'd like Luiz and Gabriel at the back, because I feel like those two together, that is our best centre back pairing, without question. That's undisputable, right?
Repeat it again for our listeners that didn't hear me, and for myself.
Luiz and Gabriel is our best centre back pairing. Deal with it, right?
Okay.
However,
that's
do I think Luiz will start today? I don't know if he will. And bear in mind, I'm coming at this from if I was Mikel Arteta, would I start them? Given the fact that Luiz is just coming back from a long layoff, I don't think I would. But our other options are Rob Holding, who is just...
he's such a guy that
he's up and down, mate. He's
had games where he is
the games that he's been captain, right? And he was actually captain on Thursday, which is shocking.
Yeah.
He wouldn't be captain at Crystal Palace. Let's be completely blunt about that.
No,
right?
no, but he could plug a hole there enough to keep them.
Just because you can plug a hole, that doesn't mean you're good. No.
I know. I know. I mean, but Rob Holding will always be identified by his purchase price, and what Wenger said about him. Is he as good as the center defenders for?
He's good when he's got a leader next to him in David Luiz, but when he has to lead himself,
or Mari, yeah.
It's like if I'm honest, right? If I'm honest, my center back pairing today, right? In an ideal world, and I don't know what Gabriel's done wrong because I don't even know if he's injured or not, but in an ideal world, it would be Luis and Gabriel to get them up to speed, and then we go again with those two on Thursday.
I agree exactly. Yeah.
So pick up on that, Daniel. Then I mean, like because we're talking about the starting 11, but we basically covered the goalie, and now at this point we're talking about the center back. So the center back is kind of one of the major things, and then let's move on to the midfield from there. But what do you think about the center backs?
Yeah, I also think Gabriel and David Luiz, because I mean Luiz was on the bench, wasn't he? So I'm sure he's fit enough to start. And worst comes to worst, if he's slightly leggy, take him off at half time. But I'd start him and Gabriel, get them up to speed as you said, and yeah, they are our best two. And I think Gabriel needs someone experienced next to him. He needs a David Luiz rather than a Holding. So yeah, I'd go with them too. Also, David Luiz, he helps in terms of our forward progression, in terms of his passing and stuff. So
David Luiz has been such a thing for me this season because if he starts today, we're gonna get a red card.
Probably.
Yeah. I mean, there's no question that he is a steadying influence on our club, but is he worth the risk? I mean, I've seen.
Well, when you look at the other options, yes.
Well,
like
Mari doesn't kick anyone in the nuts or like bring anyone down. You know,
I think Luiz needs match time. Luiz needs match time.
I'm not blaming Luiz for what happened against Wolves because that was a ridiculous. I mean, like I understand if he wasn't Luiz though, it wouldn't have been called. Like if it was Holding, that wouldn't have been called. So I'm not blaming David Luiz for that, but his reputation now precedes him. So, all right. So left back. We've talked about the right back. We've talked about the keeper. We didn't maybe talk about the red back. We've talked about the Are you starting Xhaka now, or are you starting
not a chance
anyone other than Xhaka?
I'd put Saka in it.
I mean, as much as I would like to. All right, Saka's there, Gabriel's there, Lopez is there, and Xhaka's there.
Is Lopez in the squad?
Lawrence, go.
Yeah, I would play.
We're about to find out in 9 minutes whether Lopez is in the squad, but
I would.
Lawrence, I want to hear from you.
I would put Saka there because he played a few games at left back for us last season.
He's played more than a few games there.
Yeah, so I mean, why we're playing Xhaka there, I don't know, because that's not his position, and he's been exposed. You know, I would put Saka back there because he can play anywhere.
I'd put Cedric.
Owen's mom is also
No. For me, it has to be Saka because if you put Xhaka there, and if Alan St-Maximin is on the right side, Xhaka will get ripped to shreds.
If St-Maximin is on the right side, then you cannot play Xhaka there.
No.
You cannot.
No. And Cedric, while he's done okay.
And you cannot play Cedric there.
No. Cedric's done okay at left back, but he's not played there enough.
Not against a guy like St-Maximin.
No, he's not played there enough to be consistent in that role, whereas Saka has. And let's be honest here, we can't really risk Kieran Tierney getting injured again, can we? Because he's our best left back.
No, he doesn't get it named in the 18 today. If he does, I'm going to be upset.
No.
Tierney.
Look, we have to protect Kieran Tierney. We do. So for me, it has to be Saka. There's no other option because if Alan St-Maximin is on the right, Xhaka will get ripped to shreds, and the same thing goes for Cedric because he's not.
Whoa!
He's not suited.
The lineup is out.
Is it?
All right, Leno.
A bit earlier.
Leno, Cedric, Luiz, Holding, Tierney.
Tierney started.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Partey, Xhaka, Saka, Smith Rowe, Aubameyang, Lacazette. This is essentially what he sees as being our starting lineup.
Where'd you get this from? Because I don't believe Lacazette should start as well as.
It's out. Hold on.
Where? I don't see it.
I wish it wasn't what I was saying. What I was seeing, but
Surely Lacazette and Aubameyang both won't play if they both aren't
Hold
ready.
on a minute.
No, that's surely fake because Arsenal aren't tweeting, are they?
It's from
I don't,
Arsenal.
maybe. Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
Nah, they were tweeting like. Well, actually, hold on a minute.
Cedric Luiz holding Tierney. Why is Tierney playing today? Partey, Xhaka, Saka, Smith Rowe, Aubameyang, Lacazette. Like, so Nketiah, Martinelli. Okay, not on the bench once again is Balogun.
I mean, Gabriel's on the bench. Why is he not playing then?
This makes no sense to me whatsoever.
Why isn't Martinelli playing? I mean,
why isn't he playing? Why isn't Balogun playing? Balogun's not even in the 18.
Surely.
What is it about this game that makes it so important that we risk these guys who we need for Thursday? And who are the guys that we need for Thursday? Partey, probably. Tierney for damn sure. Smith Rowe, Lacazette.
What account's that from, mate? I just looked at the Arsenal account and it's not on there.
Dude, am I being completely misled?
Yes.
I am.
Yeah.
It's not the real Arsenal.
I mean,
this is ridiculous.
All
right, so I'm dumb.
Yeah, because they're not tweeting at all, so it would only come out
and it's another.
It'll be on the website, I think.
Okay.
It'll be on BBC or Sky or something.
So let's take this back a little bit and just talk about how dumb I am.
Oh, dog.
I've been on. Although that would be a shitty lineup. Okay, so let's talk. Let's say that was the lineup.
Then we're fucked.
Let's not even say that's the lineup because it's not even worth talking. Because
I mean, there's several problems with that lineup. One, Lacazette's not fit to start, so that's
well,
Tierney.
And the second thing that I would say about that lineup is it's not a real lineup, and so we're just here to keep you entertained. We're this.
Mike might be drunk, but we'll deal with it.
I was so angry. I know you were. Let's bear. You know what?
4 more minutes and we'll find out.
Dude, you know what? Burying the lead. Did you see what just happened, Ryan?
Yeah, I saw backstage.
Okay.
Oh
you know what?
Bro. You got
burying the lead is what you do in my daughter is a journalism major, and burying the lead is like when you talk about the end story and you forget what like really matters. And what we just did is neither. I fell for it, and I don't care.
Yeah,
look, I'm good. Look, all right, so let's go. Premature reaction. You're tired. It's a wind-up. Fake outrage. We have Adam who actually fell for it with me.
We all fell for it.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
Tierney is playing to get minutes for Thursday. Tierney can't start Thursday without having played for many weeks. Divian actually got it. I love Divian. It says Arsenal AFC instead of Arsenal. He's got it. Big Steve, of course, who was on the podcast earlier, says it's a wind-up. As I, Yo-Yo thinks I'm tired.
Eduardo Hahn 2 minutes ago tweeted that saying Matt Ryan's starting today.
Well, look, I mean...
Well, to be fair, that guy thought fucking a war was coming, so that is just...
I freaked out when I saw that lineup, didn't I? I mean, let's be honest with you. I fucking freaked out, right? I mean, like, a couple things made sense to me, but like, was Bellerin in that lineup? He was. Because that's...
Not 11.
Well,
Cedric and Tierney on the wing fullback roles.
Can we imagine a world where Willian is in the false nine?
Oh no!
We did.
No,
Man City.
Nah, don't give me nightmares, man. Come on.
All right, Arsenal, come on. Let's you have to bail me out of this because I'm just falling for everything at this point.
Oh my god, man.
Do we all want to see Balogun start?
I do.
On the bench at least. At least on the bench.
I mean, I don't.
Yeah.
I'd like Balogun and Martinelli to be on like the left and the right, respectively.
If Balogun and Martinelli don't both start, one of them needs to start and the other one needs to come in.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, Eddie could play.
Watch them both not even be in the 18 at this point.
No, I'm just waiting literally seconds away to find out because
I'm waiting as well.
Because if you've been watching us since, we are now on for almost 7 hours. Yeah, if you've been watching us since the start and you're like, oh, I can't watch this anymore because the lineup's about to come out, and then like, what have you been doing this whole time? I mean, like, it's just stupid. All right, so who here is Ryan? You doing a pregame show for this or no?
No, I'm literally going live half hour before kickoff. With a few people pre-game-ish, but not pre-game. It's on its own sort of thing.
So, like for the people that are like, I got to get me some Ryan Fletcher right now.
Oh,
like,
the team is out.
This is the. All right, hold on.
It should be. Hold on a minute.
Yeah, I've got the team. It's on Sky Sports.
I was on Sky Sports. Okay, go on.
Not going on by mine.
Put that out of misery.
Should I go for it?
Normally it would be like Watts that has it.
I'm a bit confused by that. No, but they're not tweeting. No one's tweeting. So
no, not tweeting. This one's, I've seen it myself. Oh my god.
So should I go for it?
I'll give up. I'll give up.
Go on, who scored actually?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, it's Ryan in goal.
Hello.
Bellerin right back, and then you got Gabriel and David Luiz.
Like that.
I think Xhaka at left back, but you've also got Nenny. You got Ceballos, you got Odegaard, Willian, Martinelli, and Aubameyang up top. So I think Xhaka's left back. It must be.
Well, that's a loss.
That's not a loss.
All right, hold on.
Loss.
I didn't hear any of that, but this is from
our
there
squad.
We go.
Yeah,
this is from our
an Arsenal loss.
No, that's not right because Eddie's not playing.
Arsenal losing a game.
I've got
Never.
Sky Sports on now. I've got
that's
Sky Sports on now, so we'll wait and.
That's from this is from Andrew Mangan.
Maybe the Sky was wrong, but
I've got the team news.
Yes.
It's Ryan in goal, Bellerin, Mari, Ceballos, Odegaard, Willian, Aubameyang, Luiz, El Neni, Xhaka, Martinelli.
Not what I'm
All
saying.
right. So what we're learning from this this social media situation is no one knows what the fuck is going on.
Yeah, I've got it on Sky Sports.
I'm on Sky Sports.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the BBC website.
I trust Andrew Mangan, but I also trust the BBC. I mean, like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah, this is on the BBC website. Ryan in goal, Bellerin, David Luiz, Gabriel, Xhaka at the back, El Neni, Ceballos, Willian, Odegaard in midfield, and Martinelli and Aubameyang up front. Substitutes: Leno, Saka, Cedric.
Oh,
yeah,
this is from the Arsenal website.
Yeah,
Ryan, Bellerin, Luiz, Gabriel.
Centre left back.
Oh man!
Well, Newcastle will go with the front two of Wilson and Maximin. Oh God!
And yet again, a player that can play left back on the bench.
Is Tierney on the bench?
No, Cedric.
No.
Oh, we're fucked.
That entire
He ain't
right
gonna play
side
Thursday.
Newcastle is
Partey's on the
Jacob
bench.
Murphy, Almiron, and Maximin. Oh my God.
Almiron's dog shit, and fucking St. Maximin's been naff all season.
Who's happy about Martinelli starting?
I am.
Yeah,
I am.
Yeah. He's in my fantasy, so yeah.
But yet. Oh, don't do that to me. Don't.
The bigger question is who's happy about Willian starting?
Well, because if you're happy about him being in your fantasy team, then you probably have St. Maximin in your fantasy team. And I want to punch you in the goddamn face.
I don't have any Newcastle players.
Hey.
So.
Oh, I'm really just taking this in right now. Like, why are we? Okay.
Welcome to Arsenal, ladies and
gentlemen.
gentlemen.
You know what, Ryan? Okay, I'm happy with Ryan.
Thank you.
Bellerin, I can accept because I like to think this isn't a great game. I don't want him to ever play for us, but this is not an important game. Luis Gabriel, okay, fine. Xhaka, I would start Joe Lopez there.
Mm-hmm.
Elneny and Ceballos, we're not going to create anything today. Willian, Odegaard, Martinelli, is this the game that Willian scores a goal?
No.
Yes. Yeah, it's poetic, isn't it?
Is Danny Ceballos?
This is a 0-0 draw. If I ever saw a 0-0 draw,
is Danny Ceballos?
The fact we've got Saka, not Saka, fucking Martinelli, Aubameyang up there. That's all right.
Odegaard too. He creates.
Yeah.
I mean, we have the offense. I thought we had the offense on Thursday too, but then we didn't play anyone there. I mean, the only thing that just keep this from being 0-0 is if Martinelli just like transforms the game. I don't see any other way.
Is Danny Ceballos Mikel Arteta's love child?
Yeah, but who else do you play there if you're resting Partey?
Why
you put Xhaka there.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, true.
You put Miguel Aziz there. You put Miguel motherfucking Aziz there.
Aziz could play, but I still think that Xhaka there, in preparation for Thursday, and Lopez on the bench, and Lopez at left back and Aziz on the bench. Xhaka's not played in midfield for well over a month, so give him some minutes at midfield.
Well,
and we all know he's going to have to play in midfield on Thursday. He has to. Suspended.
And let's go back to what we said earlier tonight. In the last 7 hours that we've been podcasting, 7 hours and 4 minutes and 50 seconds. A lot of us would have been happy in this game seeing some of the members of the U23 squad that didn't play last night at least in the 18. And so we pointed out some people that weren't in the squad, even in the U23s that played yesterday. Aziz.
Balogun's not here either.
A lot of those guys. And when you look at the entirety of the squad and you look at the subs even, it's bizarre. Like,
it is bizarre.
Who do I start Balogun over in that group? Probably Nketiah. Who do I start Aziz over in that situation? Willian. I mean, like not necessarily in the same position, but like if you got 18 spots, why is Willian? What has Willian done to deserve any of those 18 spots?
There's 20 spots now as well, isn't it?
And it is, because of the concussion ass motherfucking shit.
Well, surely Balogun should get there.
I mean, all right. So Saka's on the bench. That is a pure, that's a resting technique, and I'm fine with that. Anytime he needs a break, I'm happy to have him. But Balogun, Aziz, Lopez, Elneny, Willian, and Nketiah. The three of them, swap those guys out. I mean, look, we're gonna, because I'm complaining so much, we're gonna win 8-0 today. I mean, I'm pretty sure.
I think we'll win. I do think we'll win, but
have we seen the? I mean, have we seen? Is Newcastle starting Joey Barton?
Oh, that horrible bastard.
Do we think that Aubameyang will lead the line, or will he be on the left?
No, he's leading the line. That's why his last name on that.
Yeah,
Martin,
sometimes they don't get it right.
There's because Lacazette's not in. Alba's clearly playing down the center because they would not play Martinelli down the middle to have Aubameyang on the left.
Yeah.
I mean,
But also look at the way
I'm excited about Martinelli starting. I am.
The way they name the list, you can always tell which way it is. Like earlier on in the season, it was people were saying, "Oh, is it a back four? Is it a back three?" But it starts with a fullback, then you've got the two centre backs, then you've got the two deep line midfielders, then you've got Willian on the right, Odegaard in the middle, Martinelli on the left, and then the strikers always.
Yeah, but I do a few games ago. I think we had Saka as like the fifth guy as the left back, and it ended up being Xhaka there, and Saka was on the right wing. So sometimes they don't do it exactly what we think.
Ryan, I have to ask you specifically about Ryan. What do you think? Are you happy? Are you happy about this, or would you rather have had Fergus Leno?
Oh no, just.
I mean, you finally got your wish. You're playing goalie. You're playing goalie for Arsenal.
Yeah, they do make my trip about. I need to get on a flight. I'm literally by Heathrow, so jump on the old flight up to Newcastle in about 10 minutes. But no jokes aside, literally, I've been calling for Leno to be dropped for God knows how long. It's just annoying that this is the thing. These are nothing games really, and it shows it because Matt Ryan's playing. When the games that I want him to play, and we need him to play. In my opinion, Leno's in goal now. And I'm just like, why? Leno is constantly fucking up. He's leaking goals left, right, and centre.
No matter what. Thursday night, he kept us in that. Thursday night, he kept us in.
You can say that, but on the switch side, the second goal's avoidable if he's.
Second goal was not on Leno. Second goal was not on Leno.
It was a team thing, but at the same time, if you look at it, he comes out he goes to come out, and then he hesitates and flies back in, and then falls onto his knees. By the time the ball's gone to the fucking defender, the other players who are involved, don't get me wrong, in the whole build-up, but he as goalkeeper, this is the thing with Martin. We saw it last year with Martinez. We've seen it with Matt Ryan when he does play. If they come out, they try and come out. They commit to it. They don't go half-hearted.
Yeah, okay. In the air, yeah, I like that.
They command their box. They're very vocal. They command the box.
Go back a couple of weeks ago, and it's happened a few times this season, and I've noticed with Matt Ryan, I think he's a very decent goalkeeper. I think he's a decent backup. I don't think he's better than Leno. Against Fulham, the amount of times Matt Ryan sort of went to go down and sort of half went down, slipped onto his feet, and then was clambering around on his knees to go get across the goal. 3 or 4 times against Fulham, the ball went wide. If Josh Maja had his shooting boots on, which he hasn't for a long while, Fulham would have had 3 or 4 goals because Matt Ryan was nowhere. He's on his knees trying to stagger across the goal. And he does that quite often. And I'm interested to see how he plays today because I think Newcastle Newcastle will shoot. Newcastle will try and get goals from anywhere today. As much as I like Ryan, and I think he is better in the air, I don't think he's as good a shot stopper and as good getting down as Leno. So I think they're both decent keepers. He's better than Runarsson, but
even I'm better than Runarsson.
Yeah, I don't think he's as faultless as a lot of people make out, and I don't think Leno's. I was half asleep when Fergus was on. I had the phone beside me, listening along, and I had a nap. But
I'm always half asleep when I'm on with Fergus. I mean, it's not a big deal. You can.
Yeah, but I know he doesn't like Leno for many reasons. But I also think that Leno gets a lot of slack. Sorry, not slack, a lot of stick, and doesn't get the slack when he deserves it. He's our best keeper since Lehmann, hands down. Like,
there's no doubt about that. But at the same time, he does make it. There's no doubt about that. There's no question about that. But at the same time, this season in particular, for me, after everything that happened last summer with the Martinez situation and how that was ended, he's obviously he's clearly backed by the club. He's got cocky. If you listen to interviews after Liverpool, we beat Liverpool on pens back in the cup, he got cocky. He had no real competition then, because obviously we all know we all know what the Arsenal's like. He sees him day to day, so he knew there's no real competition. So he took his foot off the gas. And he's making more mistakes. He's cost us. Yeah, he's made some good saves. Don't get me wrong, but he's cost us massive points as well. He's made stupid errors like the Wolves situation where he come flying out and fucking
his distribution is terrible.
Oh yeah, but it's beyond that, Lawrence.
When he's kicking it upfield, I think he's got a decent boot when he's kicking upfield, but it's playing out from the back that is his weakness.
Well, and it's the number. The number of times the balls have. And I mean, he's had as many balls end up in the back of his net despite his shot stopping as Ospina has. If maybe more. I mean, like there are. I can point to 5 times that we've conceded goals that Leno should have kept out, and not all of the 5 are his fault. But it's the most number that you could probably attach to a goalkeeper that's played for us for a long time.
He's played more.
Like, I remember Ospina carrying the ball over our goal, and it was like, how could you possibly do that? But Leno's conceded the same number of shots. I mean, I'm Team Leno all day, all night. I hate this whole Emi Martinez thing, but like.
Same.
No, what I'm just
that's why I talk about, like, you know, is Chesney ready for this?
We'd be better off with Jay Leno in goal.
Yeah, I know. I figure the LA guy would say that.
He could stop shots with his chin. I mean, it's that big.
All right, so this game is 45 minutes away. Everyone's been saying I'm not going to make it to the game.
You're almost there.
Are you going to make it? You're going to make it the kickoff and then drop, aren't you?
No, I got to watch the game, I think. I mean, I got to watch.
We'll try to. If it's a War Fest, you're going to fall asleep. We do know
the
that.
The Gooners Podcast has been doing post-game open mics. We're not going to do that today. I'm now announcing that's canceled because we've done we're going to do an 8-hour pregame show. and even people from my own podcast family right now are like giving me the shit. Mike, come on the podcast. No, you can't because your family's sleeping because it's 5:16 a.m. where you are, just like where Lawrence is. So
go get yourself a Red Bull. That'll do one for your ticker on top of all that wine.
You know, I do have some Red Bull.
Go Monsters.
I love a Monster, but I can't drink it for another fucking.
Zamir wants me to make it a watch along so I can stay up. I mean, I'll do that, but
lineups. So that's
the watch alongs for the games. Look, we did a watch along for a game. The first time we did a watch along for the game was Andy and me. We did one for the Emirates Cup. I think we beat Lyon or some shit like that.
Lyon 6-1 or 6-0, something like that. Yeah.
We we're trendsetters. Okay, we did that shit 6 years ago, and then all of the other fucking podcasts with tens of thousands of people more. Well, I'm not talking about you. I'm saying everyone did it and did it better than we did, and we stopped doing it. And yes, Ryan, you do it all the time, and I'm not saying that you stole the idea.
We can't go to the games.
It's not an original idea, but I'm like, who wants to hear me talking about the game? I mean, like I'm usually like a minute or two behind anyway, so we're not doing a watch along. I am going to try to wake up and stay up through the whole game. Feel free to text me, tweet me, DM me, be like, "Are you sleeping?" And I'll try to respond to you all. But are we, Steve?
Yeah,
you're back. Are we going to win? I mean, do we have any chance to win today?
We have every fucking chance, and for me, I hope we win. Because
why is it that I just don't think we're going to beat Newcastle?
Because you're drunk and everything has been shit recently, and you have every right to think that. But for me,
Normally, people get drunk because everything's been shit recently.
I'm a Port of Mackham. I have Sunderland in my blood, and I can't see anything else other than an Arsenal win. And I don't want to see anything else other than an Arsenal win because I fucking don't like Newcastle. So we've got to win today. We've got to win today. It's doubly important because it's Arsenal Newcastle. Arsenal it has to. We have to win. We have to.
So now. So the next thing I want to do is I want to go through Lawrence's evening, because my evening is this. I drove from one end of Florida to the other this afternoon, and I've been up all night. It's now 8:19 in the morning. Lawrence, it's 5:19 in the morning. You want to talk about Gooners? Yes, he's from Cockfosters, but he's been up. Have you been up all night, or did you sleep?
No, I went after I left you last night. I went to bed, slept for 3 hours, got up to the bathroom, went onto my Facebook, and lo and behold, there's you online for 6.5 hours.
So you're discussing how you went to bed last night, but you're talking about a situation that occurred from the beginning to the end of the podcast. All right.
Yeah, you know. So I thought, hats off to you. 7 hours and 18 minutes, and you're still going. You're like the Energizer Bunny.
Yeah, but I've done nobody. I've done nobody any favors though. I mean, no one's actually wanted. No one's been on this for 7:18. But
I've been on twice. I've been on twice.
You've been on twice. Ryan came on. Lawrence has been on twice.
Yeah, we've all been on twice.
Look, this is not an experiment that we'll likely do again, but
till Thursday.
Yeah, well, Thursday I'm gonna start Tuesday, and we're just gonna be on live for 3-4. We're gonna do idiot casts, where I just get online and then I forget to sleep for 4 days.
If we lose, I'll have to go and sit out in my car and fucking start slagging off the players, calling them all stupid nicknames.
You know the funny thing? You know what the funny thing is? I have all the tweets already set to promote our post-game show today. and if I don't want to do that, I gotta undo those. So you may see tweets from us acting like we're gonna have a post-game show, and I might be fucking passed out in a hotel room somewhere. So feel free to join. It's an open mic, so if you want to come on and just talk, that's fine. But I might not be there. So all right. So the game's 40 minutes away. We have the lineup. Ryan.
Yes.
Willian, Odegaard, Martinelli, Aubameyang. Willian is presumably oh my god, the
on
picture.
The right.
The picture is like a glory shot of Bellerin.
That's because he's captain. It'll be captain.
Well, yes, but it's creepy.
Or will he be captain?
Actually. No,
Aubameyang's captain. No, Aubameyang's captain because he's playing. Yeah, sorry.
So why? All right, hold on. I'm not doing well here. Hold on. I'm trying to get because what I just saw was bizarre. It's like a whole big goddamn. Where is it? What was that noise?
Have a drink.
The whole lineup. There's a huge picture of Bellerin, so I don't know. All right, well, forget it. Bellerin. Oh, here it is. 1 second.
Come on, it'll be kickoff soon.
I've got kickoffs as well.
Yes, but everyone that's watching this show, they have no interest in the actual Arsenal game, so they're just here.
Yeah, just got a couple of messages saying, not interested, not in. So how can you? It's Arsenal. If you're an Arsenal fan, you want us to win every fucking game, and surely you have to have some interest in something.
Exactly.
Like
yeah.
even the Emirates.
No. I fucking hate the Arsenal. No.
Yeah.
But what is with the fucking snapshot on the left? Like is that supposed to make me feel more confident about this motherfucking game? I mean, like,
I think so.
That's awesome.
Like I'm fine that he's playing, but I don't want to see his money shot. like I would like can I name you the 8 players out of those 11 that I would rather see in the big shot next to the? I mean, I'd rather see Willian in that position.
I was just trying to say even William would make more sense. He's not played for ages.
I'm hungry and I'm ready to go. Like why is Bellerin the cover boy?
He looks like he's ready to plant some trees.
For that, we have to win a game, keep a clean sheet. Though that's the thing.
I wish he would rip up some trees instead of planting some trees.
I tell you what's funny is like with that plant.
Isn't that something that you guys say?
Yeah.
I'm waking up the goddamn whole hotel right now.
Yeah, that's the point. What time is it there?
8:25 a.m.
Oh, that's not too bad then. Fucking hell.
It's not too bad if you've slept. But
it's 5:20. It's 5:25 out here.
Yeah, but you ain't ringing a fucking bell and waking the house up.
That's right. That's right. You son of a bitch. Where's your dedication to Arsenal, Lawrence? I mean, since you left Cockfighter, you get up early, but you don't ring no motherfucking bell. So
he's planning to go see the Rams soon, isn't he?
Yeah, I've got my private box with Cronky.
Oh yeah, your hot dogs and your popcorn and the other shit they sell over
there.
Yeah. All right. So in the chat we have Chig. How many Irish coffee you had? I've had no Irish coffees. I've just had red wine tonight, and I'm Chig. You and me need to drink sometimes because Irish coffee is not what I do. Samir, why is everyone interested in seeing ASM rip apart Shaka?
When have we said that once?
We're not interested.
Yeah, there's no, as an Arsenal fan, Zamir, I love you, but as an Arsenal fan, I'm not really looking forward to seeing Saint-Maximin rip apart Xhaka.
He ain't going to. Saint-Maximin's a decent player.
I'm not saying he's not
left back is.
I'm not saying he's not going to do it. I'm just saying I'm not really particularly looking forward to that. Daniel Robert, how is Bellerin a footballer? Divion, Bellerin will plant a few trees and then William will hug them. We're going to go through the chat right now. Yo-Yo, you know what I always say about Yo-Yo? Do you know what I always say about Yo-Yo? Because I don't. I was hoping someone could remind me of what I say about Yo-Yo. No, Yo-Yo doesn't talk often, but what he says is usually pretty on point. Where was the energy for Arteta not having a consistent captain as Emery was ridiculed for?
I think he has been ridiculed. And the problem with Arteta's captain, I'll answer this. The problem with Arteta's captain choice is it's clear. His club captain was Aubameyang. There was no 12 captains. There was no 6 captains. It was Aubameyang. If Aubameyang hasn't played, it's been one of the most senior players in the squad, whether that be Bellerin when he comes in, whether that be Holding like we saw on Thursday, whether that be, Lacazette. We haven't seen Xhaka. We haven't seen fucking other. So his captain is Aubameyang. Aubameyang's in the side. He's captain. So, yeah. I get the question, but it's not quite on the same level. Arteta didn't come out and say we have 7 captains.
Yeah, we don't need 7 captains. We need
a proper captain.
We need probably 0 captains.
Yeah, we need a captain and a squad of leaders.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, you remember what they say. You've got on the pitch. You've got to have 11 captains.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
That's what we did.
Can't carry anyone.
Well, you either have to have 11 or 1. You can't have 0 or 3.
No,
you have to have 11 or 1.
In the early years of Arsene Wenger, in George Graham and Arsene Wenger's times, they had the entire squad was leaders. I mean, for example, for more recent times, Arsene Wenger's Invincibles double-winning 2002 team, David Seaman, Adams, Keown, Campbell, Lauren, Dixon, Cole, Henri, Vieira, Burkamp, Rumberg, Perez, Gilberto, Edu, Parla. Just to name a few. They're all leaders.
You've just named all of Daniel X's partners. Literally.
I don't know about Parla.
Okay. Parlor, and then his friend Robbie. You've just named everybody that needs to be part of this new ownership group. To bring it back to where we were at 2:30 in the morning various times. Yes.
Mike, I'm going to sign off now. I'm going to tune in to watch the game.
Get started over there.
The game is coming up. Lawrence, always good to see you. Thanks for hanging
Likewise,
out.
mate. Nice meeting you guys. Take care.
Cheers, Lawrence.
Yeah, Mike Hurst just made a good point. Everyone's saying they're not interested and they don't care, but if we lose, they're all going to be screaming for Arteta's head at the end.
If he wants to make that point, he can come on to his own podcast because he's 25% of this podcast. But
I'm saying he makes a good point. There's going to be so many people out there, not naming any names, that are going to be screaming their head off and making silly fucking names up for players and the manager and everything else, chatting to little boys.
Now. No, for my mistake. I did a stream on that, basically, the aftermath of all that, and I've been getting ridiculed since by his little fanboys.
Me and Mike almost had a tear up with one of his Chelsea little fanboys last night.
Oh God!
It wasn't one of his fanboys. It was
I know, but it may as well have been.
Ryan, what you saying? How old are you, young man?
13, bro.
13, bro. Oh my God.
Don't worry, don't.
Yeah, that's what you can expect. But I don't want to take the attention away from the Arsenal. It is 8:30 a.m. Eastern time, 5:30 a.m. Pacific time. We have someone who would like to come on camera with us, but you got to turn your camera on. This is someone that I haven't seen before, and we would love to see Afro-Kiwi Gooner in there. It's someone who's either from Africa or from New Zealand. I'm guessing based on the name.
Maybe both.
Put your camera on, and we'll bring you on. Because there we go.
There you go.
Hey, buddy, come on, cam, man. It's open for everybody. This is where you at, man?
Am I on, bro?
Yeah, you are. But there you go, buddy.
Oh, sorry. I'll do it again.
What's up, man?
Man.
Where you at?
I'm good, man. How you doing, man?
Where you at?
You've been on for ages.
Yeah, well, we've been on for like 44 days.
Man, you are a soldier, man. You are a soldier.
Where are you right now?
I'm in New Zealand, man. I'm in New Zealand. I'm sitting here with my son. It's about 12:30 a.m. I'm waiting for the game.
Nice.
We got 20 minutes to go. There's a lot of echo, buddy.
To prepare my situation.
So what do you expect out of today, man?
Hey, man. Listen, for this game, I do not really mind. I don't care. 1-1, OG. 2-2, okay. I don't want to lose, but I don't care about the win. But the next game, that's the next game, bro. That's all I care about.
So today is an experiment. But Thursday is what's all about you.
Basically.
All right, man. Hey, we got a lot of echo, so I got to let you go.
I'm sorry about that, my man. Anyway, hey, I like your name today, Sovion. I go ready one for you, my brother. Mike, respect.
Take it easy, man.
We love the Gooner family, man.
Love the glasses.
I love that guy. I loved what he was saying. I didn't love hearing what I was saying over and over again, though. That's the thing. Like I wanted to hear everything that was coming out of his mouth, but all I was hearing was the things that were coming out of my mouth. So I'm like, if we can figure that out, man. I mean, like we want new people. New Zealand, we got a couple people from New Zealand tonight.
That's cool.
And yeah, he's got us on speaker. Says Mikey Hurst. I kind of want to just go up to game time for just no good reason, but like, I mean, like, are you around, man? I mean, because you've been my boy this whole time.
Yeah, well, I mean, I woke up and you was about 2.5 hours in.
So you left and then came back, right?
Yeah, so I had to get my blood thinner, so I had to be fucking stabbed in the gut.
Is blood thinner the same thing as fam thinner? Or is blood fam thinner?
It's called Klaxane. It's like a.
Yeah, no, I know.
Oh, I
that was a troops joke.
Fama. Oh, I thought you said Fanner.
I said blood thinner. Thinner.
blood. Yeah.
I have to explain my comedy sometimes.
I had to take like my massive multivitamin. I had to go get something to eat, so I had a Weetabix with like. Drenched in milk, and I managed half of it before I started feeling sick.
Weetabix, yeah, because you gotta be careful about what you're eating right now.
Yeah, I'm on pureed at the moment. I tell you what, though, Friday. So I went and weighed myself. Was at the doctor's, and on the way home, we passed the KFC. So I was like, "Fuck it, stop that." You know, got me dad whatever he wanted, and I had mash and gravy.
Steve.
Oh no! I had a spoonful of mash, bit of gravy. Mix it up, and it was just like a paste, but the first thing in 2 weeks with flavor.
Steve, man, at some point I'm still going. Can we talk openly?
Yeah.
All right. I'm a large guy, and I'm trying to go through a really, really significant diet right now. Steve has gone the route of surgery, and I don't want to hear you eating fried chicken.
Oh no, I didn't eat chicken.
I know you didn't say that, but like I just want to make sure that like you said something about.
Yeah,
I've been watching you do everything that you need to do, and I'm rooting for you, and I love you, and I'm a fan of you, and I'm like, please don't have fried chicken, motherfucker.
No, that was the point, because obviously they serve mash and they serve gravy. Our shopping was coming Saturday morning, and so I was like, you know what? I need to have something, so I'll just get some mashed potato and gravy. I literally had a spoonful of mash.
Hey, Jahil, if that was you, okay, that was you that came on, bud. It didn't work out from the sound standpoint, but let's figure that out, man, because we want to hear from you again in New Zealand. We want to hear from you. I mean, maybe not now, if because the game's going to start in 20 minutes, but Jahil was one of the first people that tuned into this podcast when I came on at 1 a.m. With Tanner, and it was like 5 o'clock where he was, and now it's probably midnight where he is. And and buddy, I would love to speak to you again. I'm sorry that the sound didn't work out, but to everyone that's made this thing, yeah, absolutely, we'll do it another day. To everyone that's, I mean, this is a weird thing because it started as me and Tanner. Tanner's probably sleeping right now. He has no idea that I'm still podcasting.
He didn't want to get up for the game, did he?
A lot of people are feeling that way, you know. I mean, look, I run a podcast with 3 other people, and I'm not sure how many of the 3 of them are getting up for the game. I know Mikey's already up because he's in the chat. Son of a bitch, Mike. Replace me with Big Stevie. Yeah,
it's just Steve, by the way. It's just Steve. It was just Big Steve with 1 E was taken.
and Mike, yeah, you do have to worry about that. I'm sorry, but yeah. And Tubbs MD, he had sex, like supposedly with a woman,
with his hand.
Yeah, had sex a second time. That was with a man.
Slept again.
Ate dinner in the Philippines. And,
Oh, if he's
and
if he's in the Philippines, who knows?
Lady boy, is that what you're saying?
Well, they're Thai, but
my sandwich has COVID because look, a lot of people work so hard on their YouTube content that they don't even have time to eat their sandwich. But
that was the best part about that.
I've never failed to eat my sandwich.
It's just like, could sandwiches grow COVID?
Did you actually watch that? I mean, like
yeah, that was the bit that I found the best part of everything. It was just the way you worded it. It was like, stayed over there so long, it fucking grew COVID, bruv. Can sandwiches grow COVID? And it just, his face was just like.
Honestly, the only reason I invited the guy on my podcast is because he came. If we're going to talk about this, he came into the podcast I was doing the night before and decided to like troll our podcast. So I'm like, all right, if you want to troll our podcast, then let's just have a conversation. Let me have a conversation. And he's like, I work so hard at my craft that the whole afternoon went by. I couldn't even have my sandwich. And I'm like, okay, well, I mean, I have an omelet in the morning, and it isn't because I don't work hard. It's because if I fucking want an omelet, I'll get an omelet. Like what pull do you have that you have a sandwich that's made at 7 o'clock in the morning and no one hands it to you? I mean, like what is your problem? And oh God.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
I could go for hours.
There's no point though. They just don't waste your breath.
I know. Except I know who the guy is more than most.
I know.
And I want to end him. I want to end him, but
no, I get that. But
let's not make this about this. We are 19 minutes. We are 19 minutes from game time, Stevie, and you have replaced Michael Hernandez because you and me, man, you're lying on the couch and I'm sitting in the same position I am.
I'm on a bed. I'm not on a couch. I'm on a bed.
Look, have I exceeded anyone's expectations tonight by staying up all night? I mean, everyone thought I was going to
staying on for this. Staying on for this long, yes. Like I thought you would have wrapped it up when Tanner went, and then you were just like, "No, I'm going to stay on until the game." And I was like,
"Yes." However, I don't think anyone necessarily asked me to do that, nor did anyone want me to do that. So, like, I'm not sure I've done anyone a favor. I just think
it's kept my.
It's about proving people wrong. It's not about anything that anyone wanted. No one went to bed last night and said, "I hope I wake up in the morning for the Arsenal game and Mike, the bald Jewish fat guy, is still on the camera."
Listen. I started taking my meds this morning. I went on to YouTube on the telly and I see your face, Winecast. And I was like, yeah, fuck it. Why not?
Winecast.
Sorry, Winecast.
I still have it.
Yeah, I was just like, no, I'm gonna listen. And then after about 10 minutes or so, I thought, fuck it, I'll go on for a bit. And then, yeah, had to take the rest of my meds, get my bloody blood thinner, and then went to have something to eat. Came back upstairs, and you were still on, so I had it on. Tried to sleep for an hour or so because I was like, I can't be bothered waiting for the Arsenal game. And then heard you started talking about the lineup and the outrage, and that's when I sort of switched on, and I was like, what the fuck?
Well,
like, for a start, I was surprised it was 1 o'clock, and then secondly, I was like, that can't be it. And then I realized it was just before, so I was like, I've got to get back on and discuss that.
What was the lineup? Because I fell for that stupid lineup.
That was.
But what was different about the lineup Was it everything? Because like,
Yes.
I wish I could
It was
go back
Leno-
and find that.
Right. It was Leno, Cedric, David Luiz, Holding,
David
Tierney at
Luiz.
left back.
David Luiz was there,
Tierney at left back. Centre mids was Xhaka.
and I
and
was livid about Tierney starting.
Yeah, Tierney at left back.
Because I
Then it
was
Xhaka-
falling for that
Then
shit.
it was Xhaka and Partey. Then it was Saka, Smith Rowe, Aubameyang, Lacazette. I'm sure it was.
And no Martinelli. So Martinelli is starting today
Yes.
for
Hey,
reality.
there's Steve Bruce. He's just had his Greg's. He's dribbled it down his chin.
Did we look at the Newcastle lineup?
I did. I did try and show it, but everyone was. So it's just coming up now. Let's have a look.
I'm gonna try to bring it on here if I can.
It was Dubravka, Clark. Oh no, it's gone now. Let me go back. Let me rewind. Right, so Newcastle, Dubravka. Then we've got a back three of Fernandes, Clark, and Dummett. Then we've got a midfield five of Murphy, Almiron, Longstaff, Shelvey, and Ritchie. Then we've got St. Maximin and Wilson up top.
John Joe Shelvey for real?
Yep.
Jeez, he's still playing.
Yeah, he's still playing.
Nah, that's not the right one.
They've
Hold
got
on.
no Willock, so I can't see them getting anything. Willock's been their point man. Willock's been the guy that saved them.
Can you imagine being the club that owns that guy?
I tell you what, right? I like Willock. I didn't see the hype that everyone was going on about when he first sort of broke through. I can see what he does well, but when he played his Premier League game and he played in that deeper midfield too, he was appalling. He was
why can people not understand that sometimes people just find their level and the level is not Arsenal?
The thing is, people are saying that, but let's be real. His level recently has been scoring and assisting against the top teams to get Newcastle. I think
So let's sell him. Let's sell him.
We
need to do better here at Arsenal. That doesn't mean that he's not worth. If Rion Brewster's worth £22 million,
and the rest,
then
he
we
went
should
for
be able
more.
to sell. Then we should be able to sell 8 of our players for more than £24 million.
Yeah. But my point with Willock, that we could sell him, we could absolutely sell him, and we could replace him. But we want a squad with some decent depth, right? El Neni at the moment, he's a solid 5 out of 10 players, never going to do more, never going to do less, right? Rarely. I don't mind El Neni, but he is an Arsenal quality. He isn't good enough to be a starting name on the team sheet in a Premier League game, personally. Joe Willock at the moment is better than El Neni. Joe Willock at the moment is better than Ceballos, in my opinion. So if those two go in the summer and we bring Willock back, what is the point of selling him for the point of 20 million, where we're not going to get a player as good or better in this current market for that sort of price range? So we do need those sorts of players within the squad.
Yeah.
He's English, he's homegrown, blah blah blah.
If you want a guy that can play the midfield and understands Arsenal and is going to score
That's
multiple
it.
goals
I
this
don't
season,
think we could do worse than bringing Joe Willock back. But at the same time, if we're selling Joe Willock, Reece Nelson, and Eddie Nketiah to fund
we have to start selling. We have to start. Well, if we're keeping Joe Willock instead of Yves Bissouma, then I give up.
No.
I give up on everything that I know to be holy.
Yeah, it can't happen.
I'm gonna quit my synagogue. I'll just do it all. But my thing about Willock,
You don't go synagogue on a Sunday?
Sunday, no. It's Friday night.
What's synagogue? Oh, Friday. Fair enough. Friday night.
Friday night. It's Shabbos, baby. No, look. But if we're bringing Willock back in lieu of Basuma,
nah,
then
needs to be as well as
Willock. Look, there are some people that I have an affinity for that have value. Willock, Mainsley,
And yeah, he's going. Maitland-Niles is going.
I love him, but
I really like him. I like him as a fullback, but he doesn't want to play fullback.
Not only that, but his value will never be higher than it is this summer.
No.
Never will be higher than it is this summer.
He will go. I think. I mean, Ceballos is going. So that's
well. Ceballos is just wages. Ceballos just wages off the bill.
Yeah. Torreira's going to be going.
That's
like
crazy
Torreira.
to me, but that's I love Torreira, but there's no way back for him.
No.
There's no way back for Guendouzi. We should be able to sell 5 or 6 people.
But this is what I mean. So we're losing that many midfielders. We're already thin on midfield. Who do we have now? We've got Partey, Xhaka, El Neni, and Ceballos. Xhaka should also be going, but he's not going to. I just think, yeah, we should be bringing Willock back and adding 2 other midfielders. You know, and then start blooding Aziz, because we're not going to blood Aziz this season.
I would love for Willock to come back, but I would also not like to be sitting here 2 years from now saying we could have sold him for 30 million, given Rian Brewster was 22 million. Rian Brewster for 22 million is Rich. It permeates my entirety to know that Liverpool sold Rian Brewster to Bournemouth or some shit.
No, that was Solanke. Solanke, and he went for about 40.
Okay, but then they sold Brewster to Sheffield United, for 22 million. That was my alarm to wake up, which I never went to sleep. They sold.
I did that, Mike.
Rich. Liverpool sold Solanke to Bournemouth, and then I mean they got like 38 million. They got the whole purchase price for Oxlade-Chamberlain by selling those 2 chumps, and we have 8 players now that should probably be marketable and could be sold for anywhere from 10 to 20 million. I mean, like this summer is going to be like who can we sell, right, Rich?
I agree,
and
but
Rich,
we're going to let guys go for nothing.
Rich, turn around and show Steve this shirt right now,
all right,
please. Steve, you haven't seen this.
Before I turn around, pardon my dining room. It's kind of a mess. So if you see trash laying around,
you should see behind this camera.
He's going to turn around and I'm telling you, I paid for that.
Oh God, was it for a bet? Please say it was for a bet.
I only put it on because he's in the starting lineup. I was wearing something else today.
It was for a bet, though, right?
It was
for a bet. You know who paid for that shirt?
Oh,
Mike. This is Mike's. Mike bought me this shirt.
I paid for that shirt.
Christ,
and
man.
I'm not happy about it.
Listen, if we got El Neni next season, you can pay for mine as well.
Steve, you're going to wear a shirt next week, and you're going to turn around and you're going to show everyone it's going to say hooker on the back of it. But I mean,
Christ.
all right. You're at the tail end, Rich, of this ridiculous.
Yeah, I happened to catch that and saw you were still on there, and I'm like, well, shit, I got to jump in here.
Yeah, next week, I still don't think I'll fit into an Adidas shirt by next week. Maybe 6 weeks time.
You're doing great, my friend.
I am going to shoot though. I'm going to shoot because I want to go get some jelly and get a drink, get a cold drink. And
we're not going to do a live watch along because that's the territory of other podcasts.
Right.
But I'm going to.
I'll leave you to chat to. I forgot your name. Sorry.
Rich.
I'm Rich. Yeah.
I'll leave you to chat to Rich. Nice to meet you, Rich.
Steve, I love you, mate. Rich and I are going to take us. Rich and I are going to take us to game time.
Yeah, wicked. Right,
buddy. Feel well, man. I'll talk to you soon.
Later, buddy. Bye.
All right, Rich. You have just bridged the gap because I've said as long as anyone stayed on this podcast with me, I would stay on.
We keep you to Kilcoff.
That started 7 hours and 51 seconds.
Yeah,
ago.
I woke up at 5 a.m. and saw something. I'm like, yeah, okay, I'm going to roll over and go back to sleep. And then I got up and
which is breakfast. What a normal person would do.
Well, I tried to go back to sleep. Unfortunately, the dog just decided she wanted to eat, go outside, and the rest of the fam is not here, so I get to actually yell at the TV during an Arsenal game because normally at 9 a.m. Sunday morning time, my wife and daughter are still sleeping, and if I start yelling at the TV, I get in trouble.
Well, and you know what I got is I'm in a hotel room by myself. I came down to Florida with my wife. We're looking for a property. We think we may have one. And then we went over to visit her parents, and she stayed there. And I went back to the hotel, and I'm like, you know what, Tanner? Jabir the Gooner, let's have let's just 30-minute podcast. Let's just do it.
Right.
And it's been 8 hours. And
I was going to say, he is probably the closest of anyone I follow on Twitter to me because he's from Pittsburgh. I'm from the Youngstown area.
Yeah.
About an hour and a half. So sometime I'm going to have to hit him up.
We'll all do the whole get together thing because I'm all about Gooners meeting each other. That is what this is all about.
Absolutely.
I don't know any more or less about football or Arsenal than anybody else. I'm just about bringing people together. I'm about meeting guys. I'm about meeting girls. I'm scores man. But like that was going to be what it was, and then all of a sudden it became about let's people are waking up over in England. Let's go live. Let's do this, and JW is here, and he's going to join us next time. Nick Fights. The game's going to send me this link. Yeah.
Probably. If we play as boring as we played the last couple games.
All I have left is a very little bit of red wine. And once the red wine runs out, and if we haven't scored early on.
Glass of whiskey?
And
glass of beer.
And let's just say, Rich, for people who are in England, which is a lot of the folks that are watching us right now, Daniel Robert, a couple others, you are now at 8:55 a.m.
Yeah, it's 5 minutes to 9 in the morning.
And you are having what?
Oh, I'm drinking because there's an Arsenal game on. I've got a glass of whiskey, Canadian Club whiskey, and Yingling Lager.
Nice.
This is like low grade alcohol compared to what I was drinking yesterday afternoon at the local microbrewery for their 3rd anniversary party when I was drinking stuff that was about 7.5% ABV.
But a 9 a.m. Arsenal game doesn't it's not doing anything to you. You're going to watch it.
Yeah, I haven't been up all night like you, Mike.
Well,
you're going to turn it on, but you're going to get put to sleep by our boring lack of offensive midfield.
Well, let's hope. This is the last of the red wine. Let me just explain. This was full. This was full. This was half full.
And whose shirt are you giving away today?
I'm not giving away shit. Dude.
Good call. Unlike the Red Bull and vodka from the Willian game.
We are looking for homes down here in Florida, and the only thing that is stopping me is the fact that I'm about $110 short of buying a house. And I'm like, I gave that to Rich.
Hey,
I shouldn't have spent that money.
Appreciate that. I love the shirt. I do wear the shit out of it. People look at it and go, okay, who's Willian?
Yeah. I mean, you can only blame people so much.
Arsenal turns its supporters into drunks. Yes. But that's any football club. I don't care.
All right. So here's what we're going to do. It's 8:57 a.m. Eastern time. It is 1:57 Pacific time. I mean, not Pacific time, UK time. I am sorry that I can't hold my liquor very well, but this has been an experience that I will never forget. 7 hours, 55 minutes, and 46 seconds. I'm not going to wait for it to be 8 hours because I do want to watch the game. And if we win this game and I sleep through and I wake up and I don't, if we lose the game, there's no post game show. That's what I'm trying to say right now. However, if we win the game and I am awake, we'll do an open mic show. So, Rich, will you join us after the game?
I will. Yeah, I have nothing going on today other than I need to go cut my grass, but I haven't done it all week, so I'll just say it's going to rain. Yeah.
Well, your grass can go fuck itself. Okay.
I agree. That's what I've been saying all week.
All right.
The fact that it was 50 degrees didn't help.
So if we win this game and I am not literally like on my ass, then go to GoonerOpenMic.com and you'll see us after the game. Otherwise, I am going to be dead to everyone. But I would like to thank Rich. I would like to thank Colin. I would like to thank Lawrence. I would like to thank Tanner. I would like to thank so many people that came on with us tonight. Daniel Robert. My God, there was like an in and out of like 40 different people tonight. And you've kept me company. And I don't know why you did that, but you know, and we got people from New Zealand that were in the hizzle. We got people telling me I deserve a sandwich. The game is going to start in 1 minute, and I'm going to go watch it, and so we're going off the air. Rich, come on, you Gooners, and thank you for staying up all night with me. Cheers.
2-1 Arsenal.